Preface of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Preface. In the following pages I have endeavored to give the life of Abraham Lincoln, from his birth to his inauguration as President of the United States. The reader will judge the character of the performance by the work itself. For that reason, I shall spare him the perusal of much prefatory explanation. At the time of Mr. Lincoln's death, I determined to write his history, and as I had in my possession much valuable material for such a purpose, I did not then imagine that any person could have better or more extensive materials than I possessed. I soon learned, however, that Mr. William H. Herndon of Springfield, Illinois, was similarly engaged. There could be no rivalry between us, for the supreme object of both was to make the real history and character of Mr. Lincoln as well known to the public as they were to us. He deplored, as I did, the many publications pretending to be biographies which came teeming from the press. So long as the public interest about Mr. Lincoln excited the hope of gain. Out of the mass of works which appeared, of one only, Dr. Holland's, is it possible to speak with any degree of respect. Early in 1869, Mr. Herndon placed at my disposal his remarkable collection of materials, the richest, rarest, and fullest collection it was possible to conceive. Along with them came an offer of hearty cooperation, of which I have availed myself so extensively, that no art of mine would serve to conceal it. Added to my own collections, these acquisitions have enabled me to do what could not have been done before: prepare an authentic biography of Mr. Lincoln. Mr. Herndon had been the partner in business and the intimate personal associate of Mr. Lincoln for something like a quarter of a century, and Mr. Lincoln had lived familiarly with several members of his family, long before their individual acquaintance began. New Salem, Springfield, the old judicial circuit, the habits and friends of Mr. Lincoln, were as well known to Mr. Herndon as to himself. With these advantages, and from the numberless facts and hints which had dropped from Mr. Lincoln during the confidential intercourse of an ordinary lifetime, Mr. Herndon was able to institute a thorough system of inquiry for every noteworthy circumstance and every incident of value in Mr. Lincoln's career. The fruits of Mr. Herndon's labors are garnered in 3 enormous volumes of original manuscripts and a mass of unarranged letters and papers. They comprise the recollections of Mr. Lincoln's nearest friends, of the surviving members of his family, and his family connections, of the men still living who knew him and his parents in Kentucky, of his schoolfellows, neighbors, and acquaintances in Indiana, of the better part of the whole population of New Salem, of his associates and relatives at Springfield, and of lawyers, judges, politicians, and statesmen everywhere, who had anything of interest or moment to relate. They were collected at vast expense of time, labor, and money, involving the employment of many agents, long journeys, tedious examinations, and voluminous correspondence. Upon the value of these materials it would be impossible to place an estimate. That I have used them conscientiously and justly is the only merit to which I lay claim. As a general thing, my text will be found to support itself, but whether the particular authority be mentioned or not, it is proper to remark that each statement of fact is fully sustained by indisputable evidence remaining in my possession. My original plan was to verify every important statement by one or more appropriate citations, but it was early abandoned, not because it involved unwelcome labor, but because it encumbered my pages with a great array of obscure names, which the reader would probably pass unnoticed. I dismiss this volume into the world, with no claim for it of literary excellence, but with the hope that it will prove what it purports to be, a faithful record of the life of Abraham Lincoln, down to the 4th of March, 1861. Ward H. Lamon, Washington City, May, 1872. End of Preface. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Chapter 1 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 1. Abraham Lincoln was born on the 12th day of February, 1809. His father's name was Thomas Lincoln, and his mother's maiden name was Nancy Hanks. At the time of his birth, they are supposed to have been married about 3 years. Although there appears to have been but little sympathy or affection between Thomas and Abraham Lincoln, they were nevertheless connected by ties and associations which make the previous history of Thomas Lincoln and his family a necessary part of any reasonably full biography of the great man who immortalized the name by wearing it. Thomas Lincoln's ancestors were among the early settlers of Rockingham County in Virginia, but exactly whence they came, or the precise time of their settlement there, it is impossible to tell. They were manifestly of English descent, but whether emigrants directly from England to Virginia, or an offshoot of the historic Lincoln family in Massachusetts, or of the highly respectable Lincoln family in Pennsylvania, are questions left entirely to conjecture. We have absolutely no evidence by which to determine them. Thomas Lincoln himself stoutly denied that his progenitors were either Quakers or Puritans, but he furnished nothing except his own word to sustain his denial. On the contrary, some of the family, distant relatives of Thomas Lincoln, who remain in Virginia, believe themselves to have sprung from the New England stock. They found their opinion solely on the fact that the Christian names given to the sons of the two families were the same, though only in a few cases, and at different times. But this might have arisen merely from that common religious sentiment which induces parents of a devotional turn to confer scriptural names on their children, or it might have been purely accidental. Abrahams, Isaacs, and Jacobs abound in many other families who claim no kindred on that account. In England, during the ascendancy of the Puritans, in times of fanatical religious excitement, the children were almost universally baptized by the names of the patriarchs and Old Testament heroes, or by names of their own pious invention, signifying what the infant was expected to do and to suffer in the cause of the Lord. The progenitors of all the American Lincolns were Englishmen, and they may have been Puritans. There is, therefore, nothing unreasonable in the supposition that they began the practice of conferring such names before the emigration of any of them, and the names, becoming matters of family pride and family tradition, have continued to be given ever since. But, if the fact that Christian names of a particular class prevailed among the Lincolns of Massachusetts and the Lincolns of Virginia at the same time is no proof of consanguinity, the identity of the surname is entitled to even less consideration. It is barely possible that they may have had a common ancestor; but, if they had, he must have lived and died so obscurely and so long ago that no trace of him can be discovered. It would be as difficult to prove a blood relationship between all the American Lincolns as it would be to prove a general cousinship among all the Smiths or all the Joneses. Footnote: At the end of this volume will be found a very interesting account of the family, given by Mr. Lincoln himself, the original in his own handwriting, and is here reproduced in facsimile. A patronymic so common as Lincoln, derived from a large geographical division of the old country, would almost certainly be taken by many who had no claim to it by reason of descent from its original possessors. Dr. Holland, who, of all Mr. Lincoln's biographers, has entered most extensively into the genealogy of the family, says that the father of Thomas was named Abraham, but he gives no authority for his statement, and it is as likely to be wrong as to be right. The Hankses, John and Dennis, who passed a great part of their lives in the company of Thomas Lincoln, tell us that the name of his father was Mordecai, and so also does Colonel Chapman, who married Thomas Lincoln's stepdaughter. The rest of those who ought to know are unable to assign him any name at all. Dr. Holland says further, that this Abraham, or Mordecai, had 4 brothers, Jacob, John, Isaac, and Thomas; that Isaac went to Tennessee, where his descendants are now; that Thomas went to Kentucky, after his brother Abraham; but that Jacob and John are supposed to have remained in Virginia. Footnote: The Life of Abraham Lincoln, by J. G. Holland, page 20. This is doubtless true, at least so far as it relates to Jacob and John, for there are at this day numerous Lincolns residing in Rockingham County, the place from which the Kentucky Lincolns emigrated. One of their ancestors, Jacob, who seems to be the brother referred to, was a lieutenant in the army of the Revolution, and present at the siege of Yorktown. His military services were made the ground of a claim against the government, and Abraham Lincoln, whilst a representative in Congress from Illinois, was applied to by the family to assist them in prosecuting it. A correspondence of some length ensued, by which the presumed relationship of the parties was fully acknowledged on both sides; but, unfortunately, no copy of it is now in existence. The one preserved by the Virginians was lost or destroyed during the late war. The family, with perfect unanimity, espoused the cause of the Confederate States, and suffered many losses in consequence, of which these interesting papers may have been one. Abraham, or Mordecai, the father of Thomas Lincoln, was the owner of a large and fertile tract of land on the waters of Linville's Creek, about 8 miles north of Harrisonburg, the courthouse town of Rockingham County. It is difficult to ascertain the precise extent of this plantation, or the history of the title to it, inasmuch as all the records of the county were burnt by General Hunter in 1864. It is clear, however, that it had been inherited by Lincoln, the emigrant to Kentucky, and that 4, if not all, of his children were born upon it. At the time General Sheridan received the order "to make the valley of the Shenandoah a barren waste," this land was well improved and in a state of high cultivation; but under the operation of that order it was ravaged and desolated like the region around it. Lincoln, the emigrant, had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Thomas was the 3rd son and the 4th child. He was born in 1778, and in 1780, or a little later, his father removed with his entire family to Kentucky. Kentucky was then the paradise of the borderer's dreams. Fabulous tales of its sylvan charms and pastoral beauties had for years been floating about, not only along the frontiers of Pennsylvania, Virginia, and North Carolina, but farther back in the older settlements. For a while it had been known as the Cane Country, and then as the Country of Kentucky. Many expeditions were undertaken to explore it. 2 or 3 adventurers, and occasionally only one at a time, passing down the Ohio in canoes. But they all stopped short of the Kentucky River. The Indians were terrible, and it was known that they would surrender any other spot of earth in preference to Kentucky. The canes that were supposed to indicate the promised land, those canes of wondrous dimensions, that shot up, as thick as they could stand, from a soil of inestimable fertility, were forever receding before those who sought them. One party after another returned to report that, after incredible dangers and hardships, they met with no better fortune than that which had attended the efforts of their predecessors, and that they had utterly failed to find the canes. At last they were actually found by Simon Kenton, who stealthily planted a little patch of corn, to see how the stalk that bore the yellow grain would grow beside its brother of the wilderness. He was one day leaning against the stem of a great tree, watching his little assemblage of sprouts, and wondering at the strange fruitfulness of the earth which fed them, when he heard a footstep behind him. It was the great Daniel Boone's. They united their fortunes for the present, but subsequently each of them became the chief of a considerable settlement. Kenton's trail had been down the Ohio, Boone's from North Carolina, and from both those directions soon came hunters, warriors, and settlers to join them. But the Indians had no thought of relinquishing their fairest hunting grounds without a long and desperate struggle. The rich carpet of natural grasses which fed innumerable herds of buffalo, elk, and deer all the year round, the grandeur of its primeval forests, its pure fountains and abundant streams, made it even more desirable to them than to the whites. They had long contended for the possession of it, and no tribe or confederacy of tribes had ever been able to hold it to the exclusion of the rest. Here, from time immemorial, the northern and southern, eastern and western Indians had met each other in mortal strife, mutually shedding the blood which ought to have been husbanded for the more deadly conflict with a common foe. The character of this savage warfare had earned for Kentucky the appellation of "the dark and bloody ground," and, now that the whites had fairly begun their encroachments upon it, the Indians were resolved that the phrase should lose none of its old significance. White settlers might therefore count upon fighting for their lives as well as their lands. Boone did not make his final settlement till 1775. The Lincolns came about 1780. This was but a year or two after Clark's expedition into Illinois, and it was long, long before St. Clair's defeat and Wayne's victory. Nearly the whole of the Northwest Territory was then occupied by hostile Indians. Kentucky volunteers had yet before them many a day of hot and bloody work on the Ohio, the Muskingum, and the Miami, to say nothing of the continual surprises to which they were subjected at home. Every man's life was in his hand. From cabin to cabin, from settlement to settlement, his trail was dogged by the eager savage. If he went to plow, he was liable to be shot down between the handles. If he attempted to procure subsistence by hunting, he was hunted himself. Unless he abandoned his clearing and his stock to almost certain devastation, and shut up himself and his family in a narrow fort for months at a time, he might expect every hour that their roof would be given "to the flames, and their flesh to the eagles." To make matters worse, the Western country, and particularly Kentucky, had become the rendezvous of Tories, runaway conscripts, deserters, debtors, and criminals. General Butler, who went there as a commissioner from Congress, to treat with certain Indian tribes, kept a private journal, in which he entered a very graphic but a very appalling description of the state of affairs in Kentucky. At the principal points, as they were called, were collected hungry speculators, gamblers, and mere desperadoes, these distinctions being the only divisions and degrees in society. Among other things, the journal contains a statement about land jobbing and the traffic in town lots at Louisville, beside which the account of the same business in Martin Chuzzlewit is absolutely tame. That city, now one of the most superb in the Union, was then a small collection of cabins and hovels, inhabited by a class of people of whom specimens might have been found a few months ago at Cheyenne or Promontory Point. Notwithstanding the high commissions borne by General Butler and General Parsons, the motley inhabitants of Louisville flatly refused even to notice them. They would probably have sold them a corner lot in a swamp, or a splendid business site in a mud hole. But for mere civilities there was no time. The whole population were so deeply engaged in drinking, card playing, and selling town lots to each other, that they persistently refused to pay any attention to three men who were drowning in the river near by, although their dismal cries for help were distinctly heard throughout the city. On the journey out, the Lincolns are said to have endured many hardships, and encountered all the usual dangers, including several skirmishes with the Indians. They settled in Mercer County, but at what particular spot is uncertain. Their house was a rough log cabin; their farm a little clearing in the midst of a vast forest. One morning, not long after their settlement, the father took Thomas, his youngest son, and went to build a fence, a short distance from the house, while the other brothers, Mordecai and Josiah, were sent to another field not far away. They were all intent about their work, when a shot from a party of Indians in ambush broke the listening stillness of the woods. The father fell dead. Josiah ran to a stockade 2 or 3 miles off. Mordecai, the eldest boy, made his way to the house, and, looking out from the loophole in the loft, saw an Indian in the act of raising his little brother from the ground. He took deliberate aim at a silver ornament on the breast of the Indian, and brought him down. Thomas sprang toward the cabin, and was admitted by his mother, while Mordecai renewed his fire at several other Indians that rose from the covert of the fence or thicket. It was not long until Josiah returned from the stockade with a party of settlers; but the Indians had fled, and none were found but the dead one, and another who was wounded and had crept into the top of a fallen tree. When this tragedy was enacted, Mordecai, the hero of it, was a well-grown boy. He seems to have hated Indians ever afterward, with a hatred which was singular for its intensity, even in those times. Many years afterwards his neighbors believed that he was in the habit of following peaceable Indians, as they passed through the settlements, in order to get surreptitious shots at them, and it was no secret that he had killed more than one in that way. Immediately after the death of her husband, the widow abandoned the scene of her misfortunes, and removed to Washington County, near the town of Springfield, where she lived until the youngest of her children had grown up. Mordecai and Josiah remained there until late in life, and were always numbered among the best people in the neighborhood. Mordecai was the eldest son of his father, and under the law of primogeniture, which was still part of the Virginia Code, he inherited some estate and lands. One of the daughters wedded a Mr. Crum, and the other a Mr. Brumfield. Thomas seems to have been the only member of the family whose character was not entirely respectable. He was idle, thriftless, poor, a hunter and a rover. One year he wandered away to his uncle on the Holston, near the confines of Tennessee. Another year he wandered into Breckinridge County, where his easy good nature was overcome by a huge bully, and he performed the only remarkable achievement of his life by whipping him. In 1806 we find him in Hardin County, trying to learn the carpenter's trade. Until then, he could neither read nor write, and it was only after his marriage that his ambition led him to seek accomplishments of this sort. Thomas Lincoln was not tall and thin, like Abraham, but comparatively short and stout, standing about 5 feet 10 inches in his shoes. His hair was dark and coarse, his complexion brown, his face round and full, his eyes gray, and his nose large and prominent. He weighed, at different times, from 170 to 196. He was built so tight and compact that Dennis Hanks declares he never could find the points of separation between his ribs, though he felt for them often. He was a little stoop-shouldered, and walked with a slow, halting step. But he was sinewy and brave, and, his habitually peaceable disposition, once fairly overborne, was a tremendous man in a rough and tumble fight. He thrashed the monstrous bully of Breckinridge County in 3 minutes, and came off without a scratch. His vagrant career had supplied him with an inexhaustible fund of anecdotes, which he told cleverly and well. He loved to sit about at stores or under shade trees and spin yarns, a propensity which atoned for many sins, and made him extremely popular. In politics he was a Democrat, a Jackson Democrat. In religion he was nothing at times, and a member of various denominations by turns: a Free Will Baptist in Kentucky, a Presbyterian in Indiana, and a disciple, vulgarly called Campbellite, in Illinois. In this latter communion he seems to have died. It ought perhaps to be mentioned that both in Virginia and Kentucky his name was commonly pronounced Linkhorn, and in Indiana Linkhern. The usage was so general that Tom Lincoln came very near losing his real name altogether, as he never wrote it at all until after his marriage, and wrote it then only mechanically. It was never spelled one way or the other, unless by a storekeeper here and there, who had a small account against him. Whether it was properly Lincoln, Linkhorn, or Linkhern, was not definitely settled until after Abraham began to write, when, as one of the neighbors has it, "he remodeled the spelling and corrected the pronunciation." By the middle of 1806, Lincoln had acquired a very limited knowledge of the carpenter's trade, and set up on his own account; but his achievements in this line were no better than those of his previous life. He was employed occasionally to do rough work, that requires neither science nor skill; but nobody alleges that he ever built a house, or pretended to do more than a few little odd jobs connected with such an undertaking. He soon got tired of the business, as he did of everything else that required application and labor. He was no boss, not even an average journeyman, nor a steady hand. When he worked at the trade at all, he liked to make common benches, cupboards, and bureaus; and some specimens of his work of this kind are still extant in Kentucky and Indiana, and bear their own testimony to the quality of their workmanship. Some time in the year 1806 he married Nancy Hanks. It was in the shop of her uncle, Joseph Hanks, at Elizabethtown, in Hardin County, that he had essayed to learn the trade. We have no record of the courtship, but any one can readily imagine the numberless occasions that would bring together the niece and the apprentice. It is true that Nancy did not live with her uncle, but the Hankses were all very clannish, and she was doubtless a welcome and frequent guest at his house. It is admitted by all the old residents of the place that they were honestly married, but precisely when or how no one can tell. Diligent and thorough searches by the most competent persons have failed to discover any trace of the fact in the public records of Hardin and the adjoining counties. The license and the minister's return in the case of Lincoln and Sarah Johnston, his second wife, were easily found in the place where the law required them to be; but of Nancy Hanks' marriage there exists no evidence but that of mutual acknowledgment and cohabitation. At the time of their union, Thomas was 28 years of age, and Nancy about 23. Lincoln had previously courted a girl named Sally Bush, who lived in the neighborhood of Elizabethtown. But his suit was unsuccessful, and she became the wife of Johnston, the jailer. Her reason for rejecting Lincoln comes down to us in no words of her own, but it is clear enough that it was his want of character, and the bad luck, as the Hankses have it, which always attended him. Sally Bush was a modest and pious girl, in all things pure and decent. She was very neat in her personal appearance, and, because she was particular in the selection of her gowns and company, had long been accounted a proud body, who held her head above common folks. Even her own relatives seem to have participated in this mean accusation, and the decency of her dress and behavior appeared to have made her an object of common envy and backbiting. But she had a will as well as principles of her own, and she lived to make them both serviceable to the neglected and destitute son of Nancy Hanks. Thomas Lincoln took another wife, but he always loved Sally Bush as much as he was capable of loving anybody; and years afterwards, when her husband and his wife were both dead, he returned suddenly from the wilds of Indiana, and, representing himself as a thriving and prosperous farmer, induced her to marry him. It will be seen hereafter what value was to be attached to his representations of his own prosperity. Nancy Hanks, who accepted the honor which Sally Bush refused, was a slender, symmetrical woman of medium stature, a brunette, with dark hair, regular features, and soft, sparkling hazel eyes. Tenderly bred, she might have been beautiful, but hard labor and hard usage bent her handsome form, and imparted an unnatural coarseness to her features, long before the period of her death. Toward the close, her life and her face were equally sad, and the latter habitually wore the woful expression which afterwards distinguished the countenance of her son in repose. By her family, her understanding was considered something wonderful. John Hanks spoke reverently of her high and intellectual forehead, which he considered but the proper seat of faculties like hers. Compared with the mental poverty of her husband and relatives, her accomplishments were certainly very great, for it is related by them with pride and delight that she could actually read and write. The possession of these arts placed her far above her associates, and after a little while even Tom began to meditate upon the importance of acquiring them. He set to work accordingly, in real earnest, having a competent mistress so near at hand, and with much effort she taught him what letters composed his name, and how to put them together in a stiff and clumsy fashion. Henceforth he signed no more by making his mark, but it is nowhere stated that he ever learned to write anything else, or to read either written or printed letters. Nancy Hanks was the daughter of Lucy Hanks. Her mother was one of 4 sisters: Lucy, Betsy, Polly, and Nancy. Betsy married Thomas Sparrow, Polly married Jesse Friend, and Nancy Levi Hall. Lucy became the wife of Henry Sparrow, and the mother of 8 children. Nancy the younger was early sent to live with her uncle and aunt, Thomas and Betsy Sparrow. Nancy, another of the 4 sisters, was the mother of that Dennis F. Hanks whose name will be frequently met with in the course of this history. He also was brought up, or was permitted to come up, in the family of Thomas Sparrow, where Nancy found shelter. Little Nancy became so completely identified with Thomas and Betsy Sparrow that many supposed her to have been their child. They reared her to womanhood, followed her to Indiana, dwelt under the same roof, died of the same disease, at nearly the same time, and were buried close beside her. They were the only parents she ever knew, and she must have called them by names appropriate to that relationship; for several persons who saw them die, and carried them to their graves, believe to this day that they were in fact her father and mother. Dennis Hanks persists, even now, in the assertion that her name was Sparrow. But Dennis was pitiably weak on the cross-examination, and we shall have to accept the testimony of Mr. Lincoln himself, and some dozens of other persons, to the contrary. All that can be learned of that generation of Hankses to which Nancy's mother belonged has now been recorded as fully as is compatible with circumstances. They claim that their ancestors came from England to Virginia, whence they migrated to Kentucky with the Lincolns, and settled near them in Mercer County. The same, precisely, is affirmed of the Sparrows. Branches of both families maintained a more or less intimate connection with the fortunes of Thomas Lincoln, and the early life of Abraham was closely interwoven with theirs. Lincoln took Nancy to live in a shed on one of the alleys of Elizabethtown. It was a very sorry building, and nearly bare of furniture. It stands yet, or did stand in 1866, to witness for itself the wretched poverty of its early inmates. It is about 14 feet square, has been 3 times removed, twice used as a slaughter house, and once as a stable. Here a daughter was born on the 10th day of February, 1807, who was called Nancy during the life of her mother, and after her death Sarah. But Lincoln soon wearied of Elizabethtown and carpenter work. He thought he could do better as a farmer, and, shortly after the birth of Nancy, or Sarah, removed to a piece of land on the South Fork of Nolan Creek, 3 miles from Hodgensville, within the present county of LaRue, and about 13 miles from Elizabethtown. What estate he had, or attempted to get, in this land is not clear from the papers at hand. It is said he bought it, but was unable to pay for it. It was very poor, and the landscape of which it formed a part was extremely desolate. It was then nearly destitute of timber, though it is now partially covered in spots by a young and stunted growth of post oak and hickory. On every side the eye rested only upon weeds and low bushes, and a kind of grass which the present owner of the farm describes as "barren grass." It was, on the whole, as bad a piece of ground as there was in the neighborhood, and would hardly have sold for $1 an acre. The general appearance of the surrounding country was not much better. A few small but pleasant streams, Nolan Creek and its tributaries, wandered through the valleys. The land was generally what is called rolling, that is, dead levels interspersed by little hillocks. Nearly all of it was arable, but, except the margins of the water courses, not much of it was sufficiently fertile to repay the labor of tillage. It had no grand, unviolated forests to allure the hunter, and no great bodies of deep and rich soils to tempt the husbandman. Here it was only by incessant labor and thrifty habits that an ordinary living could be wrung from the earth. The family took up their residence in a miserable cabin, which stood on a little knoll in the midst of a barren glade. A few stones tumbled down, and lying about loose, still indicate the site of the mean and narrow tenement which settled the infancy of one of the greatest political chieftains of modern times. Near by, a romantic spring gushed from beneath a rock, and sent forth a slender but silvery stream, meandering through those dull and unsightly plains. As it furnished almost the only pleasing feature in the melancholy desert through which it flowed, the place was called after it Rock Spring Farm. In addition to this single natural beauty, Lincoln began to think, in a little while, that a couple of trees would look well, and might even be useful, if judiciously planted in the vicinity of his bare house yard. This enterprise he actually put into execution, and 3 decayed pear trees, situated on the edge of what was lately a rye field, constitute the only memorials of him or his family to be seen about the premises. They were his sole permanent improvement. In that solitary cabin, on this desolate spot, the illustrious Abraham Lincoln was born, on the 12th day of February, 1809. The Lincolns remained on Nolan Creek until Abraham was 4 years old. They then removed to a place much more picturesque, and of far greater fertility. It was situated about 6 miles from Hodgensville, on Knob Creek, a very clear stream, which took its rise in the gorges of Muldrew's Hill, and fell into the Rolling Fork 2 miles above the present town of New Haven. The Rolling Fork emptied into Salt River, and Salt River into the Ohio, 24 miles below Louisville. This farm was well timbered, and more hilly than one on Nolan Creek. It contained some rich valleys, which promised such excellent yields, that Lincoln bestirred himself most vigorously, and actually got into cultivation the whole of 6 acres, lying advantageously up and down the branch. This, however, was not all the work he did, for he still continued to pother occasionally at his trade. But, no matter what he turned his hand to, his gains were equally insignificant. He was satisfied with indifferent shelter, and a diet of corn bread and milk was all he asked. John Hanks naively observes that "happiness was the end of life with him." The land he now lived upon, 238 acres, he had pretended to buy from a Mr. Slater. The deed mentions a consideration of £118. The purchase must have been a mere speculation, with all the payments deferred, for the title remained in Lincoln but a single year. The deed was made to him September 2, 1813. And October 27, 1814, he conveyed 200 acres to Charles Milton for £100, leaving 38 acres of the tract unsold. No public record discloses what he did with the remainder. If he retained any interest in it for the time, it was probably permitted to be sold for taxes. The last of his voluntary transactions, in regard to this land, took place 2 years before his removal to Indiana, after which he seems to have continued in possession as the tenant of Milton. In the meantime, Dennis Hanks endeavored to initiate young Abraham, now approaching his 8th year, in the mysteries of fishing, and led him on numerous tramps up and down the picturesque branch, the branch whose waters were so pure that a white pebble could be seen in a depth of 10 feet. On Nolan he had hunted ground hogs with an older boy, who has since become the Reverend John Duncan, and betrayed a precocious zest in the sport. On Knob Creek he dabbled in the water, or roved the hills and climbed the trees, with a little companion named Gallagher. On one occasion, when attempting to coon across the stream, by swinging over on a sycamore tree, Abraham lost his hold, and, tumbling into deep water, was saved only by the utmost exertions of the other boy. But, with all this play, the child was often serious and sad. With the earliest dawn of reason he began to suffer and endure, and it was that peculiar moral training which developed both his heart and his intellect with such singular and astonishing rapidity. It is not likely that Tom Lincoln cared a straw about his education. He had none himself, and is said to have admired muscle more than mind. Nevertheless, as Abraham's sister was going to school for a few days at a time, he was sent along, as Dennis Hanks remarks, more to bear her company than with any expectation or desire that he would learn much himself. One of the masters, Zachariah Riney, taught near the Lincoln cabin. The other, Caleb Hazel, kept his school nearly 4 miles away, on the Friend farm, and the hapless children were compelled to trudge that long and weary distance with spelling book and dinner, the latter a lunch of corn bread, Tom Lincoln's favorite dish. Hazel could teach reading and writing, after a fashion, and a little arithmetic; but his great qualification for his office lay in the strength of his arm, and his power and readiness to "whip the big boys." But, as time wore on, the infelicities of Lincoln's life in this neighborhood became unsupportable. He was gaining neither riches nor credit, and, being a wanderer by natural inclination, began to long for a change. His decision, however, was hastened by certain troubles which culminated in a desperate combat between him and one Abraham Enlow. They fought like savages, but Lincoln obtained a signal and permanent advantage by biting off the nose of his antagonist, so that he went bereft all the days of his life, and published his audacity and its punishment wherever he showed his face. But the affray, and the fame of it, made Lincoln more anxious than ever to escape from Kentucky. He resolved, therefore, to leave these scenes forever, and seek a roof tree beyond the Ohio. It has pleased some of Mr. Lincoln's biographers to represent this removal of his father as a flight from the taint of slavery. Nothing could be further from the truth. There were not at the time more than 50 slaves in all Hardin County, which then composed a vast area of territory. It was practically a free community. Lincoln's more fortunate relatives in other parts of the State were slaveholders, and there is not the slightest evidence that he ever disclosed any conscientious scruples concerning the institution. The lives of his father and mother, and the history and character of the family before their settlement in Indiana, were topics upon which Mr. Lincoln never spoke but with great reluctance and significant reserve. In his family Bible he kept a register of births, marriages, and deaths, every entry being carefully made in his own handwriting. It contains the date of his sister's birth and his own, of the marriage and death of his sister, of the death of his mother, and of the birth and death of Thomas Lincoln. The rest of the record is almost wholly devoted to the Johnstons and their numerous descendants and connections. It has not a word about the Hankses or the Sparrows. It shows the marriage of Sally Bush, first with Daniel Johnston, and then with Thomas Lincoln, but it is entirely silent as to the marriage of his own mother. It does not even give the date of her birth, but barely recognizes her existence and demise, to make the vacancy which was speedily filled by Sarah Johnston. Footnote: the leaf of the Bible which contains these entries is in the possession of Colonel Chapman. An artist was painting his portrait, and asked him for a sketch of his early life. He gave him this brief memorandum: "I was born February 12, 1809, in the then Hardin County, Kentucky, at a point within the now county of LaRue, a mile or a mile and a half from where Hodgen's Mill now is. My parents being dead, and my own memory not serving, I know of no means of identifying the precise locality. It was on Nolan Creek." To the compiler of the Dictionary of Congress he gave the following: "Born February 12, 1809, in Hardin County, Kentucky. Education defective. Profession a lawyer. Have been a captain of volunteers in the Black Hawk War. Postmaster at a very small office. 4 times a member of the Illinois Legislature, and was a member of the lower house of Congress." To a campaign biographer who applied for particulars of his early history, he replied that they could be of no interest, that they were but "the short and simple annals of the poor." "The chief difficulty I had to encounter," writes this latter gentleman, "was to induce him to communicate the homely facts and incidents of his early life. He seemed to be painfully impressed with the extreme poverty of his early surroundings, the utter absence of all romantic and heroic elements, and I know he thought poorly of the idea of attempting a biographical sketch for campaign purposes. Mr. Lincoln communicated some facts to me about his ancestry, which he did not wish published, and which I have never spoken of or alluded to before. I do not think, however, that Dennis Hanks, if he knows anything about these matters, would be very likely to say anything about them." End of Chapter 1. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 2 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 2, Part 1. Thomas Lincoln was something of a waterman. In the frequent changes of occupation which had hitherto made his life so barren of good results, he could not resist the temptation to the career of a flatboatman. He had accordingly made 1 or perhaps 2 trips to New Orleans, in the company and employment of Isaac Bush, who was probably a near relative of Sally Bush. It was therefore very natural that when, in the fall of 1816, he finally determined to emigrate, he should attempt to transport his goods by water. He built himself a boat, which seems to have been none of the best, and launched it on the Rolling Fork at the mouth of Knob Creek, a half-mile from his cabin. Some of his personal property, including carpenter's tools, he put on board, and the rest he traded for 400 gallons of whiskey. With this crazy boat and this singular cargo, he put out into the stream alone, and floating with the current down the Rolling Fork, and then down Salt River, reached the Ohio without any mishap. Here his craft proved somewhat rickety when contending with the difficulties of the larger stream, or perhaps there was a lack of force in the management of her, or perhaps the single navigator had consoled himself during the lonely voyage by too frequent applications to a portion of his cargo. At all events, the boat capsized, and the lading went to the bottom. He fished up a few of the tools and most of the whiskey, and righting the little boat, again floated down to a landing at Thompson's Ferry, 2½ miles west of Troy, in Perry County, Indiana. Here he sold his treacherous boat, and leaving his remaining property in the care of a settler named Posey, trudged off on foot to select a location in the wilderness. He did not go far, but found a place that he thought would suit him, only 16 miles distant from the river. He then turned about and walked all the way back to Knob Creek, in Kentucky, where he took a fresh start with his wife and her children. Of the latter there were only 2, Nancy, or Sarah, 9 years of age, and Abraham, 7. Mrs. Lincoln had given birth to another son some years before, but he had died when only 3 days old. After leaving Kentucky she had no more children. This time Lincoln loaded what little he had left upon 2 horses, and packed through to Posey's. Besides clothing and bedding, they carried such cooking utensils as would be needed by the way, and would be indispensable when they reached their destination. The stock was not large. It consisted of 1 oven and lid, 1 skillet and lid, and some tinware. They camped out during the nights, and of course cooked their own food. Lincoln's skill as a hunter must now have stood him in good stead. Where he got the horses used upon this occasion it is impossible to say, but they were likely borrowed from his brother-in-law, Croom, of Breckinridge County, who owned such stock, and subsequently moved Sarah Johnston's goods to Indiana after her marriage with Lincoln. When they got to Posey's, Lincoln hired a wagon, and loading on it the whiskey and other things he had stored there, went on toward the place which has since become famous as the Lincoln Farm. He was now making his way through an almost untrodden wilderness. There was no road, and for a part of the distance not even a foot-trail. He was slightly assisted by a path of a few miles in length, which had been blazed out by an earlier settler named Hoskins. But he was obliged to suffer long delays, and cut out a passage for the wagon with his axe. At length, after many detentions and difficulties, he reached the point where he intended to make his future home. It was situated between the forks of Big Pigeon and Little Pigeon creeks, 1.5 miles east of Gentryville, a village which grew up afterwards, and now numbers about 300 inhabitants. The whole country was covered with a dense forest of oaks, beeches, walnuts, sugar maples, and nearly all the variety of trees that flourish in North America. The woods were usually open and devoid of underbrush. The trees were of the largest growth, and beneath the deep shades they afforded was spread out a rich greensward. The natural grazing was very good, and hogs found abundant sustenance in the prodigious quantity of mast. There was occasionally a little glade or prairie set down in the midst of this vast expanse of forest. One of these, not far from the Lincoln place, was a famous resort for the deer, and the hunters knew it well for its numerous licks. Upon this prairie the militia musters were had at a later day, and from it the South Fork of the Pigeon came finally to be known as the Prairie Fork. Lincoln laid off his curtilage on a gentle hillock, having a slope on every side. The spot was very beautiful, and the soil was excellent. The selection was wise in every respect but one. There was no water near, except what was collected in holes in the ground after a rain, but it was very foul, and had to be strained before using. At a later period we find Abraham and his stepsister carrying water from a spring situated a mile away. Dennis Hanks asserts that Tom Lincoln riddled his land like a honeycomb in search of good water, and was at last sorely tempted to employ a Yankee who came around with a divining rod, and declared that for the small consideration of $5 in cash he would make his rod point to a cool flowing spring beneath the surface. Here Lincoln built a half-faced camp, a cabin enclosed on 3 sides and open on the 4th. It was built not of logs but of poles, and was therefore denominated a camp, to distinguish it from a cabin. It was about 14 feet square, and had no floor. It was no larger than the first house he lived in at Elizabethtown, and on the whole not as good a shelter. But Lincoln was now under the influence of a transient access of ambition, and the camp was merely preliminary to something better. He lived in it, however, for a whole year before he attained to the dignity of residence in a cabin. In the meantime he cleared some land, and raised a small crop of corn and vegetables. In the fall of 1817 Thomas and Betsy Sparrow came out from Kentucky, and took up their abode in the old camp which the Lincolns had just deserted for the cabin. Betsy was the aunt who had raised Nancy Hanks. She had done the same in part for our friend Dennis Hanks, who was the offspring of another sister, and she now brought him with her. Dennis thus became the constant companion of young Abraham, and all the other members of that family, as originally settled in Indiana, being dead, Dennis remains a most important witness to this period of Mr. Lincoln's life. Lincoln's second house was a rough log one. The timbers were not hewed, and until after the arrival of Sally Bush in 1819 it had neither floor, door, nor window. It stood about 40 yards from what Dennis Hanks calls that darned little half-faced camp, which was now the dwelling of the Sparrows. It was right in the bush, in the heart of a virgin wilderness. There were only 7 or 8 older settlers in the neighborhood of the 2 Pigeon Creeks. Lincoln had had some previous acquaintance with one of them, a Mr. Thomas Carter, and it is highly probable that nothing but this trivial circumstance induced him to settle here. Note: the principal authorities for this part of our narrative are necessarily Dennis and John Hanks, but their statements have been carefully collated with those of other persons both in Kentucky and Indiana. End note. The nearest town was Troy, situated on the Ohio, about half a mile from the mouth of Anderson Creek. Gentryville had as yet no existence. Traveling was on horseback or on foot, and the only resort of commerce was to the pack-horse or the canoe. But a prodigious immigration was now sweeping into this inviting country. Harrison's victories over the Indians had opened it up to the peaceful settler, and Indiana was admitted into the Union in 1816 with a population of 65,000. The county in which Thomas Lincoln settled was Perry, with the county seat at Troy, but he soon found himself in the new county of Spencer, with the courthouse at Rockport, 20 miles south of him, and the thriving village of Gentryville within a mile and a half of his door. A post office was established at Gentryville in 1824 or 1825. Dennis Hanks helped to hew the logs used to build the first storeroom. The following letter from Mr. David Turnham, now of Dale, Spencer County, presents some interesting and perfectly authentic information regarding the village and the settlements around it in those early times. Yours of the 5th instant is at hand. As you wish me to answer several questions, I will give you a few items of the early settlement of Indiana. When my father came here in the spring of 1819, he settled in Spencer County, within 1 mile of Thomas Lincoln, then a widower. The chance for schooling was poor, but such as it was, Abraham and myself attended the same schools. We first had to go 7 miles to Mill, and then it was a hand mill that would grind from 10 to 15 bushels of corn in a day. There was but little wheat grown at that time, and when we did have wheat we had to grind it on the mill described, and use it without bolting, as there were no bolts in the country. In the course of 2 or 3 years, a man by the name of Huffman built a mill on Anderson River, about 12 miles distant. Abe and I had to do the milling on horseback, frequently going twice to get 1 grist. Then they began building horse mills of a little better quality than the hand mills. The country was very rough, especially in the lowlands, so thick with bush that a man could scarcely get through on foot. These places were called roughs. The country abounded in game, such as bears, deer, turkeys, and the smaller game. About the time Huffman built his mill, there was a road laid out from Corydon to Evansville, running by Mr. Lincoln's farm, and through what is now Gentryville. Corydon was then the state capital. About the year 1823, there was another road laid out from Rockport to Bloomington, crossing the aforesaid at right angles where Gentryville now stands. James Gentry entered the land, and in about a year Gideon Romany brought goods there, and shortly after succeeded in getting a post office by the name of the Gentryville Post Office. Then followed the laying out of lots and the selling of them, and a few were improved. But for some cause the lots all fell back to the original owner. The lots were sold in 1824 or 1825. Romany kept goods there for a short time, and sold out to Gentry, but the place kept on increasing slowly. William Jones came in with a store. That made it improve a little faster, but Gentry bought him out. Jones bought a tract of land 1/2 mile from Gentryville, moved to it, went into business there, and drew nearly all the custom. Gentry saw that it was ruining his town. He compromised with Jones and got him back to Gentryville, and about the year 1847 or 1848 there was another survey of lots, which remains. That is as good a history of the rise of Gentryville as I can give, after consulting several of the old settlers. At that time there were a great many deer licks, and Abe and myself would go to these licks sometimes, and watch of nights to kill deer, though Abe was not so fond of a gun as I was. There were 10 or 12 of these licks in a small prairie on the creek, lying between Mr. Lincoln's and Mr. Wood's, the man you call Moore. This gave it the name of Prairie Fork of Pigeon Creek. The people in the first settling of this country were very sociable, kind, and accommodating, but there was more drunkenness and stealing on a small scale, more immorality, less religion, less well-placed confidence. The steps taken by Lincoln to complete his title to the land upon which he settled are thus recited by the Commissioner of the General Land Office. In reply to the letter of Mr. W. H. Herndon, who is writing the biography of the late President, dated June 19, 1865, herewith returned, I have the honor to state, pursuant to the Secretary's reference, that on the 15th of October, 1817, Mr. Thomas Lincoln, then of Perry County, Indiana, entered under the old credit system, 1. The southwest quarter of Section 82 in Township 4, south of Range 5 West, lying in Spencer County, Indiana. 2. Afterwards the said Thomas Lincoln relinquished to the United States the east half of the said southwest quarter, and the amount paid thereon was passed to his credit to complete payment of the west half of said southwest quarter of Section 32 in Township 4, south of Range 5 West. And accordingly a patent was issued to said Thomas Lincoln for the latter tract. The patent was dated June 6, 1827, and was signed by John Quincy Adams, then President of the United States, and countersigned by George Graham, then Commissioner of the General Land Office. Note: the patent was issued to Thomas Lincoln, alias Linkhern. The other half he never paid, and finally lost the whole of the land. End note. It will be observed that although Lincoln squatted upon the land in the fall of 1816, he did not enter it until October of the next year, and that the patent was not issued to him until June 1827, but a little more than a year before he left it altogether. Beginning by entering a full quarter section, he was afterwards content with 80 acres, and took 11 years to make the necessary payments upon that. It is very probable that the money which finally secured the patent was furnished by Gentry or Aaron Grigsby, and the title passed out of Lincoln in the course of the transaction. Dennis Hanks says, "He settled on a piece of government land, 80 acres. This land he afterwards bought under the $2 Act, was to pay for it in installments. 1/2 he paid." For 2 years Lincoln continued to live along in the old way. He did not like to farm, and never got much of his land under cultivation. His principal crop was corn, and this, with the game which a rifleman so expert could easily take from the woods around him, supplied his table. It does not appear that he employed any of his mechanical skill in completing and furnishing his own cabin. It has already been stated that the latter had no window, door, or floor. But the furniture, if it may be called furniture, was even worse than the house. 3-legged stools served for chairs. A bedstead was made of poles stuck in the cracks of the logs in one corner of the cabin, while the other end rested in the crotch of a forked stick sunk in the earthen floor. On these were laid some boards, and on the boards a shakedown of leaves covered with skins and old petticoats. The table was a hewed puncheon supported by 4 logs. They had a few pewter and tin dishes to eat from, but the most minute inventory of their effects makes no mention of knives or forks. Their cooking utensils were a Dutch oven and a skillet. Abraham slept in the loft, to which he ascended by means of pins driven into holes in the wall. In the summer of 1818, the Pigeon Creek settlements were visited by a fearful disease, called, in common parlance, the milk sickness. It swept off the cattle which gave the milk, as well as the human beings who drank it. It seems to have prevailed in the neighborhood from 1818 to 1829, for it is given as one of the reasons for Thomas Lincoln's removal to Illinois at the latter date. But in the first year mentioned, its ravages were especially awful. Its most immediate effects were severe retchings and vomitings, and while the deaths from it were not necessarily sudden, the proportion of those who finally died was uncommonly large. Among the number who were attacked by it, and lingered on for some time in the midst of great sufferings, were Thomas and Betsy Sparrow and Mrs. Nancy Lincoln. Note: the peculiar disease which carried off so many of Abraham's family, and induced the removal of the remainder to Illinois, deserves more than a passing allusion. The following, regarding its nature and treatment, is from the pen of an eminent physician of Danville, Illinois. Ward H. Lamon, Esquire, Dear Sir, your favor of the 17th instant has been received. You request me to present you with my theory in relation to the origin of the disease called milk sickness, and also a general statement of the best treatment of the disease, and the proportion of fatal cases. I have quite a number of cases of the so-called disease in Danville, Illinois, and its vicinity, but perhaps you are not aware that between the great majority of the medical faculty in this region of the country and myself there is quite a discrepancy of opinion. They believe in the existence of the disease in Vermilion County, while on the contrary I am firmly of the opinion that instead of genuine milk sickness, it is only a modified form of malarial fever with which we here have to contend. Though skeptical of its existence in this part of the country, we have too much evidence from different intelligent sources to doubt for a moment that in many parts of the West and Southwest there is a distinct malady witnessed more than 50 years ago, and different from every other heretofore recognized in any system of nosology. In the opinion of medical men, as well as in that of the people in general, where milk sickness prevails, cattle, sheep, and horses contract the disease by feeding on wild pasture lands. and when those pastures have been enclosed and cultivated, the cause entirely disappears. This has also been the observation of the farmers and physicians of Vermilion County, Illinois. From this it might be inferred that the disease had a vegetable origin, but it appears that it prevails as early in the season as March and April in some localities, and I am informed that in an early day, say 35 or 40 years ago, it showed itself in the winter time in this county. This seems to argue that it may be produced by water holding some mineral substance in solution. Even in this case, however, some vegetable producing the disease may have been gathered and preserved with the hay on which the cattle were fed at the time, for in that early day the farmers were in the habit of cutting wild grass for their stock. On the whole, I am inclined to attribute the cause to a vegetable origin. The symptoms of what is called milk sickness in this country, and they are similar to those described by authors who have written on the disease in other sections of the western country, are a whitish coat on the tongue, burning sensation of the stomach, severe vomiting, obstinate constipation of the bowels, coolness of the extremities, great restlessness and jacitation, pulse rather small, somewhat more frequent than natural, and slightly corded. In the course of the disease, the coat on the tongue becomes brownish and dark, the countenance dejected, and the prostration of the patient is great. A fatal termination may take place in 60 hours, or life may be prolonged for a period of 14 days. These are the symptoms of the acute form of the disease. Sometimes it runs into the chronic form, or it may assume that form from the commencement, and after months or years the patient may finally die, or recover only a partial degree of health. The treatment which I have found most successful is pills composed of calomel and opium, given at intervals of 2, 3, or 4 hours, so as to bring the patient pretty strongly under the influence of opium by the time the second or third dose had been administered. Some effervescing mixture, pro-renata, injections, castor oil, when the stomach will retain it, blisters to the stomach, brandy or good whiskey freely administered throughout the disease, and quinine after the bowels have been moved. Under the above treatment, modified according to the circumstances, I would not expect to lose more than 1 case in 8 or 10, as the disease manifests itself in this county. As ever, Theodore Lemon. End note. It was now found expedient to remove the sparrows from the wretched half-faced camp, through which the cold autumn winds could sweep almost unobstructed, to the cabin of the Lincolns, which in truth was then very little better. Many in the neighborhood had already died, and Thomas Lincoln had made all their coffins out of green lumber cut with a whip-saw. In the meantime the sparrows and Nancy were growing alarmingly worse. There was no physician in the county, not even a pretender to the science of medicine, and the nearest regular practitioner was located at Yellow Banks, Kentucky, over 30 miles distant. It is not probable that they ever secured his services. They would have been too costly, and none of the persons who witnessed and describe these scenes speak of his having been there. At length, in the first days of October, the sparrows died, and Thomas Lincoln sawed up his green lumber and made rough boxes to enclose the mortal remains of his wife's 2 best and oldest friends. A day or 2 after, on the 5th of October, 1818, Nancy Hanks Lincoln rested from her troubles. Thomas Lincoln took to his green wood again, and made a box for Nancy. There were about 20 persons at her funeral. They took her to the summit of a deeply wooded knoll, about half a mile southeast of the cabin, and laid her beside the sparrows. If there were any burial ceremonies, they were of the briefest. But it happened that a few months later an itinerant preacher named David Elkin, whom the Lincolns had known in Kentucky, wandered into the settlement, and he either volunteered or was employed to preach a sermon, which should commemorate the many virtues and pass in silence the few frailties of the poor woman who slept in the forest. Many years later the bodies of Levi Hall and his wife Nancy Hanks were deposited in the same earth with that of Mrs. Lincoln. The graves of 2 or 3 children belonging to a neighbor's family are also near theirs. They are all crumbled in, sunken, and covered with wild vines in deep and tangled mats. The great trees were originally cut away to make a small cleared space for this primitive graveyard, but the young dogwoods have sprung up unopposed in great luxuriance, and in many instances the names of pilgrims to the burial place of the great Abraham Lincoln's mother are carved in their bark. With this exception, the spot is wholly unmarked. Her grave never had a stone, nor even a board, at its head or its foot, and the neighbors still dispute as to which of those unsightly hollows contains the ashes of Nancy Lincoln. 13 months after the burial of Nancy Hanks, and 9 or 10 months after the solemnities conducted by Elkin, Thomas Lincoln appeared at Elizabethtown, Kentucky, in search of another wife. Sally Bush had married Johnston, the jailer, in the spring of the same year in which Lincoln had married Nancy Hanks. She had then rejected him for a better match, but was now a widow. In 1814 many persons in and about Elizabethtown had died of a disease which the people called the cold plague, and among them the jailer. Both parties being free again, Lincoln came back, very unexpectedly, to Mrs. Johnston, and opened his suit in an exceedingly abrupt manner. "Well, Mrs. Johnston," said he, "I have no wife, and you have no husband. I came a purpose to marry you. I knowed you from a gal, and you knowed me from a boy. I have no time to lose, and if you are willin', let it be done straight off." To this she replied, "Tommy, I know you well, and have no objection to marrying you, but I cannot do it straight off, as I owe some debts that must first be paid." "The next morning," says Hon. Samuel Haycraft, the clerk of the courts and the gentleman who reports this quaint courtship, "I issued his license, and they were married straight off on that day, and left, and I never saw her or Tom Lincoln since." From the death of her husband to that day, she had been living an honest poor widow in a round log cabin which stood in an alley just below Mr. Haycraft's house. Dennis Hanks says that it was only on the earnest solicitation of her friends that Mrs. Johnston consented to marry Lincoln. They all liked Lincoln, and it was with a member of her family that he had made several voyages to New Orleans. Mr. Helm, who at that time was doing business in his uncle's store at Elizabethtown, remarks that life among the Hankses, the Lincolns, and the Enlows was a long ways below life among the Bushes. Sally was the best and the proudest of the Bushes, but nevertheless she appears to have maintained some intercourse with the Lincolns as long as they remained in Kentucky. She had a particular kindness for little Abe, and had him with her on several occasions at Helms's store, where, strange to say, he sat on a nail keg and ate a lump of sugar just like any other boy. Mrs. Johnston has been denominated a poor widow, but she possessed goods which in the eyes of Tom Lincoln were of almost unparalleled magnificence. Among other things, she had a bureau that cost $40, and he informed her on their arrival in Indiana that in his deliberate opinion it was little less than sinful to be the owner of such a thing. He demanded that she should turn it into cash, which she positively refused to do. She had quite a lot of other articles, however, which he thought well enough in their way, and some of which were sadly needed in his miserable cabin in the wilds of Indiana. Dennis Hanks speaks with great rapture of the large supply of household goods which she brought out with her. There was one fine bureau, one table, one set of chairs, one large clothes chest, cooking utensils, knives, forks, bedding, and other articles. It was a glorious day for little Abe and Sarah and Dennis when this wondrous collection of rich furniture arrived in the Pigeon Creek settlement. But all this wealth required extraordinary means of transportation, and Lincoln had recourse to his brother-in-law, Ralph Crum, who lived just over the line in Breckinridge County. Crum came with a 4-horse team, and moved Mrs. Johnston, now Mrs. Lincoln, with her family and effects, to the home of her new husband in Indiana. When she got there, Mrs. Lincoln was much surprised at the contrast between the glowing representations which her husband had made to her before leaving Kentucky, and the real poverty and meanness of the place. She had evidently been given to understand that the bridegroom had reformed his old Kentucky ways, and was now an industrious and prosperous farmer. She was scarcely able to restrain the expression of her astonishment and discontent. But though sadly overreached in a bad bargain, her lofty pride and her high sense of Christian duty saved her from hopeless and useless repinings. On the contrary, she set about mending what was amiss with all her strength and energy. Her own goods furnished the cabin with tolerable decency. She made Lincoln put down a floor and hang windows and doors. It was in the depth of winter, and the children, as they nestled in the warm beds she provided them, enjoying the strange luxury of security from the cold wind of December, must have thanked her from the bottoms of their newly comforted hearts. She had brought a son and 2 daughters of her own, John, Sarah, and Matilda, but Abe and his sister Nancy, whose name was speedily changed to Sarah, the ragged and hapless little strangers to her blood, were given an equal place in her affections. They were half naked, and she clad them from the stores of clothing she had laid up for her own. They were dirty, and she washed them. They had been ill-used, and she treated them with motherly tenderness. In her own modest language, she made them look a little more human. In fact, says Dennis Hanks, in a few weeks all had changed, and where everything was wanting, now all was snug and comfortable. She was a woman of great energy, of remarkable good sense, very industrious and saving, and also very neat and tidy in her person and manners, and knew exactly how to manage children. She took an especial liking to young Abe. Her love for him was warmly returned, and continued to the day of his death. But few children loved their parents as he loved his stepmother. She soon dressed him up in entire new clothes, and from that time on he appeared to lead a new life. He was encouraged by her to study, and any wish on his part was gratified when it could be done. The 2 sets of children got along finely together, as if they had all been the children of the same parents. Mrs. Lincoln soon discovered that young Abe was a boy of uncommon natural talents, and that, if rightly trained, a bright future was before him, and she did all in her power to develop those talents. When, in after years, Mr. Lincoln spoke of his saintly mother and his angel of a mother, he referred to this noble woman, who first made him feel like a human being, whose goodness first touched his childish heart, and taught him that blows and taunts and degradation were not to be his only portion in the world. Note: the author has many times heard him make the application. While he seldom, if ever, spoke of his own mother, he loved to dwell on the beautiful character of Sally Bush. The following description of her personal appearance is from the pen of her granddaughter, the daughter of Dennis Hanks. "When I landed in Indiana," says Mrs. Lincoln, "Abe was about 9 years old, and the country was wild and desolate. It is certain enough that her presence took away much that was desolate in his lot. She clothed him decently, and had him sent to school as soon as there was a school to send him to. But notwithstanding her determination to do the best for him, his advantages in this respect were very limited. He had already a few days, or perhaps a few weeks' experience under the discipline of Riney and Hazel in Kentucky, and as he was naturally quick in the acquisition of any sort of knowledge, it is likely that by this time he could read and write a little. He was now to have the benefit of a few months more of public instruction, but the poverty of the family, and the necessity for his being made to work at home in the shop and on the farm, or abroad as a hired boy, made his attendance at school for any great length of time a thing impossible. Accordingly, all his school days added together would not make a single year in the aggregate. My grandmother is a very tall woman, straight as an Indian, fair complexion, and was, when I first remember her, very handsome, sprightly, talkative, and proud, wore her hair curled till gray, is kind-hearted and very charitable, and also very industrious. Mrs. H. A. Chapman. End note. Abraham began his irregular attendance at the nearest school very soon after he fell under the care of the second Mrs. Lincoln. It was probably in the winter of 1819, she having come out in December of that year. It has been seen that she was as much impressed by his mental precocity as by the good qualities of his heart. Hazel Dorsey was his first master. He presided in a small house near the Little Pigeon Creek Meeting House, 1.5 miles from the Lincoln cabin. It was built of unhewn logs, and had holes for windows, in which greased paper served for glass. The roof was just high enough for a man to stand erect. Here was taught reading, writing, and ciphering. They spelled in classes, and trapped up and down. These juvenile contests were very exciting to the participants, and it is said by the survivors that Abe was even then the equal, if not the superior, of any scholar in his class. Note: this account of the schools is taken from the Grigsbys, Turnham, and others who attended them along with Abe, as well as from the members of his own family. End note. The next teacher was Andrew Crawford. Mrs. Gentry says he began pedagogue in the neighborhood in the winter of 1822-3, whilst most of his other scholars are unable to fix an exact date. He kept in the same little schoolhouse which had been the scene of Dorsey's labors, and the windows were still adorned with the greased leaves of old copybooks that had come down from Dorsey's time. Abe was now in his 15th year, and began to exhibit symptoms of gallantry toward the weaker sex, as we shall presently discover. He was growing at a tremendous rate, and 2 years later attained his full height of 6 feet 4 inches. He was long, wiry, and strong, while his big feet and hands, and the length of his legs and arms, were out of all proportion to his small trunk and head. His complexion was very swarthy, and Mrs. Gentry says that his skin was shriveled and yellow even then. He wore low shoes, buckskin breeches, linsey-woolsey shirt, and a cap made of the skin of an opossum or a coon. The breeches clung close to his thighs and legs, but failed by a large space to meet the tops of his shoes. 12 inches remained uncovered, and exposed that much of shin bone, sharp, blue, and narrow. He would always come to school thus, good-humoredly and laughing, says his old friend Nat Grigsby. He was always in good health, never was sick, had an excellent constitution, and took care of it. Note: they had no woolen clothing in the family until about the year 1824. Dennis Hanks. End note. Crawford taught manners. This was a feature of backwoods education to which Dorsey had not aspired, and Crawford had doubtless introduced it as a refinement which would put to shame the humbler efforts of his predecessor. One of the scholars was required to retire, and re-enter as a polite gentleman is supposed to enter a drawing-room. He was received at the door by another scholar, and conducted from bench to bench, until he had been introduced to all the young ladies and gentlemen in the room. Abe went through the ordeal countless times. If he took a serious view of the business, it must have put him to exquisite torture, for he was conscious that he was not a perfect type of manly beauty, with his long legs and blue shins, his small head, his great ears, and his shriveled skin. If, however, it struck him as at all funny, it must have filled him with unspeakable mirth, and given rise to many antic tricks and sly jokes, as he was gravely led about, shamefaced and gawky, under the very eye of the precise Crawford, to be introduced to the boys and girls of his most ancient acquaintance. But though Crawford inculcated manners, he by no means neglected spelling. Abe was a good speller, and liked to use his knowledge, not only to secure honors for himself, but to help his less fortunate schoolmates out of their troubles, and he was exceedingly ingenious in the selection of expedients for conveying prohibited hints. One day Crawford gave out the difficult word defied. A large class was on the floor, but they all provokingly failed to spell it. "D-E-F-I-D-E," said one. "D-E-F-Y-D-E," said another. "D-E-F-Y-D." "D-E-F-Y-E-D," cried another and another. But it was all wrong. It was shameful that among all these big boys and girls nobody could spell defied. Crawford's wrath gathered in clouds over his terrible brow. He made the helpless culprits shake with fear. He declared he would keep the whole class in all day and all night if defied was not spelled. There was among them a Miss Roby, a girl 15 years of age, whom we must suppose to have been pretty, for Abe was evidently half in love with her. "I saw Lincoln at the window," says she. "He had a finger in his eye and a smile on his face. I instantly took the hint that I must change the letter Y into an I. Hence I spelled the word. The class let out. I felt grateful to Lincoln for this simple thing." Nat Grigsby tells us, with unnecessary particularity, that essays and poetry were not taught in this school. Abe took them up on his own account. He first wrote short sentences against cruelty to animals, and at last came forward with a regular composition on the subject. He was very much annoyed and pained by the conduct of the boys who were in the habit of catching terrapins and putting coals of fire on their backs. He would chide us, says Nat, tell us it was wrong, and would write against it. The third and last school to which Abe went was taught by a Mr. Swaney in 1826. To get there he had to travel 4½ miles, and this going back and forth so great a distance occupied entirely too much of his time. His attendance was therefore only at odd times, and was speedily broken off altogether. The schoolhouse was much like the other one near the Pigeon Creek meeting house, except that it had 2 chimneys instead of 1. The course of instruction was precisely the same as under Dorsey and Crawford, save that Swaney, like Dorsey, omitted the great department of manners. Here, says John Hoskins, the son of the settler who had blazed out the trail for Tom Lincoln, we would choose up and spell as in old times every Friday night. Hoskins himself tore down the old schoolhouse long since, and built a stable with the logs. He is now half sorry for his haste, and reverently presented Mr. Herndon a piece of the wood as a precious memento of his old friend Abe. An oak tree, blackened and killed by the smoke that issued from the 2 chimneys, spreads its naked arms over the spot where the schoolhouse stood. Among its roots is a fine large spring, over whose limpid waters Abe often bent to drink, and laughed at the reflection of his own homely face. Abe never went to school again, in Indiana or elsewhere. Mr. Turnham tells us that he had excelled all his masters, and it was no use for him to attempt to learn anything from them. But he continued his studies at home, or wherever he was hired out to work, with a perseverance which showed that he could scarcely live without some species of mental excitement. He was by no means fond of the hard manual labor to which his own necessities and those of his family compelled him. Many of his acquaintances state this fact with strong emphasis, among them Dennis Hanks and Mrs. Lincoln. His neighbor, John Romany, declares that Abe was awful lazy. He worked for me, was always reading and thinking, used to get mad at him. He worked for me in 1829 pulling fodder. I say Abe was awful lazy. He would laugh and talk and crack jokes and tell stories all the time. Didn't love work, but did dearly love his pay. He worked for me frequently, a few days only at a time. Lincoln said to me one day that his father taught him to work, but never learned him to love it. End of Section 2. Section 3 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Hill Lamon. Chapter 2, Part 2. Abe loved to lie under a shade tree or up in the loft of the cabin, and read, cipher, and scribble. At night he sat by the chimney jamb, and ciphered by the light of the fire on the wooden fire shovel. When the shovel was fairly covered, he would shave it off with Tom Lincoln's drawing knife and begin again. In the daytime he used boards for the same purpose, out of doors, and went through the shaving process everlastingly. His stepmother repeats often that he read every book he could lay his hand on. She says Abe read diligently. He read every book he could lay his hands on, and when he came across a passage that struck him, he would write it down on boards if he had no paper, and keep it there until he did get paper. Then he would rewrite it, look at it, repeat it. He had a copybook, a kind of scrapbook, in which he put down all things, and thus preserved them. Note: whenever Mrs. Sarah Lincoln speaks, we follow her implicitly. Regarding Abe's habits and conduct at home, her statement is a very full one. It is, however, confirmed and supplemented by all the other members of the family who were alive in 1866. End note. John Hanks came out from Kentucky when Abe was 14 years of age, and lived 4 years with the Lincolns. We cannot describe some of Abe's habits better than John has described them for us. When Lincoln, Abe, and I returned to the house from work, he would go to the cupboard, snatch a piece of cornbread, take down a book, sit down on a chair, cock his legs up high as his head, and read. He and I worked barefooted, grubbed it, plowed, mowed, and cradled together, plowed corn, gathered it, and shucked corn. Abraham read constantly when he had an opportunity. Among the books upon which Abe laid his hands were Aesop's Fables, Robinson Crusoe, Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, A History of the United States, and Weems's Life of Washington. All these he read many times, and transferred extracts from them to the boards and the scrapbook. He had procured the scrapbook because most of his literature was borrowed, and he thought it profitable to take copious notes from the books before he returned them. David Turnham had bought a volume of the Revised Statutes of Indiana, but as he was acting constable at the time, he could not lend it to Abe. But Abe was not to be baffled in his purpose of going through and through every book in the neighborhood, and so, says Mr. Turnham, he used to come to my house and sit and read it. Dennis Hanks would fain have us believe that he himself was the purchaser of this book, and that he had stood as a sort of first preceptor to Abe in the science of law. "I had like to forgot," writes Dennis with his usual modesty. "How did Abe get his knowledge of law? This is the fact about it. I bought the Statute of Indiana, and from that he learned the principles of law, and also myself. Every man should become acquainted with the principles of law." The Bible, according to Mrs. Lincoln, was not one of his studies. He sought more congenial books. At that time he neither talked nor read upon religious subjects. If he had any opinions about them, he kept them to himself. Note: he also read at Turnham's house Scott's Lessons and Sinbad the Sailor. End note. Abraham borrowed Weems's Life of Washington from his neighbor, old Josiah Crawford, not Andrew Crawford, the school-teacher, as some of his biographers have it. The Life was read with great avidity in the intervals of work, and when not in use was carefully deposited on a shelf made of a clapboard laid on 2 pins. But just behind the shelf there was a great crack between the logs of the wall, and one night, while Abe was dreaming in the loft, a storm came up, and the rain, blown through the opening, soaked his precious book from cover to cover. Crawford was a sour and churlish fellow at best, and flatly refused to take the damaged book back again. He said that if Abe had no money to pay for it, he could work it out. Of course there was no alternative, and Abe was obliged to discharge the debt by pulling fodder 3 days at 25 cents a day. Crawford afterwards paid dearly for his churlishness. At home, with his stepmother and the children, he was the most agreeable fellow in the world. He was always ready to do everything for everybody. When he was not doing some special act of kindness, he told stories or cracked jokes. He was as full of his yarns in Indiana as ever he was in Illinois. Dennis Hanks was a clever hand at the same business, and so was old Tom Lincoln. Among them they must have made things very lively during the long winter evenings for John Johnston and the good old lady and the girls. Mrs. Lincoln was never able to speak of Abe's conduct to her without tears. In her interview with Mr. Herndon, when the sands of her life had nearly run out, she spoke with deep emotion of her own son, but said she thought that Abe was kinder, better, truer than the other. Even the mother's instinct was lost as she looked back over those long years of poverty and privation in the Indiana cabin, when Abe's grateful love softened the rigors of her lot, and his great heart and giant frame were always at her command. "Abe was a poor boy," said she, "and I can say what scarcely one woman, a mother, can say in 1,000. Abe never gave me a cross word or look, and never refused in fact or appearance to do anything I requested him. I never gave him a cross word in all my life. His mind and mine, what little I had, seemed to run together. He was here after he was elected president." At this point the aged speaker turned away to weep, and then, wiping her eyes with her apron, went on with the story. "He was dutiful to me always. I think he loved me truly. I had a son, John, who was raised with Abe. Both were good boys, but I must say, both now being dead, that Abe was the best boy I ever saw or expect to see. I wish I had died when my husband died. I did not want Abe to run for president, did not want him elected, was afraid somehow, felt in my heart, and when he came down to see me after he was elected president, I still felt that something told me that something would befall Abe and that I should see him no more. Is there anything in the language we speak more touching than that simple plaint of the woman whom we must regard as Abraham Lincoln's mother? The apprehension in her heart was well grounded. She saw him no more. When Mr. Herndon rose to depart, her eyes again filled with tears, and wringing his hands as if loath to part with one who talked so much of her beloved Abe, she said, "Good-bye, my good son's friend, farewell." Abe had a very retentive memory. He frequently amused his young companions by repeating to them long passages from the books he had been reading. On Monday mornings he would mount a stump and deliver, with a wonderful approach to exactness, the sermon he had heard the day before. His taste for public speaking appeared to be natural and irresistible. His stepsister, Matilda Johnson, says he was an indefatigable preacher. When father and mother would go to church, Abe would take down the Bible, read a verse, give out a hymn, and we would sing. Abe was about 15 years of age. He preached, and we would do the crying. Sometimes he would join in the chorus of tears. One day my brother, John Johnston, caught a land terrapin, brought it to the place where Abe was preaching, threw it against the tree, and crushed the shell. It suffered much, quivered all over. Abe then preached against cruelty to animals, contending that an ant's life was as sweet to it as ours to us. But this practice of preaching and political speaking, into which Abe had fallen, at length became a great nuisance to old Tom. It distracted everybody, and sadly interfered with the work. If Abe had confined his discourses to Sunday preaching, while the old folks were away, it would not have been so objectionable. But he knew his power. He liked to please everybody, and would be sure to set up as an orator wherever he found the greatest number of people together. When it was announced that Abe had taken the stump in the harvest field, there was an end of work. The hands flocked around him, and listened to his curious speeches with infinite delight. The sight of such a thing amused all, says Mrs. Lincoln, though she admits that her husband was compelled to break it up with the strong hand, and poor Abe was many times dragged from the platform and hustled off to his work in no gentle manner. Note: we are told by Colonel Chapman that Abe's father habitually treated him with great barbarity. Dennis Hanks insists that he loved him sincerely, but admits that he now and then knocked him from the fence for merely answering travelers' questions about the roads. End note. Abe worked occasionally with Tom Lincoln in the shop, but he did it reluctantly, and never intended to learn even so much of the trade as Lincoln was able to teach him. The rough work turned out at the shop was far beneath his ambition, and he had made up his mind to lead a life as wholly unlike his father's as he could possibly make it. He therefore refused to be a carpenter. But he could not afford to be idle, and as soon as he was able to earn wages, he was hired out among the neighbors. He worked for many of them a few months at a time, and seemed perfectly willing to transfer his services wherever they were wanted, so that his father had no excuse for persecuting him with entreaties about learning to make tables and cupboards. Abe was now becoming a man, and was in fact already taller than any man in the neighborhood. He was a universal favorite, and his wit and humor made him heartily welcome at every cabin between the two Pigeon Creeks. Any family was glad when Abe Lincoln was hired to work with them, for he did his work well, and made them all merry while he was about it. The women were especially pleased, for Abe was not above doing any kind of chores for them. He was always ready to make a fire, carry water, or nurse a baby. But what manner of people were these, amongst whom he passed the most critical part of his life? We must know them if we desire to know him. There lived in the neighborhood of Gentryville a Mrs. Elizabeth Crawford, wife to the now celebrated Josiah with the sour temper and the blue nose. Abe was very fond of her, and inclined to let himself out in her company. She fortunately possessed a rare memory, and Mr. Herndon's rich collection of manuscripts was made richer still by her contributions. We have from her a great mass of valuable and sometimes extremely amusing information. Among it is the following graphic, although rude, account of the Pigeon Creek people in general. "You wish me to tell you how the people used to go to meeting, how far they went. At that time we thought it nothing to go 8 or 10 miles. The old ladies did not stop for want of a shawl or cloak or riding dress or 2 horses in the winter time, but they would put on their husbands' old overcoats, and wrap up their little ones, and take 1 or 2 of them up on their beasts, and their husbands would walk, and they would go to church, and stay in the neighborhood until the next day, and then go home. The old men would start out of their fields from their work, or out of the woods from hunting, with their guns on their shoulders, and go to church, some of them dressed in deerskin pants and moccasins, hunting shirts with a rope or leather strap around them. They would come in laughing, shake hands all around, sit down and talk about their game they had killed, or some other work they had done, and smoke their pipes together with the old ladies. If in warm weather, they would kindle up a little fire out in the meeting-house yard to light their pipes. If in winter time, they would hold church in some of the neighbors' houses. At such times they were always treated with the utmost of kindness. A bottle of whiskey, a pitcher of water, sugar and glass were set out, or a basket of apples or turnips, or some pies and cakes. Apples were scarce them times. Sometimes potatoes were used as a treat. I must tell you that the first treat I ever received in old Mr. Lincoln's house, that was our President's father's house, was a plate of potatoes, washed and pared very nicely, and handed around. It was something new to me, for I had never seen a raw potato eaten before. I looked to see how they made use of them. They took off a potato and ate them like apples. Thus they spent the time till time for preaching to commence. Then they would all take their seats. The preacher would take his stand, draw his coat, open his shirt collar, commence service by singing and prayer, take his text, and preach till the sweat would roll off in great drops. Shaking hands and singing then ended the service. The people seemed to enjoy religion more in them days than they do now. They were glad to see each other, and enjoyed themselves better than they do now. Society about Gentryville was little different from that of any other backwoods settlement of the same day. The houses were scattered far apart, but the inhabitants would travel long distances to a log-rolling, a house-raising, a wedding, or anything else that might be turned into a fast and furious frolic. On such occasions the young women carried their shoes in their hands, and only put them on when about to join the company. The ladies drank whiskey toddy, while the men took it straight, and both sexes danced the livelong night barefooted on puncheon floors. The fair sex wore cornfield bonnets, scoop-shaped, flaring in front, and long though narrow behind. Shoes were the mode when entering the ball-room, but it was not at all fashionable to scuff them out by walking or dancing in them. 4 yards of linsey-woolsey, a yard in width, made a dress for any woman. The waist was short, and terminated just under the arms, whilst the skirt was long and narrow. Crimps and puckering frills it had none. The coats of the men were home-made, the materials jeans or linsey-woolsey. The waists were short, like the frocks of the women, and the long claw-hammer tail was split up to the waist. This, however, was company dress, and the hunting shirt did duty for every day. The breeches were of buckskin or jeans, the cap was of coonskin, and the shoes of leather tanned at home. If no member of the family could make shoes, the leather was taken to some one who could, and the customer paid the maker a fair price in some other sort of labor. The state of agriculture was what it always is where there is no market either to sell or buy, where the implements are few and primitive, and where there are no regular mechanics. The Pigeon Creek farmer tickled 2 acres of ground in a day with his old shovel plow, and got but half a crop. He cut 1 acre with his sickle, while the modern machine lays down in neat rows 10. With his flail and horse tramping, he threshed out 15 bushels of wheat, while the machine of today, with a few more hands, would turn out 350. He fanned and cleaned with a sheet. When he wanted flour, he took his team and went to a horse mill, where he spent a whole day in converting 15 bushels of grain. Note: Size of the fields, from 10, 12, 16, 20, raised corn mostly, some wheat, enough for a cake on Sunday morning. Hogs and venison hams were legal tender, and coonskins also. We raised sheep and cattle, but they did not fetch much. Cows and calves were only worth $6, corn 10 cents, wheat 25 cents at that time. Dennis Hanks. End note. The minds of these people were filled with superstitions, which most persons imagine to be at least as antiquated as witch-burning. They firmly believed in witches and all kind of witch-doings. They sent for wizards to cure sick cattle. They shot the image of the witch with a silver ball to break the spell she was supposed to have laid on a human being. If a dog ran directly across a man's path whilst he was hunting, it was terrible luck, unless he instantly hooked his 2 little fingers together and pulled with all his might until the dog was out of sight. There were wizards who took charmed twigs in their hands and made them point to springs of water and all kinds of treasure beneath the earth's surface. There were faith doctors who cured diseases by performing mysterious ceremonies and muttering cabalistic words. If a bird alighted in a window, one of the family would speedily die. If a horse breathed on a child, the child would have the whooping cough. Everything must be done at certain times and seasons, else it would be attended with bad luck. They must cut trees for rails in the early part of the day, and in the light of the moon. They must make fence in the light of the moon, otherwise the fence would sink. Potatoes and other roots were to be planted in the dark of the moon, but trees and plants which bore their fruits above ground must be put out in the light of the moon. The moon exerted a fearful influence, either kindly or malignant, as the good old rules were observed or not. It was even required to make soap in the light of the moon, and moreover it must be stirred only one way, and by one person. Nothing of importance was to begin on Friday. All enterprises inaugurated on that day went fatally amiss. A horse colt could be begotten only in the dark of the moon, and animals treated otherwise than according to the signs in the almanac were nearly sure to die. Such were the people among whom Abe grew to manhood. With their sons and daughters he went to school. Upon their farms he earned his daily bread by daily toil. From their conversation he formed his earliest opinions of men and things the world over. Many of their peculiarities became his, and many of their thoughts and feelings concerning a multitude of subjects were assimilated with his own, and helped to create that unique character which, in the eyes of a great host of the American people, was only less curious and amusing than it was noble and august. His most intimate companions were, of course, for a long time, the members of his own family. The reader already knows something of Thomas Lincoln, and that preeminently good woman, Sally Bush. The latter, we know, washed, clothed, loved, and encouraged Abe in well-doing from the moment he fell in her way. How much he owed to her goodness and affection he himself was never able to estimate. That it was a great debt, fondly acknowledged and cheerfully repaid as far as in him lay, there can be no doubt. His own sister, the child of Nancy Hanks, was warmly attached to him. Her face somewhat resembled his. In repose it had the gravity which they both perhaps inherited from their mother, but it was capable of being lighted almost into beauty by one of Abe's ridiculous stories or rapturous sallies of humor. She was a modest, plain, industrious girl, and is kindly remembered by all who knew her. She was married to Aaron Grigsby at 18, and a year after died in childbed. Like Abe, she occasionally worked out at the houses of the neighbors, and at one time was employed in Mrs. Crawford's kitchen, while her brother was a laborer on the same farm. She lies buried, not with her mother, but in the yard of the old Pigeon Creek meeting-house. It is especially pleasing to read the encomiums lavished upon her memory by the Grigsbys, for between the Grigsbys on one side and Abe and his stepbrother on the other there once subsisted a fierce feud. As we have already learned from Dennis Hanks, the two families, the Johnstons and the Lincolns, got along finely together. The affectionate relations between Abe and his two stepsisters were the subject of common remark throughout the neighborhood. One of them married Dennis Hanks, and the other Levi Hall, or, as he is better known, Squire Hall, a cousin of Abe. Both these women, the latter now Mrs. Moore, furnished Mr. Herndon very valuable memoirs of Abe's life whilst he dwelt under the same roof with them, and they have given an account of him which shows that the ties between them were of the strongest and tenderest kind. But what is most remarkable in their statements is that they never opened their lips without telling how worthy of everybody's love their mother was, and how Abe revered her as much as they did. They were interesting girls, and became exemplary women. John D. Johnston, the only son of Mrs. Lincoln, was not the best boy, and did not grow to be the best man in all the Pigeon Creek region. He had no positive vice, except idleness, and no special virtue but a good temper. He was not a fortunate man, never made money, was always needy, and always clamoring for the aid of his friends. Mr. Lincoln, all through John's life, had much trouble to keep him on his legs, and succeeded indifferently in all his attempts. In a subsequent chapter a letter will be given from him, which indirectly portrays his stepbrother's character much better than it can be done here. But as youths the intimacy between them was very close, and in another place it will appear that Abe undertook his second voyage to New Orleans only on condition that John would go along. But the most constant of his companions was his jolly cousin Dennis Hanks. Of all the contributors to Mr. Herndon's store of information, good, bad, and indifferent, concerning this period of Mr. Lincoln's life, Dennis is the most amusing, insinuating, and prolific. He would have it distinctly understood that the well of his memory is the only proper source whence anything like truth may be drawn. He has covered countless sheets of paper devoted to indiscriminate laudations of Abe and all his kindred. But in all this he does not neglect to say a word for himself. Note: the following random selections from his writings leave us no room to doubt Dennis's opinion of his own value. "William, let in, don't keep anything back, for I am in for the whole hog, sure, for I know nobody can do any for you much, for all they know is from me at last. Everything you see is from my notes, this you can tell yourself. I have in my possession a little book, The Private Life of A. Lincoln, comprising a full life of his early years, and a succinct record of his career as statesman and president, by O.J. Victor, author of Lives of Garibaldi, Winfield Scott, John Paul Jones, etc., New York, Beadle and Company, publishers, No. 118 William Street. Now, sir, I find a great many things pertaining to Abe Lincoln's life that is not true. If you would like to have the book, I will mail it to you. I will say this much to you: if you don't have my name very frequently in your book, it won't go at all, for I have been East for 2 months, have seen a great many persons in that time, stating to them that there would be a book, The Life of A. Lincoln, published, giving a full account of the family, from England to this country. Now, William, if there be anything you want to know, let me know. I will give you all the information I can. I have seen a letter that you wrote to my daughter, Harriet Chapman, of inquiry about some things. I thought you were informed all about them. I don't know what she has stated to you about your questions, but you had better consult me about them. Billy, it seems to me from the letters that you write to me asking questions that you ask the same questions over several times. How is this? Do you forget, or are you like the lawyer trying to make me cross my path or not? Now I will look below for the answer. End note. At one place his cousin Dennis Hanks is said to have taught Abe to read and write. At another he is represented as the benevolent purchaser of the volumes from which Abe, and Dennis too, derived a wonderfully clear and accurate conception of the science of law. In all studies their minds advanced pari passu. Whenever any differences are noted, and they are few and slight, Dennis is a step ahead, benignantly extending a helping hand to the lagging pupil behind. But Dennis's heart is big and kind. He defames no one. He is merely a harmless romancer. In the gallery of family portraits painted by Dennis, every face looks down upon us with the serenity of innocence and virtue. There is no spot on the fame of any one of them. No family could have a more vigorous or chivalrous defender than he, or one who repelled with greater scorn any rumor to their discredit. That Enlow story! Dennis almost scorned to confute it. But when he did get at it, he settled it by a magnificent exercise of inventive genius. He knew this Abe Enlow well, he said, and he had been dead precisely 55 years. But whenever the truth can be told without damage to the character of a Lincoln or a Hanks, Dennis will tell it candidly enough, provided there is no temptation to magnify himself. His testimony, however, has been sparingly used throughout these pages, and no statement has been taken from him unless it was more or less directly corroborated by someone else. The better part of his evidence Mr. Herndon took the precaution of reading carefully to John Hanks, who pronounced it substantially true, and that circumstance gives it an undeniable value. When Thomas and Betsy Sparrow died in the fall of 1818, Dennis was taken from the little half-faced camp, and became one of the Lincoln family. Until Thomas Lincoln's second marriage, Dennis, Abe, and Sarah were all three poor, ragged, and miserable together. After that, Dennis got along better, as well as the rest. He was a lively, volatile, sympathetic fellow, and Abe liked him well from the beginning. They fished, hunted, and worked in company, loafed at the grocery, where Dennis got drunk, and Abe told stories, talked politics with Colonel Jones, swapped jokes with Baldwin the blacksmith, and faithfully attended the sittings of the nearest justice of the peace, where both had opportunities to correct and annotate the law they thought they had learned from the statutes of Indiana. Dennis was kind, genial, lazy, brimming over with humor, and full of amusing anecdotes. He revelled in song, from the vulgarest ballad to the loftiest hymn of devotion, from the turbaned Turk that scorns the world to the holiest lines of Dr. Watts. These qualities marked him wherever he went, and in the ease with which he passed from the extreme of rigor to the extreme of laxity, he was distinguished above the others of his name. There was one Hanks, however, who was not like Dennis, or any other Hanks that we know anything about. This was Old John, as he is familiarly called in Illinois, a sober, honest, truthful man, with none of the wit and none of the questionable accomplishments of Dennis. He was the son of Joseph, the carpenter with whom Tom Lincoln learned the trade. He went to Indiana to live with the Lincolns when Abe was 14 years of age, and remained there 4 years. He then returned to Kentucky, and subsequently went to Illinois, where he was speedily joined by the old friends he had left in Indiana. When Abe separated from the family and went in search of individual fortune, it was in company with Old John. Together they split the rails that did so much to make Abe president, and Old John set the ball in motion by carrying a part of them into the Decatur Convention on his own broad shoulders. John had no education whatever, except that of the muscles and the heart. He could neither read nor write, but his character was pure and respectable, and Lincoln esteemed him as a man, and loved him as a friend and relative. About 6 years after the death of the first Mrs. Lincoln, Levi Hall and his wife and family came to Indiana, and settled near the Lincolns. Mrs. Hall was Nancy Hanks, the mother of our friend Dennis, and the aunt of Nancy Hanks, the mother of Abraham Lincoln. She had numerous children by her husband. One of them, Levi, as already mentioned, married one of Abe's stepsisters, while Dennis, his half-brother, married the other one. The mother and father of the Halls speedily died of the milk sickness, but Levi was for many years a constant companion of Abe and Dennis. In 1825, Abraham was employed by James Taylor, who lived at the mouth of Anderson's Creek. He was paid $6 a month, and remained for 9 months. His principal business was the management of a ferry boat, which Mr. Taylor had plying across the Ohio as well as Anderson's Creek. But in addition to this, he was required to do all sorts of farm work, and even to perform some menial services about the house. He was ostler, ploughman, ferryman, out of doors, and man of all work within doors. He ground corn with a hand mill, or grated it when too young to be ground, rose early, built fires, and put on the water in the kitchen, fixed around generally, and had things prepared for cooking before the mistress of the house was stirring. He slept upstairs with young Green Taylor, who says that he usually read till near midnight, notwithstanding the necessity for being out of his bed before day. Green was somewhat disposed to ill-use the poor hired boy, and once struck him with an ear of hard corn, and cut a deep gash over his eye. He makes no comment upon this generous act, except that Abe got mad, but did not thrash him. Abe was a hand much in demand in hog-killing time. He butchered not only for Mr. Taylor, but for John Woods, John Duthan, Stephen McDaniels, and others. At this he earned 31 cents a day, as it was considered rough work. For a long time there was only one person in the neighborhood for whom Abe felt a decided dislike, and that was Josiah Crawford, who had made him pull fodder to pay for Weems's Washington. On that score he was hurt and mad, and often declared he would have revenge. But being a poor boy, a circumstance of which Crawford had already taken shameful advantage, to extort 3 days' labor, he was glad to get work any place, and frequently hired to his old adversary. Abe's first business in his employ was daubing his cabin, which was built of logs, unhewed, and with the bark on. In the loft of this house, thus finished by his own hands, he slept for many weeks at a time. He spent his evenings as he did at home, writing on wooden shovels or boards, with a coal or keel from the branch. This family was rich in the possession of several books, which Abe read through time and again, according to his usual custom. One of them was the Kentucky Preceptor, from which Mrs. Crawford insists that he learned his school orations, speeches, and pieces to write. She tells us also that Abe was a sensitive lad, never coming where he was not wanted, and that he always lifted his hat and bowed when he made his appearance, and that he was tender and kind, like his sister, who was at the same time her maid of all work. His pay was 25 cents a day, and when he missed time he would not charge for it. This latter remark of good Mrs. Crawford reveals the fact that her husband was in the habit of docking Abe on his miserable wages whenever he happened to lose a few minutes from steady work. The time came, however, when Abe got his revenge for all this petty brutality. Crawford was as ugly as he was surly. His nose was a monstrosity, long and crooked, with a huge misshapen stub at the end, surmounted by a host of pimples, and the whole as blue as the usual state of Mr. Crawford's spirits. Upon this member Abe levelled his attack in rhyme, song, and chronicle, and though he could not reduce the nose, he gave it a fame as wide as to the Wabash and the Ohio. It is not improbable that he learned the art of making the doggerel rhymes, in which he celebrated Crawford's nose, from the study of Crawford's own Kentucky Preceptor. At all events, his sallies upon this single topic achieved him a great reputation as a poet and a wit, and caused Crawford intolerable anguish. It is likely that Abe was reconciled to his situation in this family by the presence of his sister, and the opportunity it gave him of being in the company of Mrs. Crawford, for whom he had a genuine attachment, for she was nothing that her husband was, and everything that he was not. According to her account, he split rails, ploughed, threshed, and did whatever else he was ordered to do. But she distinctly affirms that Abe was no hand to pitch into his work like killing snakes. He went about it calmly, and generally took the opportunity to throw Crawford down 2 or 3 times before they went to the field. It is fair to presume, then, that when Abe managed to inveigle his disagreeable employer into a tussle, he hoisted him high and threw him hard, for he felt that he had no reason to be careful of his bones. After meals, Abe hung about, lingered long to gossip and joke with the women, and these pleasant stolen conferences were generally broken up with the exclamation, "Well, this won't buy the child a coat," and the long-legged hired boy would stride away to join his master. In the meantime, Abe had become not only the longest but the strongest man in the settlement. Some of his feats almost surpass belief, and those who beheld them with their own eyes stood literally amazed. Richardson, a neighbor, declares that he could carry a load to which the strength of 3 ordinary men would scarcely be equal. He saw him quietly pick up and walk away with a chicken house made of poles pinned together and covered, that weighed at least 600, if not much more. At another time the Richardsons were building a corn crib. Abe was there, and seeing 3 or 4 men preparing sticks upon which to carry some huge posts, he relieved them of all further trouble by shouldering the posts single-handed and walking away with them to the place where they were wanted. He could strike with a maul, says old Mr. Wood, a heavier blow than any man. He could sink an axe deeper into wood than any man I ever saw. End of Section 3. Section 4 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Hill Lamon. Chapter 2, Part 3. For hunting purposes, the Pigeon Creek region was one of the most inviting on earth. The uplands were all covered with an original growth of majestic forest trees, whilst on the hillsides, and wherever an opening in the woods permitted the access of sunlight, there were beds of fragrant and beautiful wildflowers, presenting, in contrast with the dense green around them, the most brilliant and agreeable effects. Here the game had vast and secluded ranges, which until very recently had heard the report of no white man's gun. In Abe's time, the squirrels, rabbits, partridges, and other varieties of smaller game were so abundant as to be a nuisance. They devastated grain fields and gardens, and while they were seldom shot for the table, the settlers frequently devised the most cunning means of destroying them in great quantities in order to save the growing crops. Wild turkeys and deer were the principal reliance for food, but besides these were the bears, the wildcats, and the panthers. The scream of the latter, the most ferocious and bloodthirsty of the cat kind, hastened Abe's homeward steps on many a dark night as he came late from Dave Turnham's, Uncle Wood's, or the Gentryville grocery. That terrific cry appeals not only to the natural fear of the monster's teeth and claws, but, heard in the solitude of night and the forest, it awakens a feeling of superstitious horror that chills the heart of the bravest. Note: Now about the timber, it was black walnut and black oak, hickory and jack oak, elm and white oak, undergrowth, logwood in abundance, grapevines and shoemake bushes, and milksick plenty. All my relations died of that disease on the Little Pigeon Creek, Spencer County. Dennis Hanks. End note. Everybody about Abe made hunting a part of his business. Tom Lincoln and Dennis Hanks doubtless regaled him continually with wonderful stories of their luck and prowess, but he was no hunter himself, and did not care to learn. It is true that when a mere child he made a fortunate shot at a flock of wild turkeys through a crack in the wall of the half-faced cabin, and that when grown up he went for coons occasionally with Richardson, or watched deer licks with Turnham. But a true and hearty sportsman he never was. As practised on this wild border, it was a solitary, unsociable way of spending time, which did not suit his nature, and besides it required more exertion than he was willing to make without due compensation. It could not be said that Abe was indolent, for he was alert, brisk, active, about everything that he made up his mind to do. His step was very quick, and when he had a sufficient object in view, he strode out on his long muscular legs, swinging his bony arms as he moved along, with an energy that put miles behind him before a lazy fellow like Dennis Hanks or John Johnston could make up his mind to start. But when he felt that he had time to spare, he preferred to give it to reading or to talk, and of the two he would take the latter, provided he could find a person who had something new or racy to say. He liked excessively to hear his own voice, when it was promoting fun and good fellowship, but he was also a most rare and attentive listener. Hunting was entirely too still an occupation for him. Note 1. No Indians there when I first went to Indiana. I say no, none. I say this: bear, deer, turkey, and coon, wild cats and other things, and frogs. Dennis Hanks. Note 2. You say, what were some of the customs? I suppose you mean take us all together. One thing I can tell you about: we had to work very hard clearing ground for to keep body and soul together, and every spare time we had we picked up our rifle and brought in a fine deer or turkey, and in the winter time we went a coon hunting, for coon skins were at that time considered legal tender, and deer skins and hams. I tell you, Billy, I enjoyed myself better then than I ever have since. Dennis Hanks. Note 3. No doubt about the A. Lincoln's killing the turkey. He done it with his father's rifle, made by William Lutz of Bullitt County, Kentucky. I have killed 100 deer with her myself, turkeys too numerous to mention. Dennis Hanks. End notes. All manner of rustic sports were in vogue among the Pigeon Creek boys. Abe was especially formidable as a wrestler, and from about 1828 onward there was no man far or near that would give him a match. Cat, throwing the mall, hopping and half-hammon, whatsoever that may mean, and four-corner bullpen were likewise athletic games in high honor. Note. You ask, what sort of plays? What we called them at that time were bullpen, corner and cat, hopping and half-hammon, playing at night, old Sister Phoebe. This I know, for I took a hand myself. And wrestling. We could throw down anybody. Dennis Hanks. End note. All sorts of frolics and all kinds of popular gatherings, whether for work or amusement, possessed irresistible attractions for Abe. He loved to see and be seen, to make sport and to enjoy it. It was a most important part of his education that he got at the corn-shuckings, the log-rollings, the shooting matches, and the gay and jolly weddings of those early border times. He was the only man or boy within a wide compass who had learning enough to furnish the literature for such occasions, and those who failed to employ his talents to grace or commemorate the festivities they set on foot were sure to be stung by some coarse but humorous lampoon from his pen. In the social way, he would not suffer himself to be slighted with impunity, and if there were any who did not enjoy his wit, they might content themselves with being the subjects of it. Unless he received some very pointed intimation that his presence was not wanted, he was among the first and earliest at all the neighborhood routs, and when his tall singular figure was seen towering amongst the hunting shirts, it was considered due notice that the fun was about to commence. Abe Linkhern, as he was generally called, made things lively wherever he went, and if Crawford's blue nose happened to have been carried to the assembly, it quickly subsided, on his arrival, into some obscure corner, for the implacable Linkhern was apt to make it the subject of a jest that would set the company in a roar. But when a party was made up, and Abe left out, as sometimes happened through the influence of Crawford, he sulked, fumed, got mad, nursed his anger into rage, and then broke out in songs or chronicles, which were frequently very bitter, sometimes passably humorous, and invariably vulgar. At an early age he began to attend the preachings round about, but principally at the Pigeon Creek church, with a view to catching whatever might be ludicrous in the preacher's air or manner, and making it the subject of mimicry as soon as he could collect an audience of idle boys and men to hear him. A pious stranger passing that way on a Sunday morning was invited to preach for the Pigeon Creek congregation, but he banged the boards of the old pulpit, and bellowed and groaned so wonderfully that Abe could hardly contain his mirth. This memorable sermon was a great favorite with him, and he frequently reproduced it, with nasal tones, rolling eyes, and all manner of droll aggravations, to the great delight of Nat Grigsby and the wild fellows whom Nat was able to assemble. None that heard him, not even Nat himself, who was anything but dull, was ever able to show wherein Abe's absurd version really departed from the original. The importance of Gentryville as a centre of business soon began to possess the imaginations of the dwellers between the two Pigeon Creeks. Why might it not be a great place of trade? Mr. Gentry was a most generous patron. It was advantageously situated where two roads crossed. It already had a blacksmith shop, a grocery, and a store. Jones, it is true, had once moved away in a sulk, but Mr. Gentry's fine diplomacy had quickly brought him back, with all his goods and talents unreservedly devoted to the improvement of the town. And now, since there was literally nothing left to cloud the prospects of the point, brisk times were expected in the near future. Dennis Hanks, John Johnston, Abe, and the other boys in the neighborhood loitered much about the store, the grocery, and the blacksmith shop at Gentryville. Dennis ingenuously remarks, "Sometimes we spent a little time at grog, pushing weights, wrestling, telling stories." The time that Abe spent at grog was in truth a little time. He never liked ardent spirits at any period of his life, but he did take his dram as others did. He was a natural politician, intensely ambitious and anxious to be popular. For this reason and this alone he drank with his friends, although very temperately. If he could have avoided it without giving offence, he would gladly have done so. But he coveted the applause of his pot companions, and because he could not get it otherwise, made a faint pretence of enjoying his liquor as they did. The people drank, and Abe was always for doing whatever the people did. All his life he held that whatsoever was popular, the habit or sentiment of the masses, could not be essentially wrong. But although a whiskey jug was kept in every ordinarily respectable household, Abe never tasted it at home. His stepmother thought he carried his temperance to extremes. Note: the fact is proved by his most intimate acquaintances both at Gentryville and New Salem. End note. Jones, the great Jones, without whom it was generally agreed that Gentryville must have gone into eclipse, but with whom and through whom it was somehow to become a sort of metropolitan crossroads, Jones was Abe's friend and mentor from the moment of their acquaintance. Abe is even said to have clerked for him. That is, he packed and unpacked boxes, ranged goods on the shelves, drew the liquids in the cellar, or exhibited the stone and earthenware to purchasers. But in his service he was never promoted to keeping accounts, or even to selling the finer goods across the counter. But Mr. Jones was very fond of his clerk, enjoyed his company, appreciated his humor, and predicted something great for him. As he did not doubt that Abe would one day be a man of considerable influence, he took pains to give him correct views of the nature of American institutions. An ardent Jackson man himself, he imparted to Abe the true faith as delivered by that great Democratic apostle, and the traces of this teaching were never wholly effaced from Mr. Lincoln's mind. Whilst he remained at Gentryville, his politics accorded with Mr. Jones's, and even after he had turned Whig in Illinois, John Hanks tells us that he wanted to whip a man for traducing Jackson. He was an eager reader of newspapers whenever he could get them, and Mr. Jones carefully put into his hands the kind he thought a raw youth should have. But Abe's appetite was not to be satisfied by what Mr. Jones supplied, and he frequently borrowed others from Uncle Wood, who lived about a mile from the Lincoln cabin, and for whom he sometimes worked. Note: Lincoln drove a team, cut up pork, and sold goods for Jones. Jones told me that Lincoln read all his books, and I remember History of the United States as one. Jones often said to me that Lincoln would make a great man one of these days, had said so long before and to other people, said so as far back as 1828-9. Doherty. End note. What manner of man kept the Gentryville grocery we are not informed. Abe was often at his place, however, and would stay so long at nights, telling stories and cracking jokes, that Dennis Hanks, who was ambitious in the same line, and probably jealous of Abe's overshadowing success, got mad at him and cussed him. When Dennis found himself thrown in the shade, he immediately became virtuous and wished to retire early. John Baldwin, the blacksmith, was one of Abe's special friends from his boyhood onward. Baldwin was a storyteller and a joker of rare accomplishments, and Abe, when a very little fellow, would slip off to his shop and sit and listen to him by the hour. As he grew up, the practice continued as of old, except that Abe soon began to exchange anecdotes with his clever friend at the anvil. Dennis Hanks says Baldwin was his particular friend, and that Abe spent a great deal of his leisure time with him. Statesmen, plenipotentiaries, famous commanders, have many times made the White House at Washington ring with their laughter over the quaint tales of John Baldwin the blacksmith, delivered second-hand by his inimitable friend Lincoln. Abe and Dave Turnham had one day been threshing wheat, probably for Turnham's father, and concluded to spend the evening at Gentryville. They lingered there until late in the night, when, wending their way along the road towards Lincoln's cabin, they espied something resembling a man lying, dead or insensible, by the side of a mud puddle. They rolled the sleeper over, and found in him an old and quite respectable acquaintance, hopelessly drunk. All efforts failed to rouse him to any exertion on his own behalf. Abe's companions were disposed to let him lie in the bed he had made for himself, but as the night was cold and dreary, he must have frozen to death had this inhuman proposition been equally agreeable to everybody present. To Abe it seemed utterly monstrous, and seeing he was to have no help, he bent his mighty frame, and taking the big man in his long arms, carried him a great distance to Dennis Hanks's cabin. There he built a fire, warmed, rubbed, and nursed him through the entire night, his companions of the road having left him alone in his merciful task. The man often told John Hanks that it was mighty clever in Abe to tote him to a warm fire that cold night, and was very sure that Abe's strength and benevolence had saved his life. Abe was fond of music, but was himself wholly unable to produce 3 harmonious notes together. He made various vain attempts to sing a few lines of Poor Old Ned, but they were all equally ludicrous and ineffectual. Religious songs did not appear to suit him at all, says Dennis Hanks, but of profane ballads and amorous ditties he knew the words of a vast number. When Dennis got happy at the grocery, or passed the bounds of propriety at a frolic, he was in the habit of raising a charming carol in praise of the joys which enter into the Mussulman's estate on earth, of which he has vouchsafed us only 3 lines. The turbaned Turk that scorns the world, and struts about with his whiskers curled, for no other man but himself to see. It was a prime favorite of Abe's, and Dennis sang it with such appropriate zest and feeling that Abe never forgot a single word of it while he lived. Another was, "Hail Columbia, happy land, if you ain't drunk, I'll be damned," a song which Dennis thinks should be warbled only in the fields, and tells us that they knew and enjoyed all such songs as this. Dave Turnham was also a musical genius, and he had a piece beginning, "There was a Romish lady brought up in popery," which Abe thought one of the best he ever heard, and insisted upon Dave singing it for the delectation of old Tom Lincoln, who relished it quite as much as Abe did. Note: I recollect some more. "Come, thou fount of every blessing, tune my heart to sing thy praise. When I can read my title clear to mansions in the skies. How tedious and tasteless the hours! Oh, to grace how great a debtor! Other little songs I won't say anything about. They would not look well in print, but I could give them. Dennis Hanks. End note. Mrs. Crawford says that Abe did not attempt to sing much about the house. He was probably afraid to indulge in such offensive gaieties in the very habitation of the morose Crawford. According to Dennis Hanks, his melody was not of the sort that hath power to charm the savage, and he was naturally timid about trying it upon Crawford. But when he was freed from those chilling restraints, he put forth his best endeavors to render one song that was called William Riley, and one that was called John Anderson's Lamentations, and one that was made about General Jackson and John Adams at the time they were nominated for the presidency. The Jackson song indicated clearly enough Abe's steadiness in the political views inculcated by Jones. Mrs. Crawford could recollect but a single stanza of it. Let old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind, and Jackson be our president, and Adams left behind. In the text of John Anderson's Lamentations, a most distressful lyric to begin with, Abe was popularly supposed to have interpolated some lines of his own, which conclusively attested his genius for poetic composition. At all events, he sang it as follows: O sinners, poor sinners, take warning by me, the fruits of transgression behold now and see. My soul is tormented, my body confined, my friends and dear children left weeping behind. Much intoxication my ruin has been, and my dear companion hath barbarously slain. In yonder cold graveyard the body doth lie, whilst I am condemned and shortly must die. Remember John Anderson's death, and reform, before death o'ertakes you and vengeance comes on. My grief's overwhelming, in God I must trust. I am justly condemned, my sentence is just. I am waiting the summons in eternity to be hurled, whilst my poor little orphans are cast on the world. I hope my kind neighbors their guardians will be, and heaven, kind heaven, protect them and me. In 1826, Abe's sister Nancy, or Sarah, was married to Aaron Grigsby, and the festivities of the occasion were made memorable by a song entitled Adam and Eve's Wedding Song, which many believed Abe had himself composed. The conceits embodied in the doggerel were old before Abe was born, but there is some intrinsic as well as extraneous evidence to show that the doggerel itself was his. It was sung by the whole Lincoln family, before Nancy's marriage and since, but by nobody else in the neighborhood. Adam and Eve's Wedding Song. When Adam was created, he dwelt in Eden's shade, as Moses has recorded, and soon an Eve was made. 10,000 times 10,000 of creatures swarmed around, before a bride was formed, and yet no mate was found. The Lord then was not willing that man should be alone, but caused a sleep upon him, and took from him a bone, and closed the flesh in that place of, and then he took the same, and of it made a woman, and brought her to the man. Then Adam he rejoiced to see his loving bride, a part of his own body, the product of his side. This woman was not taken from Adam's feet, we see, so he must not abuse her, the meaning seems to be. This woman was not taken from Adam's head, we know, to show she must not rule him, 'tis evidently so. This woman she was taken from under Adam's arm, so she must be protected from injuries and harm. It was considered at that time, says Mr. Richardson, that Abe was the best penman in the neighborhood. One day, while he was on a visit at my mother's, I asked him to write some copies for me. He very willingly consented. He wrote several of them, but one of them I've never forgotten, although a boy at the time. It was this: "Good boys who to their books apply will all be great men by and by." Here are two original lines from Abe's own copybook, probably the first he ever had, and which must not be confounded with the famous scrapbook, in which his stepmother, lost in admiration of its contents, declares he entered all things. "Abraham Lincoln, his hand and pen, he will be good, but God knows when." And again: "Abraham Lincoln is my name, and with my pen I write the same. I will be a good boy, but God knows when." The same book contains the following, written at a later day, and with nothing to indicate that any part of it was borrowed: "Time, what an empty vapor 'tis, and days how swift they are, swift as the Indian arrow fly on a shooting star. The present moment just is here, then slides away in haste, that we can never say they're ours, but only say they're past." Abe wrote many satires and chronicles, which are only remembered in fragments by a few old persons in the neighborhood. Even if we had them in full, they were most of them too indecent for publication. Such, at least, was the character of a piece which is said to have been exceedingly humorous and witty, touching a church trial, wherein Brother Harper and Sister Gordon were the parties seeking judgment. It was very coarse, but it served admirably to raise a laugh in the grocery at the expense of the church. His chronicles were many, and on a great variety of subjects. They were written, as his early admirers loved to tell us, in the scriptural style, but those we have betray a very limited acquaintance with the model. In these chapters was celebrated every event of importance that took place in the neighborhood: weddings, fights, Crawford's nose, Sister Gordon's innocence, Brother Harper's wit, were all served up, fresh and gross, for the amusement of the groundlings. Charles and Reuben Grigsby were married about the same time, and being brothers, returned to their father's house with their brides upon the same day. The infare, the feast, the dance, the ostentatious retirement of the brides and grooms, were conducted in the old-fashioned way of all new countries in the United States, but a way which was bad enough to shock Squire Western himself. On this occasion Abe was not invited, and was very mad in consequence. This indignation found vent in a highly spiced piece of descriptive writing, entitled "The Chronicles of Reuben," which are still in existence. But even the chronicles, venomous and highly successful as they were totally insufficient to sate Abe's desire for vengeance on the Grigsbys. They were important people about Gentryville, and the social slight they had given him stung him bitterly. He therefore began on Billy in rhyme, after disposing of Charles and Reuben in scriptural style. Mrs. Crawford attempted to repeat these verses to Mr. Herndon, but the good old lady had not proceeded very far when she blushed very red, and, saying that they were hardly decent, proposed to tell them to her daughter, who would tell them to her husband, who would write them down and send them to Mr. Herndon. They are probably much curtailed by Mrs. Crawford's modesty, but still it is impossible to transcribe them. We give what we can to show how the first steps of Abe's fame as a great writer were won. It must be admitted that the literary taste of the community in which these rhymes were popular could not have been very high. "I will tell you about Joel and Mary. It is neither a joke nor a story, for Reuben and Charles has married 2 girls, but Billy has married a boy. The girls he had tried on every side, but none could he get to agree. All was in vain, he went home again, and since that he is married to Natty. So Billy and Natty agreed very well, and mamma's well pleased at the match. The egg it is laid, but Natty's afraid the shell is so soft it never will hatch. But Betsy, she said, 'You cursed bald head, my suitor you never can be. Besides—'" Abe dropped the chronicles at a point on the road where he was sure one of the Grigsbys would find them. The stratagem succeeded, and that delicate satire produced the desired effect. The Grigsbys were infuriated, wild with a rage which would be satisfied only when Abe's face should be pounded into a jelly and a couple of his ribs cracked by some member of the injured family. Honor, according to the Pigeon Creek Code, demanded that somebody should be licked, in expiation of an outrage so grievous. If not Abe, then some friend of Abe's, whom he would depute to stand the brunt in his stead. Billy, the eldest of the brothers, was selected to challenge him. Abe accepted generally, that is, agreed that there should be a fight about the matter in question. It was accordingly so ordered. The ground was selected 1.5 miles from Gentryville, a ring was marked out, and the bullies for 20 miles around attended. The friends of both parties were present in force, and the excitement ran high. When the time arrived for the champions to step into the ring, Abe displayed his chivalry in a manner that must have struck the bystanders with admiration. He announced that whereas Billy was confessedly his inferior in size, shape, and talent, unable to hit with pen or fist with anything like his power, therefore he would forego the advantage which the challenge gave him, and turn over his step-brother John Johnston to do battle in his behalf. If this near relative should be sacrificed, he would abide the issue. He was merely anxious to see a fair and honorable fight. This proposition was considered highly meritorious, and the battle commenced on those general terms. John started out with fine pluck and spirit, but in a little while Billy got in some clever hits, and Abe began to exhibit symptoms of great uneasiness. Another pass or two, and John flagged quite decidedly, and it became evident that Abe was anxiously casting about for some pretext to break the ring. At length, when John was fairly down and Billy on top, and all the spectators cheering, swearing, and pressing up to the very edge of the ring, Abe cried out that Bill Boland showed foul play, and bursting out of the crowd, seized Grigsby by the heels and flung him off. Having righted John and cleared the battle-ground of all opponents, he swung a whiskey bottle over his head, and swore that he was the big buck of the lick. It seems that nobody of the Grigsby faction, not one in that large assembly of bullies, cared to encounter the sweep of Abe's tremendously long and muscular arms, and so he remained master of the lick. He was not content, however, with a naked triumph, but vaunted himself in the most offensive manner. He singled out the victorious but cheated Billy, and making sundry hostile demonstrations, declared that he could whip him then and there. Billy meekly said he did not doubt that, but that if Abe would make things even between them by fighting with pistols, he would not be slow to grant him a meeting. But Abe replied that he was not going to fool away his life on a single shot, and so Billy was fain to put up with the poor satisfaction he had already received. At Gentryville they had exhibitions or speaking meetings. Some of the questions they spoke on were the bee and the ant, water and fire. Another was which had the most right to complain, the negro or the Indian. Another, which was the strongest, wind or water. The views which Abe then entertained on the Indian and the negro question would be intensely interesting now, but just fancy him discoursing on wind and water. What treasures of natural science, what sallies of humor, he must have wasted upon that audience of bumpkins. A little farther on we shall see that Abe made pretensions to an acquaintance with the laws of nature, which was considered marvelous in that day and generation. Note: Lincoln did write what is called the Book of Chronicles, a satire on the Grigsbys and Josiah Crawford, not the schoolmaster, but the man who loaned Lincoln the Life of Washington. The satire was good, sharp, cutting. It hurt us then, but it is all over now. There is no family in the land who, after this, loved Lincoln so well, and who now look upon him as so great a man. We all voted for him, all that could, children and grandchildren, first, last, and always. Nat Grigsby. End note. Dennis Hanks insists that Abe and he became learned men and expert disputants, not by a course of judicious reading, but by attending speech-makings, gatherings, etc. How did Lincoln and yourself learn so much in Indiana under such disadvantages? Said Mr. Herndon to Dennis on one of his 2 oral examinations. The question was artfully put, for it touched the jaunty Dennis on the side of his vanity, and elicited a characteristic reply. "We learned," said he, "by sight, scent, and hearing. We heard all that was said, and talked over and over the questions we heard, wore them slick, greasy, and threadbare. Went to political and other speeches and gatherings as you do now. We would hear all sides and opinions, talk them over, discuss them, agreeing or disagreeing. Abe, as I said before, was originally a Democrat after the order of Jackson. So was his father, so we all were. He preached, made speeches, read for us, explained to us, etc. Abe was a cheerful boy, a witty boy, very humorous always. Sometimes would get sad, but not very often. Lincoln would frequently make political and other speeches to the boys. He was calm, logical, and clear always. He attended trials, went to court always, read the Revised Statute of Indiana, dated 1824, heard law speeches, and listened to law trials, etc. Lincoln was lazy, a very lazy man. He was always reading, scribbling, writing, ciphering, writing poetry, and the like. In Gentryville, about 1 mile west of Thomas Lincoln's farm, Lincoln would go and tell his jokes and stories, and etc., and was so odd, original, and humorous and witty that all the people in town would gather around him. He would keep them there till midnight. I would get tired, want to go home, cuss Abe most heartily. Abe was a good talker, a good reader, and was kind of a newsboy. Boonville was the courthouse town of Warwick County, and was situated about 15 miles from Gentryville. Thither Abe walked whenever he had time to be present at the sittings of the court, where he could learn something of public business, amuse himself profitably, and withal pick up items of news and gossip, which made him an interesting personage when he returned home. During one of these visits he watched with profound attention the progress of a murder trial, in which a Mr. John Breckinridge was counsel for the defense. At the conclusion of the latter's speech, Abe, who had listened, literally entranced, accosted the man of eloquence, and ventured to compliment him on the success of his effort. Breckinridge looked at the shabby boy in amazement, and passed on his way. But many years afterward, in 1862, when Abe was president, and Breckinridge a resident of Texas, probably needing executive clemency, they met a second time, when Abe said, "It was the best speech that I up to that time had ever heard. If I could, as I then thought, make as good a speech as that, my soul would be satisfied." It is a curious fact that all through Abe's childhood and boyhood, when he seemed to have as little prospect of the presidency as any boy that was ever born, he was in the habit of saying, and perhaps sincerely believing, that that great prize would one day be his. When Mrs. Crawford reproved him for fooling and bedeviling the girls in her kitchen, and asked him what he supposed would ever become of him, he answered that he was going to be President of the United States. Note: he frequently made use of similar expressions to several others. End note. Abe usually did the milling for the family, and had the neighbor boy Dave Turnham for his companion. At first they had to go a long distance, at least 12 or 13 miles, to Hoffman's on Anderson's Creek; but after a while a Mr. Gordon, the husband of Sister Gordon, about whom the witty piece was written, built a horse mill within a few miles of the Lincolns. Here Abe had come one day with a grist, and Dave probably with him. He had duly hitched his old mare, and started her with great impatience, when, just as he was sounding another cluck to stir up her imperturbable and lazy spirit, she let out with her heels, and laid Abe sprawling and insensible on the ground. He was taken up in that condition, and did not recover for many minutes; but the first use made of returning sense was to finish the interrupted cluck. He and Mr. Herndon had many learned discussions in their quiet little office at Springfield respecting this remarkable phenomenon, involving so nice a question in psychology. Mr. William Wood, already referred to as Uncle Wood, was a genuine friend and even a patron of Abe's. He lived only about 1.5 miles from the Lincolns, and frequently had both old Tom and Abe to work for him, the one as a rough carpenter, and the other for a common laborer. He says that Abe was in the habit of carrying his pieces to him for criticism and encouragement. Mr. Wood took at least 2 newspapers, one of them devoted to politics, and one of them to temperance. Abe borrowed them both, and, reading them faithfully over and over again, was inspired with an ardent desire to write something on the subjects of which they treated. He accordingly composed an article on temperance, which Mr. Wood thought excelled for sound sense anything that the paper contained. It was forwarded, through the agency of a Baptist preacher, to an editor in Ohio, by whom it was published, to the infinite gratification of Mr. Wood and his protege. Abe then tried his hand on national politics, saying that the American government was the best form of government for an intelligent people, that it ought to be kept sound and preserved forever, that general education should be fostered and carried all over the country, that the Constitution should be saved, the Union perpetuated, and the laws revered, respected, and enforced. This article was co-signed, like the other, to Mr. Wood, to be ushered by him before the public. A lawyer named Pritchard chanced to pass that way, and being favored with a perusal of Abe's piece, pithily and enthusiastically declared, "The world can't beat it." He begged for it, and it was published in some obscure paper, this new success causing the author a most extraordinary access of pride and happiness. But in 1828 Abe had become very tired of his home. He was now 19 years of age, and becoming daily more restive under the restraints of servitude which bound him. He was anxious to try the world for himself, and make his way according to his own notions. "Abe came to my house one day," says Mr. Wood, "and stood round about, timid and shy. I knew he wanted something, and I said to him, 'Abe, what's your case?' He replied, 'Uncle, I want you to go to the river and give me some recommendation to some boat.' I remarked, 'Abe, your age is against you. You're not 20 yet.' 'I know that, but I want to start,' said Abe. I concluded not to go for the boy's good." Poor Abe! Old Tom still had a claim upon him, which even Uncle Wood would not help him to evade. He must wait a few weary months before he would be of age, and could say that he was his own man and go his own way. Old Tom was a hard taskmaster to him, and no doubt consumed the greater part, if not all, of his wages. In the beginning of March, 1828, Abe went to work for old Mr. Gentry, the proprietor of Gentryville. Early in the next month, the old gentleman furnished his son Allen with a boat, and a cargo of bacon and other produce, with which he was to go on a trading expedition to New Orleans, unless the stock was sooner exhausted. Abe, having been found faithful and efficient, was employed to accompany the young man as a bow hand to work the front oars. He was paid $8 per month, and ate and slept on board. Returning, Gentry paid his passage on the deck of a steamboat. While this boat was loading at Gentry's Landing, near Rockport, on the Ohio, Abe saw a great deal of the pretty Miss Roby, whom he had saved from the wrath of Crawford the schoolmaster when she failed to spell defied. She says, "Abe was then a long, thin, leggy, gawky boy, dried up and shriveled." This young lady subsequently became the wife of Allen Gentry, Abe's companion on the projected voyage. She probably felt a deep interest in the enterprise at hand, for the very boat itself seems to have had attractions for her. "One evening," says she, "Abe and I were sitting on the banks of the Ohio, or rather on the boat spoken of. I said to Abe that the sun was going down. He said to me, 'That's not so. It don't really go down. It seems to. The earth turns from west to east, and the revolution of the earth carries us under, as it were. We do the sinking, as you call it. The sun, as to us, is comparatively still. The sun's sinking is only an appearance.' I replied, 'Abe, what a fool you are!' I know now that I was the fool, not Lincoln. I am now thoroughly satisfied that Abe knew the general laws of astronomy and the movements of the heavenly bodies. He was better read then than the world knows, or is likely to know exactly. No man could talk to me that night as he did, unless he had known something of geography as well as astronomy. He often and often commented or talked to me about what he had read, seemed to read it out of the book as he went along, did so to others. He was the learned boy among us unlearned folks. He took great pains to explain, could do so simply. He was diffident then, too." Note: when he appeared in company, the boys would gather and cluster around him to hear him talk. Mr. Lincoln was figurative in his speeches, talks, and conversations. He argued much from analogy, and explained things hard for us to understand, by stories, maxims, tales, and figures. He would almost always point his lesson or idea by some story that was plain and near us, that we might instantly see the force or bearing of what he said. Nat Grigsby. The trip of Gentry and Lincoln was a very profitable one, and Mr. Gentry, Sr., was highly gratified by the result. Abe displayed his genius for mercantile affairs by handsomely putting off on the innocent folks along the river some counterfeit money which a shrewd fellow had imposed upon Allen. Allen thought his father would be angry with him for suffering himself to be cheated, but Abe consoled him with the reflection that the old man wouldn't care how much bad money they took in the course of business, if they only brought the proper amount of good money home. Note: Gentry, Allen, was a great personal friend of Mr. Lincoln. He was a Democrat, but voted for Lincoln, sacrificing his party politics to his friendship. He says that on that trip they sold some of their produce at a certain landing, and by accident or fraud the bill was paid in counterfeit money. Gentry was grieving about it, but Lincoln said, "Never mind, Allen, it will accidentally slip out of our fingers before we get to New Orleans, and then old Jim can't quarrel at us." Sure enough, it all went off like hot cakes. I was told this in Indiana by many people about Rockport. Herndon. It must be remembered that counterfeit money was the principal currency along the river at this period. At Madame Bushane's plantation, 6 miles below Baton Rouge, they had an adventure which reads strangely enough in the life of the great emancipator. The boat was tied up to the shore in the dead hours of the night, and Abe and Allen were fast asleep in the cabin in the stern, when they were startled by footsteps on board. They knew instantly that it was a gang of negroes come to rob and perhaps to murder them. Allen, thinking to frighten the intruders, cried out, "Bring the guns, Lincoln, shoot them." Abe came without a gun, but he fell among the negroes with a huge bludgeon, and belabored them most cruelly. Not content with beating them off the boat, he and Gentry followed them far back into the country, and then, running back to their craft, hastily cut loose and made rapid time down the river, fearing lest they should return in greater numbers to take revenge. The victory was complete, but in winning it Abe received a scar which he carried with him to his grave. When he was 18 years old, he conceived the project of building a little boat and taking the produce of the Lincoln farm down the river to market. He had learned the use of tools, and possessed considerable mechanical talent, as will appear in some other acts of his life. Of the voyage and its results we have no knowledge, but an incident occurred before starting, which he related in later life to his Secretary of State, Mr. Seward, that made a very marked and pleasant impression upon his memory. As he stood at the landing, a steamer approached, coming down the river. At the same time 2 passengers came to the river's bank, who wished to be taken out to the packet with their luggage. Looking among the boats at the landing, they singled out Abraham's, and asked him to scull them to the steamer. This he did, and after seeing them and their trunks on board, he had the pleasure of receiving upon the bottom of his boat, before he shoved off, a silver $50 from each of his passengers. "I could scarcely believe my eyes," said Mr. Lincoln, in telling the story. "You may think it was a very little thing," continued he, "but it was a most important incident in my life. I could scarcely believe that I, a poor boy, had earned $1 in less than a day. The world seemed wider and fairer to me. I was a more hopeful and confident being from that time." Note: Holland's Life of Lincoln, page 33. If Mr. Lincoln ever made the statement for which Mr. Seward is given as authority, he drew upon his imagination for the facts. He may have sculled passengers to a steamer when he was ferryman for Taylor, but he never made a trip like the one described, never built a boat till he went to Illinois, nor did he ever sell produce on his father's account, for the good reason that his father had none to sell. Section 5. Section 5 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 3. Abe and Gentry returned from New Orleans sometime in June 1828, having been gone not quite 3 months. How much longer he remained in the service of Gentry, or whether he remained at all, we are unable to say. But he soon took up his old habits, and began to work around among his neighbors, or for his father, precisely as he had done before he got his partial glimpse of the great world down the river. In the fall of 1829, Mr. Wood saw him cutting down a large tree in the woods, and whip-sawing it into planks. Abe said the lumber was for a new house his father was about to build. But Tom Lincoln changed his mind before the house was half done, and Abe sold his planks to Josiah Crawford, the bookman, who worked them into the southeast room of his house, where relic-seekers have since cut pieces from them to make canes. In truth, the continued prevalence of that dreadful disease, the milk-sickness, with which Nancy Hanks and the Sparrows and the Halls had all died, was more than a sufficient reason for a new removal, now in contemplation by Thomas Lincoln. Every member of his family, from the first settlement in Indiana, except perhaps Abe and himself, had suffered with it. The cattle, which, it is true, were of little pecuniary value, and raised with great ease and little cost, were swept away by it in great numbers throughout the whole neighborhood. It was an awful scourge, and common prudence suggested flight. It is wonderful that it took a constitutional mover 13 years to make up his mind to escape from it. Note: what made Thomas Lincoln leave? The reason is this: we were perplexed by a disease called milk-sick. I myself being the oldest, I was determined to leave, and hunt a country where the milk-sick was not. I married his eldest daughter, I sold out, and they concluded to go with me. Billy, I was tolerably popular at that time, for I had some money. My wife's mother could not think of parting with her, and we ripped up stakes and started to Illinois, and landed at Decatur. This is the reason for leaving Indiana. I am to blame for it, if any. As for getting more land, this was not the case, for we could have entered 10,000 acres of the best land. When we left, it was on account of the milk. Billy, I had 4 good milch cows, too, with it, in 1 week, and 11 young calves. This was enough to ruin me. Besides, liked to have lost my own life with it. This reason was enough, ain't it, for leaving? Dennis Hanks. End note. In the spring of 1830, before the winter had fairly broken up, he and Abe and Dennis Hanks and Levi Hall, with their respective families, 13 in all, took the road for Illinois. Dennis and Levi, as already stated, were married to the daughters of Mrs. Lincoln. Hall had 1 son, and Dennis a considerable family of sons and daughters. Sarah, or Nancy Lincoln, who had married Aaron Grigsby, was now dead. John Hanks had gone to the new country from Kentucky in the fall of 1828, and settled near Decatur, whence he wrote Thomas Lincoln all about it, and advised him to come there. Dennis, whether because of the persuasions of John, or some observations made in a flying trip on his own account, was very full of the move, and would hear to no delay. Lincoln sold his farm to Gentry Sr., if indeed he had not done so before, and his corn and hogs to Dave Turnham. The corn brought only 10 cents a bushel, and, according to the price list furnished by Dennis Hanks, the stock must have gone at figures equally mean. Lincoln took with him to Illinois some stock cattle, 1 horse, 1 bureau, 1 table, 1 clothes chest, 1 set of chairs, cooking utensils, clothing, etc. The goods of the 3 families, Hanks, Halls, and Lincolns, were loaded on a wagon belonging to Lincoln. This wagon was ironed, a noticeable fact in those primitive days, and was positively the first one that he, Lincoln, ever owned. It was drawn by 4 yoke of oxen, 2 of them Lincoln's and 2 of them Hanks's. We have no particulars of the journey, except that Abe held the gad and drove the team, that the mud was very deep, that the spring freshets were abroad, and that in crossing the swollen and tumultuous Kaskaskia the oxen and wagon were nearly swept away. On the 1st day of March, 1830, after 15 days' tedious and heavy travel, they arrived at John Hanks's house, 4 miles northwest of Decatur. Lincoln settled, if anything he did may be called settling, at a point 10 miles west of Decatur. Here John Hanks had cut some logs in 1829, which he now gave to Lincoln to build a house with. With the aid of John, Dennis, Abe, and Hall, a house was erected on a small bluff on the north bank of the North Fork of the Sangamon. Abe and John took the 4 yoke of oxen and broke up 15 acres of land, and then split rails enough to fence it in. Abe was now over 21. There was no Uncle Wood to tell him that his age was against him. He had done something more than his duty by his father, and as that worthy was now again placed in a situation where he might do well if he chose, Abe came to the conclusion that it was time for him to begin life on his own account. It must have cost him some pain to leave his good stepmother, but beyond that all the old ties were probably broken without a single regret. From the moment he was a free man, foot-loose, able to go where and do what he pleased, his success in those things which lay nearest his heart, that is, public and social preferment, was astonishing to himself as well as to others. It is with great pleasure that we dismiss Tom Lincoln, with his family and fortunes, from further consideration in these pages. After Abraham left him, he moved at least 3 times in search of a healthy location, and finally got himself fixed near Goose Nest Prairie in Coles County, where he died of a disease of the kidneys in 1851 at the ripe old age of 73. The little farm, 40 acres, upon which his days were ended, he had, with his usual improvidence, mortgaged to the school commissioners for $200, its full value. Induced by love for his stepmother, Abraham had paid the debt and taken a deed for the land, with a reservation of a life estate therein to them or the survivor of them. At the same time, 1841, he gave a helping hand to John Johnston, binding himself to convey the land to him or his heirs after the death of Thomas Lincoln and his wife, upon payment of the $200, which was really advanced to save John's mother from utter penury. No matter how much the land might appreciate in value, John was to have it upon these terms, and no interest was to be paid by him except after the death of the survivor, as aforesaid. This was, to be sure, a great bargain for John, but he made haste to assign his bond to another person for $50 paid in hand. As soon as Abraham got a little up in the world, he began to send his stepmother money, and continued to do so until his own death. But it is said to have done her no good, for it only served to tempt certain persons about her, with whom she shared it, to continue in a life of idleness. At the close of the Black Hawk War, Mr. Lincoln went to see them for a few days, and afterwards, when a lawyer, making the circuits with the courts, he visited them whenever the necessities of his practice brought him to their neighborhood. He did his best to serve Mrs. Lincoln and her son John, but took little notice of his father, although he wrote him an exhortation to believe in God when he thought he was on his deathbed. But in regard to the relations between the family and Abe, after the latter began to achieve fame and power, nobody can tell the truth more clearly, or tell it in a more interesting and suggestive style, than our friend Dennis, with whom we are now about to part forever. It will be seen that when information reached the Goose Nest Prairie that Abe was actually chosen President of the United States, a general itching for public employment broke out among the Hankses, and that an equally general disappointment was the result. Doubtless all of them had expectations somewhat like Sancho Panza's when he went to take the government of his island, and John Hanks at least would not have been disappointed but for the little disability which Dennis mentions in the following extract. Did Abraham Lincoln treat John D. Johnston well? I will say this much about it. I think Abe done more for John than he deserved. John thought that Abe did not do enough for the old people. They became enemies a while on this ground. I don't want to tell all the things that I know. It would not look well in history. I say this: Abe treated John well. What kind of a man was Johnston? I say this much: a kinder-hearted man was never in Coles County, Illinois, nor an honester man. I don't say this because he was my brother-in-law. I say it knowing it. John did not love to work any the best. I flogged him for not working. Did Thomas Lincoln treat Abe cruelly? He loved him. I never could tell whether Abe loved his father very well or not. I don't think he did, for Abe was one of those forward boys. I have seen his father knock him down off the fence when a stranger would ask the way to a neighbor's house. Abe always would have the first word. The old man loved his children. Did any of the Johnston family ask for office? No. Thomas Johnston went to Abe. He got this permit to take daguerreotypes in the army. This is all, for they are all dead except John's boys. They did not ask for any. Did you or John Hanks ask Lincoln for any office? I say this, that John Hanks of Decatur did solicit him for an Indian agency, and John told me that Abe as good as told him he should have one, but John could not read or write. I think this was the reason that Abe did not give John the place. As for myself, I did not ask Abe right out for an office, only this: I would like to have the post office in Charleston. This was my wife that asked him. He told her that much was understood, as much as to say that I would get it. I did not care much about it. Do you think Lincoln cared much for his relations? I will say this much: when he was with us, he seemed to think a great deal of us, but I thought sometimes it was hypocritical. But I am not sure. Abe left the Lincoln family late in March or early in April. He did not go far away, but took jobs wherever he could get them, showing that he had separated himself from the family, not merely to rove, but to labor and be an independent man. He made no engagement of a permanent character during this summer. His work was all done by the job. If he ever split rails for Kirkpatrick, over whom he was subsequently elected captain of a volunteer company about to enter the Black Hawk War, it must have been at this time. But the story of his work for Kirkpatrick, like that of his making a crap of corn for Mr. Brown, is probably apocryphal. Note: see Holland's Life of Lincoln, page 40. End note. All this while he clung close to John Hanks, and either worked where he did or not far away. In the winter following, he was employed by a Major Warwick to make rails, and walked daily 3 miles to his work and 3 miles back again. After Abe got to Decatur, says John Hanks, or rather to Macon, my county, a man by the name of Posey came into our neighborhood and made a speech. It was a bad one, and I said Abe could beat it. I turned down a box or keg, and Abe made his speech. The other man was a candidate. Abe wasn't. Abe beat him to death, his subject being the navigation of the Sangamon River. The man, after the speech was through, took Abe aside and asked him where he had learned so much and how he did so well. Abe replied, stating his manner and method of reading and what he had read. This man encouraged Lincoln to persevere. In February 1831, Mr. Denton Offutt wanted to engage John Hanks to take a flatboat to New Orleans. John was not well disposed to the business, but Offutt came to the house and would take no denial, made much of John's fame as a riverman, and at length persuaded him to present the matter to Abe and John Johnston. He did so. The 3 friends discussed the question with great earnestness. It was no slight affair to them, for they were all young and poor. At length they agreed to Offutt's proposition, and that agreement was the turning point in Abe's career. They were each to receive 50 cents a day, and the round sum of $60 divided amongst them for making the trip. These were wages such as Abe had never received before, and might have tempted him to a much more difficult enterprise. When he went with Gentry, the pay was only $8 a month, and no such company and assistance as he was to have now. But Offutt was lavish with his money, and generous bargains like this ruined him a little while after. In March, Hanks, Johnston, and Lincoln went down the Sangamon in a canoe to Jamestown, then Judy's Ferry, 5 miles east of Springfield. Thence they walked to Springfield, and found Mr. Offutt comforting himself at Elliott's Tavern in Old Town. He had contracted to have a boat ready at the mouth of Spring Creek, but not looking after it himself, was, of course, disappointed. There was only one way out of the trouble: the 3 hands must build a boat. They went to the mouth of Spring Creek, 5 miles north of Springfield, and there consumed 2 weeks cutting the timber from Congress land. In the meantime, Abe walked back to Judy's Ferry by way of Springfield, and brought down the canoe which they had left at the former place. The timber was hewed and scored, and then rafted down to Sangamon Town. At the mouth of Spring Creek they had been compelled to walk a full mile for their meals, but at Sangamon Town they built a shanty and boarded themselves. Abe was elected cook, and performed the duties of the office much to the satisfaction of the party. The lumber was sawed at Kirkpatrick's mill, 1.5 miles from the shanty. Laboring under many disadvantages like this, they managed to complete and launch the boat in about 4 weeks from the time of beginning. Offutt was with the party at this point. He was a Whig, and so was Abe; but he, Abe, could not hear Jackson wrongfully abused, especially where a lie and malice did the abuse. Out of this difference arose some disputes which served to enliven the camp, as well as to arouse Abe's ire and keep him in practice in the way of debate. In those days Abe, as usual, is described as being funny, jokey, full of yarns and stories and rigs, as being long, tall, and green, frequently quoting poetry, and reciting prose-like orations. They had their own amusements. Abe extracted a good deal of fun out of the cooking, took his dram when asked to, and played 7-up at night, at which he made a good game. A juggler gave an exhibition at Sangamon Town, in the upper room of Jacob Carman's house. Abe went to it dressed in a suit of rough blue jeans. He had on shoes, but the trousers did not reach them by about 12 inches, and the naked shin, which had excited John Romean's laughter years ago in Indiana, was still exposed. Between the roundabout and the waist of the trousers there was another wide space uncovered, and, considering these defects, Mr. Lincoln's attire was thought to be somewhat inelegant even in those times. His hat, however, was a great improvement on coonskins and opossum. It was woolen, broad-brimmed, and low-crowned. In this hat the showman cooked eggs. Whilst Abe was handing it up to him, after the man had long solicited a similar favor from the rest of the audience, he remarked, "Mister, the reason I didn't give you my hat before was out of respect to your eggs, not care for my hat." Loaded with barrel pork, hogs, and corn, the boat set out from Sangamon Town as soon as finished. Mr. Offutt was on board to act as his own merchant, intending to pick up additions to his cargo along the banks of the 2 Illinois rivers down which he was about to pass. On the 19th of April they arrived at New Salem, a little village destined to be the scene of the 7 eventful years of Mr. Lincoln's life which immediately followed the conclusion of the present trip. Just below New Salem the boat stuck, for one night and the better part of a day, on Rutledge's mill dam, one end of it hanging over the dam, and the other sunk deep in the water behind. Here was a case for Abe's ingenuity, and he exercised it with effect. Quantities of water were being taken in at the stern, the lading was sliding backwards, and everything indicated that the rude craft was in momentary danger of breaking in two or sinking outright. But Abe suggested some unheard-of expedient for keeping it in place while the cargo was shifted to a borrowed boat, and then, boring a hole in that part of the bottom extending over the dam, he rigged up an equally strange piece of machinery for tilting and holding it while the water ran out. All New Salem was assembled on shore, watching the progress of this singular experiment, and with one voice affirm that Abe saved the boat, although nobody is able to tell us precisely how. Note: many persons at New Salem describe in full Abe's conduct on this occasion. End note. The adventure turned Abe's thoughts to the class of difficulties, one of which he had just surmounted, and the result of his reflections was an improved method for lifting vessels over shoals. Offutt declared that when he got back from New Orleans he would build a steamboat for the navigation of the Sangamon, and make Abe the captain. He would build it with runners for ice and rollers for shoals and dams, for with Abe in command, by thunder, she'd have to go. Note: occupying an ordinary and commonplace position in one of the showcases in the large hall of the Patent Office is one little model which in ages to come will be prized as at once one of the most curious and one of the most sacred relics in that vast museum of unique and priceless things. This is a plain and simple model of a steamboat, roughly fashioned in wood, by the hand of Abraham Lincoln. It bears date in 1849, when the inventor was known simply as a successful lawyer and rising politician of central Illinois. Neither his practice nor his politics took up so much of his time as to prevent him from giving much attention to contrivances which he hoped might be of benefit to the world and of profit to himself. The design of this invention is suggestive of one phase of Abraham Lincoln's early life, when he went up and down the Mississippi as a flatboat man, and became familiar with some of the dangers and inconveniences attending the navigation of Western rivers. It is an attempt to make it an easy matter to transport vessels over shoals and snags and sawyers. The main idea is that of an apparatus resembling a noiseless bellows, placed on each side of the hull of the craft, just below the water line, and worked by an odd but not complicated system of ropes, valves, and pulleys. When the keel of the vessel grates against the sand or obstruction, these bellows are to be filled with air, and thus buoyed up, the ship is expected to float lightly and gaily over the shoal, which would otherwise have proved a serious interruption to her voyage. The model, which is about 18 or 20 inches long, and has the air of having been whittled with a knife out of a shingle and a cigar-box, is built without any elaboration or ornament or any extra apparatus, beyond that necessary to show the operation of buoying the steamer over the obstructions. Herein it differs from very many of the models which share with it the shelter of the immense halls of the Patent Office, and which are fashioned with wonderful nicety and exquisite finish, as if much of the labor and thought and affection of a lifetime had been devoted to their construction. This is a model of a different kind, carved as one might imagine a retired rail-splitter would whittle, strongly but not smoothly, and evidently made with a view solely to convey by the simplest possible means to the minds of the patent authorities an idea of the purpose and plan of the simple invention. The label on the steamer's deck informs us that the patent was obtained, but we do not learn that the navigation of the Western rivers was revolutionized by this quaint conception. The modest little model has reposed here 16 years, and since it found its resting place here on the shelf, the shrewd inventor has found it his task to guide the ship of state over shoals more perilous and obstructions more obstinate than any prophet dreamed of when Abraham Lincoln wrote his bold autograph on the prow of this miniature steamer. Correspondent, Boston Advertiser. End note. Over the dam, and in the deep pool beyond, they reloaded and floated down to Blue Bank, a mile above the mouth of Salt Creek, where Offutt bought some more hogs. But the hogs were wild and refused to be driven. Abe again came to the rescue, and by his advice their eyes were sewed up with a needle and thread, so that if the animals fought any more they should do it in the dark. Abe held their heads and John Hanks their tails, while Offutt did the surgery. They were then thrown into a cart, whence Abe took them one by one in his great arms and deposited them on board. From this point they sped very rapidly down the Sangamon and the Illinois. Having constructed curious-looking sails of plank and sometimes cloth, they were a sight to see as they rushed through Beardstown, where the people came out and laughed at them. They swept by Alton and Cairo and other considerable places without tying up, but stopped at Memphis, Vicksburg, and Natchez. In due time they arrived at New Orleans. "There it was," says John Hanks, "we saw negroes chained, maltreated, whipped, and scourged. Lincoln saw it, his heart bled, said nothing much, was silent from feeling, was sad, looked bad, felt bad, was thoughtful and abstracted. I can say, knowing it, that it was on this trip that he formed his opinion of slavery. It run its iron in him then and there, May, 1831. I have heard him say so often and often." Some time in June, the party took passage on a steamboat going up the river, and remained together until they reached St. Louis, where Offutt left them, and Abe, Hanks, and Johnston started on foot for the interior of Illinois. At Edwardsville, 25 miles out, Hanks took the road to Springfield, and Abe and Johnston took that to Coles County, where Tom Lincoln had moved since Abraham's departure from home. Abe never worked again in company with his friend and relative, good old John Hanks. Here their paths separated. Abe's began to ascend the heights, while John's continued along the common level. They were in the Black Hawk War, during the same campaign, but not in the same division. But they corresponded, and from 1833 met at least once a year, until Abe was elected president. Then Abe, delighting to honor those of his relatives who were worthy of it, invited John to go with him to see his stepmother. John also went to the inauguration at Washington, and tells with pardonable pride how he was in Abe's rooms several times. He then retired to his old home in Macon County until the assassination and the great funeral, when he came to Springfield to look in the blackened face of his old friend and witness the last ceremonies of his splendid burial. Scarcely had Abe reached Coles County and begun to think what next to turn his hand to, when he received a visit from a famous wrestler, one Daniel Needham, who regarded him as a growing rival, and had a fancy to try him a fall or two. He considered himself the best man in the country, and the report of Abe's achievements filled his big breast with envious pains. His greeting was friendly and hearty, but his challenge was rough and peremptory. Abe valued his popularity among the boys too highly to decline it, and met him by public appointment in the greenwood at Wabash Point, where he threw him twice with so much ease that Needham's pride was hurt more than his body. "Lincoln," said he, "you have thrown me twice, but you can't whip me." "Needham," replied Abe, "are you satisfied that I can throw you? If you are not, and must be convinced through a threshing, I will do that too for your sake." Needham had hoped that the youngster would shrink from the extremity of a fight with the acknowledged bully of the patch, but finding him willing, and at the same time magnanimously inclined to whip him solely for his own good, he concluded that a bloody nose and a black eye would be the reverse of soothing to his feelings, and therefore surrendered the field with such grace as he could command. End of Section 5.
Section 6 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 4. On the west bank of the Sangamon River, 20 miles north of Springfield, a traveler on his way to Havana will ascend a bluff 100 feet higher than the low water mark of the stream. On the summit he will find a solitary log hut. The backbone of the ridge is about 250 feet broad where it overlooks the river, but it widens gradually as it extends westerly toward the remains of an old forest, until it terminates in a broad expanse of meadow. On either side of this hill, and skirting its feet north and south, run streams of water in very deep channels, and tumble into the Sangamon almost within hearing. The hill, or more properly the bluff, rises from the river in an almost perpendicular ascent. "There is an old mill at the foot of the bluff, driven by water power. The river washes the base of the bluff for about 400 yards, the hill breaking off almost abruptly at the north. The river along this line runs about due north. It strikes the bluff coming around a sudden bend from the southeast, the river being checked and turned by the rocky hill. The mill dam running across the Sangamon River, just at the mill, checks the rapidity of the water. It was here, and on this dam, that Mr. Lincoln's flatboat stuck on the 19th of April, 1831. The dam is about 8 feet high and 220 feet long, and, as the old Sangamon rolls her turbid waters over the dam, plunging them into the whirl and eddy beneath, the roar and hiss of waters, like the low, continuous, distant thunder, can be distinctly heard through the whole village, day and night, week day and Sunday, spring and fall, or other high water time. The river, at the base of the bluff, is about 250 feet wide, the mill using up 30 feet, leaving the dam only about 220 feet long." In every direction but the west, the country is broken into hills or bluffs, like the one we are attempting to describe, which are washed by the river, and the several streams that empty into it in the immediate vicinity. Looking across the river from bluff to bluff, the distance is about 1,000 yards, while here and there, on both banks, are patches of rich alluvial bottom lands, 800 or 900 yards in width, enclosed on one side by the hills, and on the other by the river. The uplands of the eastern bank are covered with original forests of immemorial age, and, viewed from Salem Hill, the eye ranges over a vast expanse of green foliage, the monotony of which is relieved by the alternating swells and depressions of the landscape. On the ridge of that hill, where the solitary cabin now stands, there was but a few years ago a pleasant village. How it vanished like a mist of the morning, to what distant places its inhabitants dispersed, and what became of the dwellings they left behind, shall be questions for the local antiquarian. We have no concern with any part of the history, except that part which began in the summer of 1831, and ended in 1837, the period during which it had the honor of sheltering a man whose enduring fame contrasts strangely with the evanescence of the village itself. In 1829, James Rutledge and John Cameron built the mill on the Sangamon, and laid off the town on the hill. The place was then called Cameron's Mill, but in process of time, as cabins, stores, and groceries were added, it was dignified by the name of New Salem. "I claim," says one of the gentlemen who established the first store, "to be the explorer and discoverer of New Salem, as a business point. Mr. Hill, now dead, and myself purchased some goods at Cincinnati, and shipped them to St. Louis, whence I set out on a voyage of discovery on the prairie of Illinois. I, however, soon came across a noted character who lives in this vicinity, by the name of Thomas Watkins, who set forth the beauties and other advantages of Cameron's Mill, as it was then called. I accordingly came home with him, visited the locality, contracted for the erection of a magnificent storehouse for the sum of $15, and, after passing a night in the prairie, reached St. Louis in safety. Others soon followed." In 1836, New Salem contained about 20 houses, inhabited by nearly 100 people, but in 1831 there could not have been more than 2/3 or 3/4 that number. Many of the houses cost not more than $10, and none of them more than $100. When the news flew through the country that the mill dam was broken, the people assembled from far and near, and made a grand frolic of mending it. In like manner, when a new settler arrived, and the word passed around that he wanted to put up a house, everybody came in to the raising, and, after behaving like the best of good Samaritans to the new neighbor, they drank whiskey, ran foot races, wrestled, fought, and went home. "I first knew this hill or bluff," says Mr. Herndon, in his remarkable lecture on Anne Rutledge, "as early as 1829. I have seen it in springtime and winter, in summertime and fall. I have seen it in daylight and night time, have seen it when the sward was green, living, and vital, and I have seen it wrapped in snow, frost, and sleet. I have closely studied it for more than 5 long years. As I sat on the verge of the town, in presence of its ruins, I called to mind the street running east and west through the village, the river eastward, Green's rocky branch, with its hills, southward, Clary's Grove, westerly, about 3 miles, Petersburg northward, and Springfield southeast, and now I cannot exclude from my memory or imagination the forms, faces, voices, and features of those I once knew so well. In my imagination the village perched on the hill is astir with the hum of busy men, and the sharp, quick buzz of women, and from the country come men and women on foot or on horseback, to see and be seen, to hear and to be heard, to barter and exchange what they have with the merchant and the laborer. There are Jack Armstrong and William Green, Kelso and Jason Duncan, Alley and Carmen, Hill and McNamar, Herndon and Rutledge, Warburton and Cinco, Bale and Ellis, Abraham and Anne. Oh, what a history!" In those days, which in the progressive West would be called ancient days, New Salem was in Sangamon County, with Springfield as the county seat. Springfield itself was still a mere village, having a population of 1,000 or perhaps 1,100. The capital of the state was yet at Vidalia, and waited for the parliamentary tact of Abraham Lincoln and the Long Nine to bring it to Springfield. The same influence, which, after long struggles, succeeded in removing the capital, caused the new county of Menard to be erected out of Sangamon in 1839, of which Petersburg was made the county seat, and within which is included the barren site of New Salem. In July or August, 1831, Mr. Lincoln made his second appearance at New Salem. He was again in company with Denton Offutt, who had collected some goods at Beardstown, and now proposed to bring them to this place. Mr. Lincoln undoubtedly came there in the service of Offutt, but whilst the goods were being transported from Beardstown, he seemed to be idling about without any special object in view. Many persons who saw him then for the first time speak of him as doing nothing. He has given some encouragement to this idea himself by the manner in which he habitually spoke of his advent there, describing himself as coming down the river after the winter of the deep snow, like a piece of floating driftwood borne along by the freshet and accidentally lodged at New Salem. On the day of the election, in the month of August, as Minter Graham, the school teacher, tells us, Abe was seen loitering about the polling place. It must have been but a few days after his arrival in the town, for nobody knew that he could write. They were "short of a clerk" at the polls, and, after casting about in vain for some one competent to fill the office, it occurred to one of the judges that perhaps the tall stranger possessed the needful qualifications. He thereupon accosted him and asked if he could write. He replied, "Yes, a little." "Will you act as a clerk of the election today?" said the judge. "I will try," returned Abe, "and do the best I can, if you so request." He did try accordingly, and, in the language of the schoolmaster, "performed the duties with great facility, much fairness and honesty and impartiality." This was the first public official act of his life. "I clerked with him," says Mr. Graham, swelling with his theme, "on the same day and at the same polls. The election books are now in the city of Springfield, Illinois, where they can be seen and inspected any day." End quote. Whilst Abe was doing nothing, or, in other words, waiting for Offutt's goods, one Dr. Nelson, a resident of New Salem, built a flatboat, placing his family and effects upon it, started for Texas. But as the Sangamon was a turbulent and treacherous stream at best, and its banks were now full to overflowing, Nelson needed a pilot, at least as far as Beardstown. His choice fell upon Abe, who took him to the mouth of the doubtful river in safety, although Abe often declared that he occasionally ran out into the prairie at least 3 miles from the channel. Arriving at Beardstown, Nelson pushed on down the Illinois, and Abe walked back to New Salem. The second storekeeper at New Salem was a Mr. George Warbert, but, "the country not having improved his morals in the estimation of his friends," George thought it advisable to transfer his storeroom and the remnant of his stock to Offutt. In the meantime, Offutt's long-expected goods were received from Beardstown. Abe unpacked them, ranged them on the shelves, rolled the barrels and kegs into their places, and, being provided with a brand-new book, pen, and ink, found himself duly installed as first clerk of the principal mercantile house in New Salem. A country store is an indescribable collection of miscellanies, groceries, dry goods, hardware, earthenware, and stoneware, cups and saucers, plates and dishes, coffee and tea, sugar and molasses, boots and shoes, whiskey and lead, butter and eggs, tobacco and gunpowder, with an endless list of things unimaginable except by a housewife or a merchant. Such was the store to the charge of which Abe was now promoted from the rank of a common laborer to be a sort of brevet clerk. But Offutt's ideas of commerce were very comprehensive, and as "his business was already considerably scattered about the country," he thought he would scatter a little more. He therefore rented the mill at the foot of the hill, from Cameron and Rutledge, and set Abe to overlooking that as well as the store. This increase of business, however, required another clerk, and in a few days Abe was given a companion in the person of W.G. Green. They slept together on the same cot in the store, and, as Mr. Green observes, by way of indicating the great intimacy that subsisted between them, "when one turned over, the other had to do so likewise." To complete his domestic arrangements, Abe followed the example of Mr. Offutt, and took boarding at John Cameron's, one of the owners of the mill. Mr. Offutt is variously, though not differently, described as a "wild, harum-scarum, reckless fellow," a "gusty, windy, brain-rattling man," a "noisy, unsteady, fussy, rattle-brained man, wild and improvident." If anybody can imagine the character indicated by these terms, he can imagine Mr. Offutt, Abe's employer, friend, and patron. Since the trip on the flatboat, his admiration for Abe had grown to be boundless. He now declared that "Abe knew more than any man in the United States," and that he would some day be President of the United States, and that he could, at that present moment, outrun, whip, or throw down any man in Sangamon County. These loud boasts were not wasted on the desert air. They were bad seed sown in a rank soil, and speedily raised up a crop of sharp thorns for both Abe and Offutt. At New Salem, honors such as Offutt accorded to Abe were to be won before they were worn. Bill Clary made light of Offutt's opinion respecting Abe's prowess, and one day, when the dispute between them had been running high in the store, it ended by a bet of $10 on the part of Clary that Jack Armstrong was "a better man." Now, Jack was a powerful twister, square-built and strong as an ox." He had, besides, a great backing, for he was chief of the Clary Grove's boys, and the Clary's Grove boys were the terror of the countryside. Although there never was under the sun a more generous parcel of ruffians than those over whom Jack held sway, a stranger's introduction was likely to be the most unpleasant part of his acquaintance with them. In fact, one of the objects of their association was "to initiate or naturalize newcomers," as they termed the amiable proceedings which they took by way of welcoming any one ambitious of admittance to the society of New Salem. They first bantered the gentleman to run a foot race, jump, pitch the mall, or wrestle; and, if none of these propositions seemed agreeable to him, they would request to know what he would do in case another gentleman should pull his nose, or squirt tobacco juice in his face. If he did not seem entirely decided in his views as to what should properly be done in such a contingency, perhaps he would be nailed in a hogshead, and rolled down New Salem hill. Perhaps his ideas would be brightened by a brief ducking in the Sangamon, or perhaps he would be scoffed, kicked, and cuffed by a great number of persons in concert, until he reached the confines of the village, and then turned adrift as being unfit company for the people of that settlement. If, however, the stranger consented to engage in a tussle with one of his persecutors, it was usually arranged that there should be foul play, with nameless impositions and insults, which would inevitably change the affair into a fight. And then, if the subject of all these practices proved indeed to be a man of mettle, he would be promptly received into good society, and in all probability would never have better friends on earth than the roistering fellows who had contrived his torments. Thus far Abe had managed to escape initiation at the hands of Jack and his associates. They were disposed to like him and to take him on faith, or at least to require no further evidence of his manhood than that which rumor had already brought them. Offutt, with his busy tongue, had spread wide the report of his wondrous doings on the river, and better still, all New Salem, including many of the Clary's Grove boys, had witnessed his extraordinary feats of strength and ingenuity at Rutledge's Mill Dam. It was clear that no particular person was spoiling for a collision with him, and an exception to the rule might have been made in his favor but for the offensive zeal and confidence of his employer. The example of Offutt and Clary was followed by all the boys, and money, knives, whiskey, and all manners of things, were staked on the result of the wrestle. The little community was excited throughout, and Jack's partisans were present in great numbers, while Offutt and Bill Green were about the only persons upon whom Abe could rely if the contest should take the usual turn, and end in a fight. For these and many other reasons he longed to be safely and honorably out of the scrape. But Offutt's folly had made it impossible for him to evade the conflict without incurring the imputation and suffering the penalties of cowardice. He said, "I never tussle and scuffle, and I will not. I don't like this wooling and pulling." But these scruples only served to aggravate his case, and he was at last forced to take hold of Jack, which he did with a will and power that amazed the fellows who had at last baited him to the point of indignation. They took side holds and stood struggling, each with tremendous but equal strength, for several minutes, without any perceptible advantage to either. New trips or unexpected twists were of no avail between two such experienced wrestlers as these. Presently Abe profited by his height and the length of his arms to lift Jack clear off the ground, and swinging him about, thought to land him on his back. But this feat was as futile as the rest, and left Jack standing as square and as firm as ever. "Now, Jack," said Abe, "let's quit. You can't throw me, and I can't throw you." But Jack's partisans, regarding this overture as a signal of the enemy's distress, and being covetous of jack-knives, whiskey, and smooth quarters, cheered him on to greater exertions. Rendered desperate by those expectations of his friends, and now enraged at meeting more than his match, Jack resolved on a foul, and breaking holds, he essayed the unfair and disreputable expedient of legging. But at this Abe's prudence deserted him, and righteous wrath rose to the ascendant. The astonished spectators saw him take their great bully by the throat, and holding him out at arm's length, shake him like a child. Then a score or two of the boys cried "Fight!" Bill Clary claimed the stakes, and Offutt, in the fright and confusion, was about to yield them, but "Lincoln said they had not won the money, and they should not have it, and although he was opposed to fighting, if nothing else would do them, he would fight Armstrong, Clary, or any of the set." Just at this juncture James Rutledge, the original proprietor of New Salem, and a man of some authority, rushed into the crowd and exerted himself to maintain the peace. He succeeded, but for a few moments a general fight was impending, and Abe was seen with his back against Offutt's store, undismayed and resolute, although surrounded by enemies. Footnote: of the fight and what followed, we have the particulars from many persons who were witnesses. Jack Armstrong was no bad fellow after all, a sort of Western John Browdy, stout and rough, but great-hearted, honest, and true. His big hand, his cabin, his table, and his purse were all at the disposal of a friend in need. He possessed a rude sense of justice, and felt an incredible respect for a man who would stand single-handed, staunch and defiant, in the midst of persecutors and foes. He had never disliked Abe, and had, in fact, looked for very clever things from him, even before his title to respectability had been made so incontestably clear. But his exhibition of pluck and muscle on this occasion excited Jack to a degree of admiration far beyond his power to conceal it. Abe's hand was hardly removed from his throat, when he was ready to grasp it in friendship, and swear brotherhood and peace between them. He declared him on the spot, "the best fellow that ever broke into their settlement," and henceforth the empire was divided, and Jack and Abe reigned like two friendly Caesars over the roughs and bullies of New Salem. If there were ever any dissensions between them, it was because Jack, in the abundance of his animal spirits, was sometimes inclined to be an oppressor, whilst Abe was ever merciful and kind, because Jack would occasionally incite the boys to handle a stranger, a witless braggart, or a poor drunkard, with a harshness that shocked the just and humane temper of his friend, who was always found on the side of the weak and the unfortunate. On the whole, however, the harmony that subsisted between them was wonderful. Wherever Lincoln worked, Jack "did his loafing," and, when Lincoln was out of work, he spent days and weeks together at Jack's cabin, where Jack's jolly wife, old Hannah, stuffed him with bread and honey, laughed at his ugliness, and loved him for his goodness. Abe rapidly grew in favor with the people in and around New Salem, until nearly everybody thought quite as much of him as Mr. Offutt did. He was decidedly the most popular man that ever lived there. He could do more to quell a riot, compromise a feud, and keep peace among the neighbors generally, than any one else, and these were of the class of duties which it appears to have been the most agreeable for him to perform. One day a strange man came into the settlement, and was straightway beset by the same fellows who had meditated a drubbing for Abe himself. Jack Armstrong, of course, "had a difficulty with him, called him a liar, coward," and various other names not proper for print. But the man, finding himself taken at a disadvantage, backed up to a woodpile, got a stick, and struck Jack a blow that brought him to the ground. Being "as strong as two men," Jack wanted to whip the man badly. But Abe interfered, and, managing to have himself made arbiter, compromised the difficulty by a practical application of the golden rule. "Well, Jack," said he, "what did you say to the man?" Whereupon Jack repeated his words. "Well, Jack," replied Abe, "if you were a stranger in a strange place, as this man is, and you were called a liar, etc., what would you do?" "Whip him, by God! Then this man has done no more to you than you would have done to him." "Well, Abe," said the honest bruiser, "it's all right," and taking his opponent by the hand, forgave him heartily, and Jack always treated his victim when he thought he had been too hard upon him. Abe's duties in Offutt's store were not of a character to monopolize the whole of his time, and he soon began to think that here was a fine opportunity to remedy some of the defects in his education. During the time he was working for Offutt, and hands being scarce, Lincoln turned in and cut down trees, and split enough rails for Offutt to make a pen sufficiently large to contain 1,000 hogs. The pen was built under New Salem Hill, close to the mill. I know where those rails are now, are sound to-day. Minter Graham. He could read, write, and cipher as well as most men; but as his popularity was growing daily, and his ambition keeping pace, he feared that he might shortly be called to act in some public capacity, which would require him to speak his own language with some regard to the rules of the grammar, of which, according to his own confession, he knew nothing at all. He carried his troubles to the schoolmaster, saying, "I have a notion to study English grammar." "If you expect to go before the public in any capacity," replied Mr. Graham, "I think it is the best thing you could do." "If I had grammar," replied Abe, "I would commence now." There was no grammar to be had about New Salem, but the schoolmaster, having kept the run of that species of property, gladdened Abe's heart by telling him that he knew where there was one. Abe rose from the breakfast at which he was sitting, and learning that the book was at Vanner's, only 6 miles distant, set off after it as hard as he could tramp. It seemed to Mr. Graham a very little while until he returned and announced, with great pleasure, that he had it. "He then turned his immediate and most undivided attention," to the study of it. Sometimes, when business was not particularly brisk, he would lie under a shade tree in front of the store, and pore over the book. At other times a customer would find him stretched on the counter, intently engaged in the same way. But the store was a bad place for study, and he was often seen quietly slipping out of the village, as if he wished to avoid observation, when, if successful in getting off alone, he would spend hours in the woods, mastering a book, or in a state of profound abstraction. He kept up his old habit of sitting up late at night; but, as lights were as necessary to his purpose as they were expensive, the village cooper permitted him to sit in his shop, where he burnt the shavings and kept a blazing fire to read by, when every one else was in bed. The Greens lent him books; the schoolmaster gave him instructions in the store, on the road, or in the meadows. Every visitor to New Salem who made the least pretension to scholarship was waylaid by Abe, and required to explain something which he could not understand. The result of it all was, that the village and the surrounding country wondered at his growth in knowledge, and he soon became as famous for the goodness of his understanding as for the muscular power of his body, and the unfailing humor of his talk. Early in the spring of 1832, some enterprising gentlemen at Springfield determined to try whether the Sangamon was a navigable stream or not. It was a momentous question to the dwellers along the banks; and when the steamboat Talisman was chartered to make the experiment, the popular excitement was intense, and her passage up and down was witnessed by great concourses of people on either bank. It was thought that Abe's experience on this particular river would render his assistance very valuable, and, in company with some others, he was sent down to Beardstown to meet the Talisman and pilot her up. With Abe at the helm, she ran with comparative ease and safety as far as the New Salem Dam, a part of which they were compelled to tear away in order to let the steamer through. Thence she went on as high as Bogue's Mill; but, having reached that point, the rapidly falling water admonished her captain and pilots that, unless they wished her to be left there for the season, they must promptly turn her prow down stream. For some time, on the return trip, she made not more than 3 or 4 miles a day, "on account of the high wind from the prairie." "I was sent for, having been an old boatman," says J.R. Herndon, "and I met her some 12 or 13 miles above New Salem. We got to Salem the second day after I went on board. When we struck the dam, she hung. We then backed off, and threw the anchor over the dam, and tore away a part of the dam, and raising stream, ran her over the first trial. As soon as she was over, the company that chartered her was done with her. I think the captain gave Mr. Lincoln $40 to run her down to Beardstown. I am sure I got $40 to continue on her until we landed at Beardstown. We that went down with her walked back to New Salem." End of Chapter 4. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Section 7 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 5. In the spring of 1832, Mr. Offutt's business had gone to ruin. The store was sold out. The mill was handed over to its owners. Mr. Offutt himself departed for parts unknown, and his head clerk was again out of work. Just about that time, a governor's proclamation arrived, calling for volunteers to meet the famous chief Black Hawk and his warriors, who were preparing for a grand, and, in all likelihood, a bloody foray into their old hunting grounds in the Rock River country. Black Hawk was a large Indian, of powerful frame and commanding presence. He was a soldier and a statesman. The history of his diplomacy with the tribes he sought to confederate shows that he expected to realize, on a smaller scale, the splendid plans of Pontiac and Tecumseh. In his own tongue he was eloquent, and dreamed dreams which, amongst the Indians, passed for prophecy. The prophet is an indispensable personage in any comprehensive scheme of Indian politics, and no chief has ever effected a combination of formidable strength without his aid. In the person of Black Hawk, the chief and the prophet were one. His power in both capacities was bent toward a single end. The great purpose of his life, the recovery of his birthplace, and the ancient home of his people from the possession of the stranger. Black Hawk was born on the Rock River in Wisconsin in the year 1767. His grandfather lived near Montreal, whence his father, Paisa, had emigrated, but not until he had become thoroughly British in his views and feelings. All his life long he made annual journeys to the councils of the tribes at Malden, where the gifts and persuasions of British agents confirmed him in his inclination to the British interests. When Paisa was gathered to his fathers, his son took his place as the chief of the Sacs, hated the Americans, loved the friendly English, and went yearly to Malden, precisely as he thought Paisa would have had him do. But Black Hawk's mind was infinitely superior to Paisa's. His sentiments were loftier, his heart more susceptible. He had the gift of the seer, the power of the orator, with the high courage and the profound policy of a born warrior and a natural ruler. He "had brooded over the early history of his tribe, and to his views, as he looked down the vista of years, the former time seemed so much better than the present, that the vision wrought upon his susceptible imagination, which pictured it to be the Indian Golden Age. He had some remembrance of a treaty made by General Harrison in 1804, to which his people had given their assent, and his feelings were with difficulty controlled, when he was required to leave the Rock River Valley in compliance with a treaty made with General Scott. That valley, however, he peacefully abandoned with his tribe, on being notified, and went to the west of the Mississippi. But he had spent his youth in that locality, and the more he thought of it, the more determined he was to return thither. He readily enlisted the sympathies of the Indians, who are ever prone to ponder on their real or imaginary wrongs, and it may be readily conjectured that what Indian counsel could not accomplish, Indian prophecy would." Footnote: Schoolcroft's History of the Indian Tribes. He had moved when summoned to move, because he was then unprepared to fight. But he utterly denied that the chiefs who seemed to have ceded the lands long years before had any right to cede them, or that the tribe had ever willingly given up the country to the stranger and the aggressor. It was a fraud upon the simple Indians. The old treaty was a great lie, and the signatures it purported to have, made with marks and primitive devices, were not attached in good faith, and were not the names of honest Sacs. No, he would go over the river, he would have his own, the voice of the Great Spirit was in the air wherever he went, it was in his lodge through all the night time, and it said, "Go," and Black Hawk must needs rise up and tell the people what the voice said. It was by such arguments as these that Black Hawk easily persuaded the Sacs, but hostilities by the Sacs alone would be a hopeless adventure. He must find allies. He looked first to their kindred, the Foxes, who had precisely the same cause of war with the Sacs, and after them to the Winnebagoes, Sioux, Kickapoos, and many others. That Black Hawk was a wise and valiant leader, all the Indians conceded, and his proposals were heard by some of the tribes with eagerness, and by all of them with respect. At one time his confederacy embraced 9 tribes, the most formidable in the Northwest, if we exclude the Sioux and the Chippewas, who were themselves inclined to accede. Early in 1831, the first chief of the Chippewas exhibited a miniature tomahawk, red with vermilion, which, having been accepted from Black Hawk, signified an alliance between them, and away up at Leech Lake, an obscure but numerous band showed some whites a few British medals painted in imitation of blood, which meant that they were to follow the war paths of Black Hawk. In 1831, Black Hawk had crossed the river in small force, but had retired before the advance of General Gaines, commanding the United States post at Rock Island. He then promised to remain on the other side, and to keep quiet for the future. But early in the spring of 1832, he reappeared with greater numbers, pushed straight into the Rock River Valley, and said he had, "come to plant corn." He was now 67 years of age. He thought his great plots were all ripe, and his allies fast and true. They would fight a few bloody battles, and then he would sit down in his old age and see the corn grow, where he had seen it in his youth. But the old chief reckoned too much upon Indian fidelity. He committed the fatal error of trusting to their patriotism instead of their interests. General Atkinson, now in command at Rock Island, set the troops in motion. The governor issued his call for volunteers, and, as the Indians by this time had committed some frightful barbarities, the blood of the settlers was boiling, and the regiments were almost instantly filled with the best possible material. So soon as these facts became known, the allies of Black Hawk, both the secret and the open, fell away from him, and left him, with the Sacs and the Foxes, to meet his fate. In the meantime, Lincoln had enlisted in a company from Sangamon. He had not been out in the campaign of the previous year, but told his friend William Herndon that, if he had not been down the river with Offutt, he would certainly have been with the boys in the field. But notwithstanding his want of military experience, his popularity was so great that he had been elected captain of a militia company on the occasion of a muster at Clary's Grove the fall before. He was absent at the time, but thankfully accepted and served. Very much to his surprise, his friends put him up for the captaincy of this company about to enter active service. They did not organize at home, however, but marched first to Beardstown, and then to Rushville in Schuyler County, where the election took place. Bill Kirkpatrick was a candidate against Lincoln, but made a very sorry showing. It had been said that Lincoln once worked for Kirkpatrick as a common laborer, and suffered some indignities at his hands. But the story as a whole is supported by no credible testimony. It is certain, however, that the planks for the boat built by Abe and his friends at the mouth of Spring Creek were sawed at the mill of a Mr. Kirkpatrick. It was then likely enough that Abe fell in the way of this man, and learned to dislike him. At all events, when he had distanced Kirkpatrick long before they ever heard of Abe, he spoke of him spitefully, and referred in no gentle terms to some old dispute. "Damn him," said he to Greene, "I've beat him. He used me badly in our settlement for my toil." Captain Lincoln now made a very modest speech to his comrades, reciting the exceeding gratification their partiality afforded him, how undeserved he thought it, and how wholly unexpected it was. In conclusion, "he promised very plainly that he would do the best he could to prove himself worthy of that confidence." The troops rendezvoused at Beardstown and Rushville were formed into 4 regiments and a spy battalion. Captain Lincoln's company was attached to the regiment of Colonel Samuel Thompson. The whole force was placed under the command of General Whiteside, who was accompanied throughout the campaign by the governor in person. On the 27th of April, the army marched toward the mouth of Rock River, by way of Occoquan on the Mississippi. The route was one of difficulty and danger, a great part of it lying through a country largely occupied by the enemy. The men were raw and restive under discipline. In the beginning they had no more respect for the "rules and regulations" than for Solomon's Proverbs, or the Westminster Confession. Captain Lincoln's company is said to have been a particularly "hard set of men," who recognized no power but his. They were fighting men, and but for his personal authority would have kept the camp in a perpetual uproar. At the crossing of Henderson River, a stream about 50 yards wide, and 8 or 10 feet deep, with very precipitous banks, they were compelled to make a bridge or causeway, with timbers cut by the troops, and a filling in of bushes, earth, or any other available material. This was the work of a day and night. Upon its completion, the horses and oxen were taken from the wagons, and the latter taken over by hand. But, when the horses came to cross, many of them were killed in sliding down the steep banks. "While in camp here," says a private in Captain Lincoln's company, "a general order was issued prohibiting the discharge of firearms within 50 steps of the camp. Captain Lincoln disobeyed the order by firing his pistol within 10 steps of the camp, and for this violation of orders was put under arrest for that day, and his sword taken from him. But the next day his sword was restored, and nothing more was done in the matter." From Henderson River the troops marched to Yellow Banks, on the Mississippi. "While at this place," Mr. Ben F. Irwin says, "a considerable body of Indians of the Cherokee tribe came across the river from the Iowa side, with the white flag hoisted. These were the first Indians we saw. They were very friendly, and gave us a general war dance. We, in turn, gave them a sucker hoedown. All enjoyed the sport, and it is safe to say no man enjoyed it more than Captain Lincoln." From Yellow Banks, a rapid and exhaustive march of a few days brought the volunteers to the mouth of Rock River, where "it was agreed between General Whiteside and General Atkinson of the regulars that the volunteers should march up Rock River, about 50 miles, to the Prophet's Town, and there encamp, to feed and rest their horses, and await the arrival of the regular troops, in keel boats, with provisions. Judge William Thomas, who again acted as quartermaster to the volunteers, made an estimate of the amount of provisions required until the boats could arrive, which was supplied, and then General Whiteside took up his line of march." Footnote: Ford's History of Illinois, Chapter 4. But Captain Lincoln's company did not march on the present occasion with the alacrity which distinguished their comrades of other corps. The orderly sergeant attempted to form company, but the company declined to be formed. The men, oblivious of wars and rumors of wars, mocked at the word of command, and remained between their blankets in a state of serene repose. For an explanation of these signs of passive mutiny, we must resort again to the manuscript of the private who gave the story of Captain Lincoln's first arrest. About the of April, we reached the mouth of Rock River. About 3 or 4 nights afterwards, a man named Ryle P. Green, commonly called Pot Green, belonging to a Greene County company, came to Orr Company and waked up the men, and proposed to them, that, if they would furnish him with a tomahawk and 4 buckets, he would get into the officers' liquors, and supply the men with wines and brandies. The desired articles were furnished him, and, with the assistance of one of our company, he procured the liquors. All this was entirely unknown to Captain Lincoln. In the morning, Captain Lincoln ordered his orderly to form company for parade; but when the orderly called the men to parade, they called parade, too, but couldn't fall into line. The most of the men were unmistakably drunk. The rest of the forces marched off, and left Captain Lincoln's company behind. The company didn't make a start until about 10 o'clock, and then, after marching about 2 miles, the drunken ones lay down and slept their drunk off. They overtook the forces that night. Captain Lincoln was again put under arrest, and was obliged to carry a wooden sword for 2 days; and this although Captain Lincoln was entirely blameless in the matter." When General Whiteside reached Prophetstown, where he was to rest until the arrival of the regulars and the supplies, he disregarded the plan of operations concerted between him and Atkinson, and, burning the village to the ground, pushed on towards Dixon's Ferry, 40 miles farther up the river. Nearing that place, he left his baggage wagons behind. The men threw away their allotments of provisions, or left them with the wagons, and in that condition a forced march was made to Dixon. There Whiteside found 2 battalions of mounted men under Majors Stillman and Bailey, who clamored to be thrown forward, where they might get up an independent but glorious brush with the enemy on comparatively private account. The general had it not in his heart to deny these adventurous spirits, and they were promptly advanced to feel and disclose the Indian force supposed to be near at hand. Stillman accordingly moved up the bank of Old Man's Creek, since called Stillman's Run, to a point about 20 miles from Dixon, where, just before nightfall, he went into camp, or was about to do so, when several Indians were seen hovering along some raised ground nearly a mile distant. Straightway Stillman's gallant fellows remounted, one by one, or 2 and 2, and, without officers or orders, galloped away in pursuit. The Indians first shook a red flag, and then dashed off at the top of their speed. 3 of them were overtaken and killed, but the rest performed with perfect skill the errand upon which they were sent. They led Stillman's command into an ambuscade, where lay Black Hawk himself with 700 of his warriors. The pursuers recoiled, and rode for their lives. Black Hawk bore down upon Stillman's camp. The fugitives, streaming back with the fearful cries respecting the numbers and ferocity of the enemy, spread consternation through the entire force. Stillman gave a hasty order to fall back, and the men fell back much faster and farther than he intended, for they never faced about, or so much as stopped, until they reached Whiteside's camp at Dixon. The first of them reached Dixon about 12 o'clock, and others came straggling in all night long, and part of the next day, each party announcing themselves as the sole survivors of that stricken field, escaped solely by exercise of miraculous valor. Footnote: "It is said that a big, tall Kentuckian, with a very loud voice, who was a colonel of the militia, but a private with Stillman, upon his arrival in camp, gave to General Whiteside and the wondering multitude the following glowing and bombastic account of the battle. 'Sirs,' said he, 'our detachment was encamped amongst some scattering timber on the north side of Old Man's Creek, with the prairie from the north gently sloping down to our encampment. It was just after twilight, in the gloaming of the evening, when we discovered Black Hawk's army coming down upon us in solid column. They displayed in the form of a crescent upon the brow of the prairie, and such accuracy and precision of military movements were never witnessed by man. They were equal to the best troops of Wellington and Spain. I have said that the Indians came down in solid column, and displayed in the form of a crescent; and, what was most wonderful, there were large squares of cavalry resting upon the points of the curve, which squares were supported again by other columns 15 deep, extending back through the woods, and over a swamp 3/4 of a mile, which again rested upon the main body of Black Hawk's army bivouacked upon the banks of the Kishwaukee. It was a terrible and a glorious sight to see the tawny warriors as they rode along our flanks attempting to outflank us with the glittering moonbeams glistening from their polished blades and burnished spears. It was a sight well calculated to strike consternation into the stoutest and boldest heart, and accordingly our men soon began to break in small squads for tall timber. In a very little time the rout became general. The Indians were on our flanks, and threatened the destruction of the entire detachment. About this time, Major Stillman, Colonel Stevenson, Major Perkins, Captain Adams, Mr. Hackleton, and myself, with some others, threw ourselves into the rear to rally the fugitives and protect the retreat. But in a short time all my companions fell, bravely fighting hand to hand with the savage enemy, and I alone was left upon the field of battle. About this time I discovered, not far to the left, a corps of horsemen which seemed to be in tolerable order. I immediately deployed to the left, when, leaning down and placing my body in a recumbent posture upon the mane of my horse, so as to bring the heads of the horsemen between my eye and the horizon, I discovered by the light of the moon that they were gentlemen who did not wear hats, by which token I knew they were no friends of mine. I therefore made a retrograde movement, and recovered my former position, where I remained some time, meditating what further I could do in the service of my country, when a random ball came whistling by my ear, and plainly whispered to me, "Stranger, you have no further business here." Upon hearing this, I followed the example of my companions in arms, and broke for tall timber, and the way I run was not a little, and quit. This colonel was a lawyer just returning from the circuit, with a slight wardrobe and Chitty's pleadings packed in his saddle bags, all of which were captured by the Indians. He afterwards related, with much vexation, that Black Hawk had decked himself out in his finery, appearing in the woods amongst his savage companions, dressed in one of the colonel's ruffled shirts, drawn over his deerskin leggings, with a volume of Chitty's pleadings under each arm. Ford's History of Illinois. The affair is known to history as Stillman's defeat. Old John Hanks was in it, and speaks of it with shame and indignation, attributing the disaster to "drunken men, cowardice, and folly," though in this case we should be slow to adopt his opinion. Of folly there was, no doubt, enough both on the part of Whiteside and Stillman, but of drunkenness no public account makes any mention, and individual cowardice is never to be imputed to American troops. These men were as brave as any that ever wore a uniform, and some of them performed good service afterwards. But when they went into this action, they were raw militia, a mere mob, and no mob can stand against discipline, even though it be but the discipline of the savage. The next day Whiteside moved with all possible celerity to the field of Stillman's disaster, and finding no enemy, was forced to content himself with the melancholy duty of burying the mutilated and unsightly remains of the dead. All of them were scalped. Some had their heads cut off, others had their throats cut, and others still were mangled and dishonored in ways too shocking to be told. The army was now suffering from want of provisions. The folly of the commander in casting off his baggage train for the forced march on Dixon, the extravagance and improvidence of the men with their scanty rations, had exhausted the resources of the quartermasters, and, "except in the messes of the most careful and experienced, the camp was nearly destitute of food." The majority had been living on parched corn and coffee for 2 or 3 days." But, on the morning of the last march from Dixon, Quartermaster Thomas had succeeded in getting a little fresh beef from the only white inhabitant of that country, and this the men were glad to eat without bread. "I can truly say I was often hungry," said Captain Lincoln, reviewing the events of this campaign. He was, doubtless, as destitute and wretched as the rest, but he was patient, quiet, and resolute. Hunger brought with it a discontented and mutinous spirit. The men complained bitterly of all they had been made to endure, and clamored loudly for a general discharge. But Captain Lincoln kept the even tenor of his way, and, when his regiment was disbanded, immediately enlisted as a private soldier in another company. From the battlefield, Whiteside returned to his old camp at Dixon, but determined, before doing so, to make one more attempt to retrieve his ill fortune. Black Hawk's pirogues were supposed to be lying a few miles distant, in a bend of the Rock River, and the capture of these would serve as some relief to the dreary series of errors and miscarriages which had hitherto marked the campaign. But Black Hawk had just been teaching him strategy in the most effective mode, and the present movement was undertaken with an excess of caution almost as ludicrous as Stillman's bravado. "To provide as well as might be against danger, one man was started at a time in the direction of the point. When he would get a certain distance, keeping in sight, a second would start, and so on, until a string of men extending 5 miles from the main army was made, each to look for Indians, and give the sign to right, left, or front, by hanging a hat on a bayonet, erect for the front, and right or left, as the case might be. To raise men to go ahead was with difficulty done, and some tried hard to drop back; but we had got through safe, and found the place deserted, leaving plenty of Indian signs, a dead dog, and several scalps taken in Stillman's defeat, as we supposed them to have been taken." After this, the last of General Whiteside's futile attempts, he returned to the battlefield, and thence to Dixon, where he was joined by Atkinson with the regulars and the long coveted and much needed supplies. One day, during these many marches and countermarches, an old Indian found his way into the camp, weary, hungry, and helpless. He professed to be a friend of the whites, and, although it was an exceedingly perilous experiment for one of his color, he ventured to throw himself upon the mercy of the soldiers. But the men first murmured, and then broke out into fierce cries for his blood. "We've come out to fight the Indians," said they, "and by God we intend to do it." The poor Indian, now in the extremity of his distress and peril, did what he ought to have done before. He threw down before his assailants a soiled and crumpled paper, which he implored them to read before his life was taken. It was a letter of character and safe conduct from General Cass, pronouncing him a faithful man, who had done good service in the cause for which this army was enlisted. But it was too late. The men refused to read it, or thought it a forgery, and were rushing with fury upon the defenseless old savage, when Captain Lincoln bounded between them and their appointed victim. "Men," said he, and his voice for a moment stilled the agitation around him, "this must not be done. He must not be shot and killed by us." "But," said some of them, "the Indian is a damned spy." Lincoln knew that his own life was now in only less danger than that of the poor creature that crouched behind him. During the whole of this scene, Captain Lincoln seemed to rise to an unusual height of stature. The towering form, the passion and resolution in his face, the physical power and terrible will exhibited in every motion of his body, every gesture of his arm, produced an effect upon the furious mob as unexpected perhaps to him as to any one else. They paused, listened, fell back, and then sullenly obeyed what seemed to be the voice of reason, as well as authority. But there were still some murmurs of disappointed rage, and half-suppressed exclamations, which looked towards vengeance of some kind. At length, one of the men, a little bolder than the rest, but evidently feeling that he spoke for the whole, cried out, "This is cowardly on your part, Lincoln," whereupon the tall captain's figure stretched a few inches higher again. He looked down upon these varlets who would have murdered a defenseless old Indian, and now quailed before his single hand, with lofty contempt. The oldest of his acquaintances, even Bill Green, who saw him grapple Jack Armstrong and defy the bullies at his back, never saw him so much aroused before. "If any man thinks I am a coward, let him test it," said he. "Lincoln," responded a new voice, "you are larger and heavier than we are." "This you can guard against. Choose your weapons," returned the rigid captain. Whatever may be said of Mr. Lincoln's choice of means for the preservation of military discipline, it was certainly very effectual in this case. There was no more disaffection in his camp, and the word coward was never coupled with his name again. Mr. Lincoln understood his men better than those who would be disposed to criticize his conduct. He has often declared himself that his life and character were both at stake, and would probably have been lost, had he not at that supremely critical moment forgotten the officer and asserted the man. To have ordered the offenders under arrest would have created a formidable mutiny. To have tried and punished them would have been impossible. They could scarcely be called soldiers: they were merely armed citizens, with a nominal military organization. They were but recently enlisted, and their term of service was just about to expire. Had he preferred charges against them, and offered to submit their differences to a court of any sort, it would have been regarded as an act of personal pusillanimity, and his efficiency would have been gone forever. Lincoln was believed to be the strongest man in his regiment, and no doubt was. He was certainly the best wrestler in it, and after they left Beardstown, nobody ever disputed the fact. He is said to have "done the wrestling for the company," and one man insists that he always had a handkerchief tied around his person in readiness for the sport. For a while it was firmly believed that no man in the army could throw him down. His company confidently pitted him against the field, and were willing to bet all they had on the result. At length, one of Mr. Thompson came forward and accepted the challenge. He was, in fact, the most famous wrestler in the Western country. It is not certain that the report of his achievements had ever reached the ears of Mr. Lincoln or his friends, but at any rate they eagerly made a match with him as a champion not unworthy of their own. Thompson's power and skill, however, were as well known to certain persons in the army as Mr. Lincoln's were to others. Each side was absolutely certain of the victory, and bet according to their faith. Lincoln's company and their sympathizers put up all their portable property, and some perhaps not their own, including "knives, blankets, tomahawks," and all the most necessary articles of a soldier's outfit. When the men first met, Lincoln was convinced that he could throw Thompson; but after tussling with him a brief space in presence of the anxious assemblage, he turned to his friends and said, "This is the most powerful man I ever had hold of. He will throw me, and you will lose your all, unless I act on the defensive." He managed, nevertheless, to "hold him off for some time," but at last Thompson got the crotch hoist on him, and although Lincoln attempted with all his wonderful strength to break the hold by "sliding away," a few moments decided his fate. He was fairly thrown. As it required 2 out of 3 falls to decide the bets, Thompson and he immediately came together again, and with very nearly the same result. Lincoln fell under, but the other man fell too. There was just enough of uncertainty about it to furnish a pretext for a hot dispute, and a general fight. Accordingly, Lincoln's men instantly began the proper preliminaries to a fracas. "We were taken by surprise," says Mr. Green, "and, being unwilling to give up our property and lose our bets, got up an excuse as to the result. We declared the fall a kind of dog fall, did so apparently angrily." The fight was coming on apace, and bade fair to be a big and bloody one, when Lincoln rose up and said, "Boys, the man actually threw me once fair, broadly so, and the second time this very fall, he threw me fairly, though not so apparently so." He would countenance no disturbance, and his unexpected and somewhat astonishing magnanimity ended all attempts to raise one. Mr. Lincoln's good friend, Mr. Greene, the principal, though not the sole authority for the present account of his adventure in behalf of the Indian and his wrestle with Thompson, mentions one important incident which is found in no other manuscript, and which gives us a glimpse of Mr. Lincoln in a scene of another sort. "One other word in reference to Mr. Lincoln's care for the health, welfare, and justice to his men. Some officers of the United States had claimed that the regular army had preference in the rations and pay. Mr. Lincoln was ordered to do some act which he deemed unauthorized. He, however, obeyed, but went to the officer and said to him, 'Sir, you forget that we are not under the rules and regulations of the War Department at Washington, are only volunteers under the orders and regulations of Illinois. Keep in your own sphere, and there will be no difficulty, but resistance will hereafter be made to your unjust orders. And further, my men must be equal in all particulars, in rations, arms, camps, etc., to the regular army.' The man saw that Mr. Lincoln was right, and determined to have justice done. Always after this we were treated equally well, and just as the regular army was, in every particular. This brave, just, and humane act in behalf of the volunteers at once attached officers in rank to him as with hooks of steel." When the army reached Dixon, the almost universal discontent of the men had grown so manifest and so ominous, they could no longer be safely disregarded. They longed for the flesh pots of Egypt, and fiercely demanded their discharge. Although their time had not expired, it was determined to march them by way of Paw Paw Grove to Ottawa, and there concede what the governor feared he had no power to withhold. "While on our march from Dixon to Fox River," says Mr. Irwin, "one night while in camp, which was formed in a square enclosing about 40 acres, our horses, outside grazing, got scared about 9 o'clock, and a grand stampede took place. They ran right through our lines in spite of us, ran over many of us. No man knows what noise 1,000 horses make running, unless he had been there. It beats a young earthquake, especially among scared men, and certain they were scared then. We expected the Indians to be on us that night. Fire was thrown, drums beat, fifes played, which added additional fright to the horses. We saw no real enemy that night, but a line of battle was formed. There were no eyes for sleep that night. We stood to our posts in line, and what frightened the horses is yet unknown." "During this short Indian campaign," continues the same gentleman, "we had some hard times. Often hungry, but we had a great deal of sport, especially of nights, foot racing, some horse racing, jumping, telling anecdotes, in which Lincoln beat all, keeping up a constant laughter and good humor all the time. Among the soldiers some card playing and wrestling, in which Lincoln took a prominent part. I think it is safe to say he was never thrown in a wrestle. Mr. Irwin, it seems, still regards the Thompson affair as a dogfall. While in the army, he kept a handkerchief tied around him near all the time for wrestling purposes, and loved the sport as well as any one could. He was seldom ever beat jumping. During the campaign, Lincoln himself was always ready for an emergency. He endured hardships like a good soldier. He never complained, nor did he fear danger. When fighting was expected, or danger apprehended, Lincoln was the first to say, 'Let's go.' He had the confidence of every man of his company, and they strictly obeyed his orders at a word. His company was all young men, and full of sport. One night in Warren County, a white hog, a young sow, came into our lines, which showed more good sense to my mind than any hog I ever saw. This hog swam creeks and rivers, and went with us clear through to, I think, the mouth of Fox River, and there the boys killed it, or would doubtless have come home with us. If it got behind in daylight as we were marching, which it did sometimes, it would follow on the track, and come to us at night. It was naturally the cleverest, friendly disposed hog any man ever saw, and its untimely death was by many of us greatly deplored, for we all liked the hog for its friendly disposition and good manners, for it never molested anything, and kept in its proper place." On the 28th of May, the volunteers were discharged. The governor had already called for 2,000 more men to take their places; but, in the meantime, he made the most strenuous efforts to organize a small force out of the recently discharged, to protect the frontiers until the new levies were ready for service. He succeeded in raising 1 regiment and a spy company. Many officers of distinction, among them General Whiteside himself, enlisted as private soldiers, and served in that capacity to the end of the war. Captain Lincoln became Private Lincoln of the Independent Spy Company, Captain Early commanding, and although he was never in an engagement, he saw some hard service in scouting and trailing, as well as in carrying messages and reports. About the middle of June the new troops were ready for the field, and soon after moved up to Rock River. Meanwhile, the Indians had overrun the country. "They had scattered their war parties all over the North from Chicago to Galena, and from the Illinois River into the territory of Wisconsin. They occupied every grove, waylaid every road, hung around every settlement, and attacked every party of white men that attempted to penetrate the country." There had been some desultory fighting at various points. Captain Snyder, in whose company General Whiteside was a private, had met the Indians at Burr Oak Grove, and had a sharp engagement. Mr. St. Vrain, an Indian agent, with a small party of assistants, had been treacherously murdered near Fort Armstrong. Several men had been killed at the lead mines, and the Wisconsin volunteers, under Dodge, had signally punished the Indians that killed them. Galena had been threatened, and Fort Apple, 20 miles from Galena, had sustained a bloody siege of 15 hours. Captain Stevenson of Galena had performed an act which "equaled anything in modern warfare in daring and desperate courage," by driving a party of Indians larger than his own detachment into a dense thicket, and there charging them repeatedly until he was compelled to retire, wounded himself, and leaving 3 of his men dead on the ground. Thenceforward the tide was fairly turned against Black Hawk. 2,400 men, under experienced officers, were now in the field against him; and, although he succeeded in eluding his pursuers for a brief time, every retreat was equivalent to a reverse in battle, and all his manoeuvres were retreats. In the latter part of July he was finally overtaken by the volunteers under Henry, along the bluffs of the Wisconsin River, and defeated in a decisive battle. His ruin was complete. He abandoned all hope of conquest, and pressed in disorderly and disastrous retreat toward the Mississippi, in vain expectation of placing that barrier between him and his enemy. On the 4th day, after crossing the Wisconsin, General Atkinson's advance reached the high grounds near the Mississippi. Henry and his brigade, having won the previous victory, were placed at the rear in the order of march, with the ungenerous purpose of preventing them from winning another. But Black Hawk here resorted to a stratagem which very nearly saved the remnant of his people, and in the end completely foiled the intentions of Atkinson regarding Henry and his men. The old chief, with a high heart which even such a succession of reverses could not subdue, took 20 warriors and deliberately posted himself, determined to hold the army in check, or lead it away on a false trail, while his main body was being transferred to the other bank of the river. He accordingly made his attack in a place where he was favored by trees, logs, and tall grass, which prevented the discovery of his numbers. Finding his advance engaged, Atkinson formed a line of battle, and ordered a charge. But Black Hawk conducted his retreat with such consummate skill that Atkinson believed he was just at the heels of the whole Indian army, and under this impression continued the pursuit far up the river. When Henry came to the spot where the fighting had taken place, He readily detected the trick by various evidences about the ground. Finding the main trail in the immediate vicinity, he boldly fell upon it without orders, and followed it until he came up with the Indians in a swamp on the margin of the river, where he easily surprised and scattered them. Atkinson, hearing the firing in the swamp, turned back, and arrived just in time to assist in the completion of the massacre. A few of the Indians had already crossed the river. A few had taken refuge on a little willow island in the middle of the stream. The island was charged, the men wading to it in water up to their armpits. The Indians were dislodged and killed on the spot, or shot in the water while attempting to swim to the western shore. 50 prisoners were taken, and the greater part of these were squaws and children. This was the Battle of the Bad Axe, a terrific slaughter, considering the numbers engaged, and the final ruin of Black Hawk's fortunes. Black Hawk and his 20 warriors, among whom was his own son, made the best of their way to the Dalles on the Wisconsin, where they seem to have waited passively whatever fate their enemies should contrive for them. There were some Sioux and Winnebagoes in Atkinson's camp, men who secretly pretended to sympathize with Black Hawk, and, while acting as guides to the army, had really led it astray on many painful and perilous marches. It is certain that Black Hawk counted on the assistance of those tribes, but after the fight on the Wisconsin, even those who consented to act as his emissaries about the person of the hostile commander not only deserted him, but volunteered to hunt him down. They now offered to find him, take him, and bring him in, provided that base and cowardly service should be suitably acknowledged. They were duly employed. Black Hawk became their prisoner, and was presented by them to the Indian agent with 2 or 3 shameless and disgusting speeches from his captors. He and his son were carried to Washington City, and then through the principal cities of the country, after which President Jackson released him from captivity, and sent him back to his own people. He lived to be 80 years old, honored and beloved by his tribe, and after his death was buried on an eminence overlooking the Mississippi, with such rites as are accorded only to the most distinguished of native captains, sitting upright in war dress and paint, covered by a conspicuous mound of earth. We have given a rapid and perhaps an unsatisfactory sketch of the comparatively great events which brought the Black Hawk War to a close. So much at least was necessary, that the reader might understand the several situations in which Mr. Lincoln found himself during the short term of his second enlistment. We fortunately possess a narrative of his individual experience, covering the whole of that period, from the pen of George W. Harrison, his friend, companion, and messmate. It is given in full, for there is no part of it that would not be injured by the touch of another hand. It is an extremely interesting story, founded upon accurate personal knowledge, and told in a perspicuous and graphic style, admirably suited to the subject. Quote, "The new company thus formed was called the Independent Spy Company, not being under the control of any regiment or brigade, but receiving orders directly from the commander in chief, and always, when with the army, camping within the lines, and having many other privileges, such as never having camp duties to perform, drawing rations as much and as often as we pleased, etc." Dr. Early, deceased, of Springfield, was elected captain. 5 members constituted a tent, or messed together. Our mess consisted of Mr. Lincoln, Johnston, a half-brother of his, Franchier, Wyatt, and myself. The Independent Spy Company was used chiefly to carry messages, to send an express, to spy the enemy, and to ascertain facts. I suppose the nearest we were to doing battle was at Gradiot's Grove, near Galena. The spy company of Posey's brigade was many miles in advance of the brigade, when it stopped in the grove at noon for refreshments. Some of the men had turned loose their horses, and others still had theirs in hand, when 5 or 6 Sac and Fox Indians came near them. Many of the white men broke after them, some on horseback, some on foot, in great disorder and confusion, thinking to have much sport with their prisoners immediately. The Indians thus decoyed them about 2 miles from the little cabins in the grove, keeping just out of danger, when suddenly up sprang from the tall prairie grass 250 painted warriors, with long spears in hand, and tomahawks and butcher knives in their belts of deer skin and buffalo, and raised such a yell that our friends supposed them to be more numerous than Black Hawk's whole clan, and, instantly filled with consternation, commenced to retreat. But the savages soon began to spear them, making it necessary to halt in the flight and give them a fire, at which time they killed 2 Indians, one of them being a young chief gaily apparelled. Again, in the utmost horror, such as savage yells alone can produce, they fled for the little fort in the grove. Having arrived, they found the balance of their company, terrified by the screams of the whites and the yells of the savages, closely shut up in the double cabin, into which they quickly plunged, and found the much-needed respite. The Indians then prowled around the grove, shooting nearly all the company's horses, and stealing the balance of them. There, from cracks between the logs of the cabin, 3 Indians were shot and killed in the act of reaching for the reins of bridles on horses. They endeavored to conceal their bodies by trees in an old field which surrounded the fort; but, reaching with sticks for bridles, they exposed their heads and necks, where our men wheeled and fired, making 5 Indians known to be killed, and on their retreat from the prairie to the grove, 5 white men were cut into small pieces. The field of this action is the greatest battle ground we saw. The dead still lay unburied until after we arrived at sunrise the next day. The forted men, 50 strong, had not ventured to go out until they saw us, when they rejoiced greatly that friends and not dreaded enemies had come. They looked like men just out of cholera, having passed through the cramping stage. The only part we could then act was to seek the lost men, and with hatchets in hands to bury them. We buried the white men, and trailed the dead young chief to where he had once been drawn on the grass a half-mile, and concealed in the thicket. Those who trailed this once noble warrior, and found him, were Lincoln, I think, Wyatt, and myself. By order of General Atkinson, our company started on this expedition one evening, traveled all night, and reached Gratiot's at sunrise. A few hours after, General Posey came up to the fort with his brigade of nearly 1,000 men, when he positively refused to pursue the Indians. Being strongly solicited by Captain Early, Lincoln, and others, squads of Indians still showing themselves in a menacing manner 1½ miles distant. Our company was disbanded at Whitewater, Wisconsin, a short time before the massacre at Bad Axe by General Henry, and most of our men started for home on the following morning. But it so happened the night previous to starting on this long trip, Lincoln's horse and mine were stolen, probably by soldiers of our own army, and we were thus compelled to start outside the cavalcade. But I laughed at our fate, and he joked at it, and we all started off merrily. But the generous men of our company walked and rode by turns with us, and we fared about equal with the rest. But for this generosity, our legs would have had to do the better work, for in that day this then dreary route furnished no horses to buy or to steal, and whether on horse or afoot, we always had company, for many of the horses' backs were too sore for riding. Thus we came to Peoria. Here we bought a canoe, in which we 2 paddled our way to Pekin. The other members of our company, separating in various directions, stimulated by the proximity of home, could never have consented to travel at our usual tardy mode. At Pekin, Lincoln made an oar with which to row our little boat, while I went through the town in order to buy provisions for the trip. One of us pulled away at one oar, while the other sat astern to steer, or prevent circling. The river, being very low, was without current, so that we had to pull hard to make half the speed of legs on land. In fact, we let her float at night, and on the next morning always found the object still visible that we were beside us the previous evening. The water was remarkably clear, for this river of plants, and the fish appeared to be sporting with us as we moved over or near them. On the next day after we left Pekin, we overhauled a raft of saw logs, with 2 men afloat on it to urge it on with poles and to guide it in the channel. We immediately pulled up to them and went on the raft, where we were made welcome by various demonstrations. especially by that of invitation to a feast on fish, cornbread, eggs, butter, and coffee, just prepared for our benefit. Of these good things we ate almost immoderately, for it was the only warm meal we had made for several days. While preparing it, and after dinner, Lincoln entertained them, and they entertained us for a couple of hours very amusingly. This slow mode of travel was, at the time, a new mode, and the novelty made it for a short time agreeable. We descended the Illinois to Havana, where we sold our boat, and again set out the old way, over the sand ridges, for Petersburg. As we drew near home, the impulse became stronger, and urged us on amazingly. The long strides of Lincoln, often slipping back in the loose sand 6 inches every step, were just right for me, and he was greatly diverted when he noticed me behind him, stepping along in his tracks to keep from slipping. About 3 days after leaving the army at Whitewater, we saw a battle in full operation about 2 miles in advance of us. Lincoln was riding a young horse, the property of L. D. Matheny. I was riding a sprightly animal belonging to John T. Stewart. At the time we came in sight of the scene, our 2 voluntary footmen were about 3/4 of a mile in advance of us, and we about 1/2 a mile behind most of our company, and 3 or 4 on foot still behind us, leading some sore-backed horses. But the owners of our horses came running back, and meeting us all in full speed, rightfully ordered us to dismount. We obeyed, they mounted, and all pressed on toward the conflict, they on horseback and we on foot. In a few moments of hard walking and terribly close observation, Lincoln said to me, "George, this can't be a very dangerous battle." Reply, "Much shooting, nothing falls." It was at once decided to be a sham, for the purpose of training cavalry, instead of Indians having attacked a few white soldiers, and a few of our own men on their way home, for the purpose of killing them. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 8 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 6. The volunteers from Sangamon returned to their homes shortly before the state election, at which, among other officers, assemblymen were to be chosen. Lincoln's popularity had been greatly enhanced by his service in the war, and some of his friends urged him with warm solicitations to become a candidate at the coming election. He prudently resisted, and declined to consent, alleging in excuse his limited acquaintance in the county at large, until Mr. James Rutledge, the founder of New Salem, added the weight of his advice to the nearly unanimous desire of the neighborhood. It is quite likely that his recent military career was thought to furnish high promise of usefulness in civil affairs; but Mr. Rutledge was sure that he saw another proof of his great abilities in a speech which Abe was induced to make, just about this time, before the New Salem Literary Society. The following is an account of this speech by R.B. Rutledge, the son of James. About the year of 1832 or 1833, Mr. Lincoln made his first effort at public speaking. A debating club, of which James Rutledge was president, was organized and held regular meetings. As he rose to speak, his tall form towered above the little assembly. Both his hands were thrust down deep in the pockets of his pantaloons. A perceptible smile at once lit up the faces of the audience, for all anticipated the relation of some humorous story. But he opened up the discussion in splendid style, to the infinite astonishment of his friends. As he warmed with his subject, his hands would forsake his pockets, and would enforce his ideas by awkward gestures, but would very soon seek their easy resting places. He pursued the question with reason and argument so pithy and forcible that all were amazed. The President, at his fireside after the meeting, remarked to his wife that there was more in Abe's head than wit and fun, that he was already a fine speaker, that all he lacked was culture to enable him to reach the high destiny which he knew was in store for him. From that time Mr. Rutledge took a deeper interest in him. Soon after, Mr. Rutledge urged him to announce himself as a candidate for the Legislature. This he at first declined to do, averring that it was impossible to be elected. It was suggested that a canvass of the county would bring him prominently before the people, and in time would do him good. He reluctantly yielded to the solicitation of his friends, and made a partial canvass. In those days political animosities were fierce enough, but owing to the absence of nominating conventions, party lines were not as yet very distinctly drawn in Illinois. Candidates announced themselves, but usually it was done after full consultation with influential friends or persons of considerable power in the neighborhood of the candidate's residence. We have already seen the process by which Mr. Lincoln was induced to come forward. There were often secret combinations among a number of candidates, securing a mutual support, but in the present case there is no trace of such an understanding. This, 1832, was the year of General Jackson's election. The Democrats stigmatized their opponents as Federalists, while the latter were steadily struggling to shuffle off the odious name. For the present, they called themselves Democratic Republicans, and it was not until 1833 or 1834 that they formally took to themselves the designation of Whig. The Democrats were better known as Jackson men than Democrats, and were inexpressibly proud of either name. 4 or 5 years afterward, their enemies invented for their benefit the meaningless and hideous word locofoco. Since 1826, every general election in the state had resulted in a Democratic victory. The young men were mostly Democrats, and the most promising talents in the state were devoted to the cause, which seemed destined to achieve success wherever there was a contest. In a new country, largely peopled by adventurers from older states, there were necessarily found great numbers who would attach themselves to the winning side merely because it was the winning side. It is unnecessary to restate here the prevailing questions in national politics: Jackson's stupendous struggle with the bank, hard money, no monopoly, internal improvements, the tariff, and nullification, or the personal and political relations of the chieftains, Jackson, Clay, and Calhoun. Mr. Lincoln will shortly disclose in one of his speeches from the stump which of those questions were of special interest to the people of Illinois, and consequently which of them principally occupied his own attention. The Democrats were divided into whole hog men and nominal Jackson men, the former being thoroughly devoted to the fortunes and principles of their leader, while the latter were willing to trim a little for the sake of popular support. It is probable that Mr. Lincoln might be fairly classed as a nominal Jackson man, although the precise character of some of the views he then held, or is supposed to have held, on national questions is involved in considerable doubt. He had not wholly forgotten Jones or Jones's teachings. He still remembered his high dispute with Offutt in the shanty at Spring Creek, when he effectually defended Jackson against the abuse of his employer. He was not Whig, but Whiggish, as Dennis Hanks expresses it. It is not likely that a man who deferred so habitually to the popular sentiment around him would have selected the occasion of his settlement in a new place to go over bodily to a hopeless political minority. At all events, we have at least 3 undisputed facts, which make it plain that he then occupied an intermediate position between the extremes of all parties. First, he received the votes of all parties at New Salem. Second, he was the next year appointed postmaster by General Jackson. And third, the Democrats ran him for the Legislature 2 years afterwards, and he was elected by a larger majority than any other candidate. Our old way of conducting elections, says Governor Ford, required each aspirant to announce himself as a candidate. The most prudent, however, always consulted a little caucus of select influential friends. The candidates then traveled round the county or state in proper person, making speeches, conversing with the people, soliciting votes, whispering slanders against their opponents, and defending themselves against the attacks of their adversaries. But it was not always best to defend against such attacks. A candidate in a fair way to be elected should never deny any charge made against him, for if he does, his adversaries will prove all that they have said and much more. As a candidate did not offer himself as the champion of any party, he usually agreed with all opinions and promised everything demanded by the people, and most usually promised, either directly or indirectly, his support to all the other candidates at the same election. One of the arts was to raise a quarrel with unpopular men who were odious to the people, and then try to be elected upon the unpopularity of others as well as upon his own popularity. These modes of electioneering were not true of all the candidates, nor perhaps of half of them, very many of them being gentlemen of first-class integrity. The portion of the people whose influence lay in their fighting qualities, and who were prone to carry a huge knife in the belt of their hunting shirt, were sometimes called the butcher-knife boys, and sometimes the half-horse and half-alligator men. This class, according to Governor Ford, made a kind of balance of power party. Their favorite was sure of success, and nearly all political contests were decided by butcher-knife influence. In all elections and in all enactments of the legislature, great pains were taken by all candidates and all men in office to make their course and measures acceptable to these knights of steel and muscle. At a later date they enjoyed a succession of titles, such as Barefoot Boys, the Flat-footed Boys, and the Big-pawed Boys. In those times Governor Ford avers that he has seen all the rum shops and groceries of the principal places of a county chartered by candidates, and kept open for the gratuitous accommodation of the free and independent electors for several weeks before the vote. Every Saturday afternoon the people flocked to the county seat to see the candidates, to hear speeches, to discuss prospects, to get drunk and fight. Toward evening they would mount their ponies, go reeling from side to side, galloping through towns, and throwing up their caps and hats, screeching like so many infernal spirits broke loose from their nether prison, and thus they separated for their homes. These observations occur in Ford's account of the campaign of 1830, which resulted in the choice of Governor Reynolds, 2 years before Mr. Lincoln first became a candidate, and lead us to suppose that the body of electors before whom that gentleman presented himself were none too cultivated or refined. Mr. Lincoln's first appearance on the stump in the course of the canvass was at Pappsville, about 11 miles west of Springfield, upon the occasion of a public sale by the firm of Poog and Knapp. The sale over, speech-making was about to begin, when Mr. Lincoln observed strong symptoms of inattention in his audience, who had taken that particular moment to engage in what Mr. James A. Herndon pronounces a general fight. Lincoln saw that one of his friends was suffering more than he liked in the mêlée, and stepping into the crowd, he shouldered them sternly away from his man, until he met a fellow who refused to fall back. Him he seized by the nape of his neck and the seat of his breeches, and tossed him 10 or 12 feet easily. After this episode, as characteristic of him as of the times, he mounted the platform, and delivered with awkward modesty the following speech: "Gentlemen and fellow citizens, I presume you all know who I am. I am humble Abraham Lincoln. I have been solicited by many friends to become a candidate for the legislature. My politics are short and sweet, like the old woman's dance. I am in favor of a national bank. I am in favor of the internal improvement system and a high protective tariff. These are my sentiments and political principles. If elected, I shall be thankful. If not, it will be all the same." In these few sentences Mr. Lincoln adopted the leading principles of the Whig party, Clay's American system in full. In his view, as we shall see by another paper from him when again a candidate in 1834, the internal improvement system required a distribution of the proceeds of the sales of the public lands amongst the States. He says nothing of South Carolina, of nullification, of disunion, and on these subjects it is quite probable his views were like Mr. Webster's, and his sympathies with Jackson. The opinions announced in this speech, on all the subjects touched by the speaker, were as emphatically Whig as they could be made in words; yet, as far as they related to internal improvements, and indirectly favored the increase of bank issues, they were such as most of the nominal Jackson men in Illinois professed to hold, and such as they united with the Whigs to enforce then and afterwards in the State Legislature. The whole hog men would have none of them, and therein lay the distinction. Although the Democratic party continued to have a numerical majority for many years in the Legislature, the nominal men and the Whigs coalesced to control legislation in accordance with Whig doctrines. Even with such a record made and making by them, the nominal men persisted in calling themselves Democrats, while Jackson was vetoing the Maysville Road Bill, grappling with the National Bank, and exposing the oppressive character of the Tariff Act then in force, which imposed the highest scale of duties since the first enactment for protection in 1816. It was their practice to run men like themselves for the State offices where the chances of a plain-spoken Whig were hopeless, and by means of the nominal character of the candidate to secure enough Democratic votes united with the Whigs to elect him. In the very next canvass Mr. Lincoln himself was taken up by such a combination, and triumphantly elected. Such things were made feasible by the prevalent mode of making nominations without the salutary intervention of regular party conventions and committees. We repeat that Mr. Lincoln's position was midway between the extremes in local politics. His friend, Mr. A.Y. Ellis, who was with him during a part of this campaign, says, "He wore a mixed jeans coat, clawhammer style, short in the sleeves and bobtail. In fact, it was so short in the tail he could not sit on it, flax and tow linen pantaloons, and a straw hat. I think he wore a vest, but do not remember how it looked. He then wore pot metal boots. I accompanied him on one of his electioneering trips to Island Grove, and he made a speech which pleased his party friends very well indeed, though some of the Jackson men tried to make sport of it. He told several anecdotes in his speech, and applied them, as I thought, very well. He also told the boys several stories which drew them after him. I remember them, but modesty and my veneration for his memory forbid me to relate them." Mr. J. R. Herndon, his friend and landlord, heard him make several speeches about this same time, and gives us the following extract from one which seems to have made a special impression upon the minds of his auditors. "Fellow citizens, I have been told that some of my opponents have said that it was a disgrace to the county of Sangamon to have such a looking man as I am stuck up for the legislature. Now, I thought this was a free country. That is the reason I address you today. Had I known to the contrary, I should not have consented to run. But I will say one thing, let the shoe pinch where it may. When I have been a candidate before you some 5 or 6 times, and have been beaten every time, I will consider it a disgrace, and will be sure never to try it again. But I am bound to beat that man if I am beat myself." These were not the only speeches he made in furtherance of his present claims, but they are all of which we have any intelligible account. There was one subject upon which he felt himself peculiarly competent to speak, the practical application of the internal improvement system to the river which flowed by the doors of the constituency he addressed. He firmly believed in the right of the legislature of the State or the Congress of the United States to appropriate public money to local improvements for the sole advantage of limited districts, and he believed it good policy to exercise the right. His subsequent conduct in legislature and an elaborate speech in Congress are sufficient proof. In this doctrine he had the almost unanimous support of the people of Illinois. Almost every man in the State was a speculator in town lots or lands. Even the farmers had taken up or held the very lands they tilled with a view to a speculation in the near future. Long after the Democratic party in the South and East, leaving Mr. Calhoun in a state of isolation, had begun to inculcate different views of constitutional power and duty, it was a dangerous thing for a politician in Illinois to intimate his agreement with them. Mr. Lincoln knew well that the policy of local improvement at the general expense was at that moment decidedly the most popular platform he could mount. but he felt that this was not enough for his individual purposes, since it was no invention of his, and belonged to nearly everybody else as much as to him. He therefore prudently engrafted upon it a hobby of his own, the improvement of the Sangamon River, a plan to straighten it by means of cuts, to clear out its obstructions, and make it a commercial highway at the cost of the state. That the idea was nearly, if not quite, impracticable, the trip of the Talisman under Mr. Lincoln's piloting, and the fact that the river remained unimproved during all the years of the internal improvement mania, would seem to be pretty clear evidence. But the theme was agreeable to the popular ear, and had been dear to Lincoln from the moment he laid his eyes on the Sangamon. It was the great topic of his speech against Posey and Ewing in Macon County, when, under the auspices of John Hanks, he beat those professional politicians so completely that they applauded him themselves. His experience in navigating the river was not calculated to make him forget it, and it had occupied his thoughts more or less from that day forward. Now that it might be turned to good use where he was personally interested, he set about preparing a written address on it and on some other questions of local interest, upon which he bestowed infinite pains. The grammatical errors in the first draft were corrected by Mr. McNamar, the pioneer of New Salem as a business point, and the gentleman who was destined to be Mr. Lincoln's rival in the most important love affair of his life. He may have consulted the schoolmaster also, but if he had done so, it is hardly to be surmised that the schoolmaster would have left so important a fact out of his written reminiscences. It is more probable that Mr. Lincoln confined his applications for assistance on this most important matter to the quarter where he could get light on politics as well as grammar. However that may have been, the following is the finished paper. To the people of Sangamon County, fellow citizens, having become a candidate for the honorable office of one of your representatives in the next General Assembly of this State, in accordance with an established custom and the principles of true republicanism, it becomes my duty to make known to you, the people whom I propose to represent, my sentiments with regard to local affairs. Time and experience have verified to a demonstration the public utility of internal improvements. That the poorest and most thinly populated countries would be greatly benefited by the opening of good roads and in the clearing of navigable streams within their limits is what no person will deny. Yet it is folly to undertake works of this or any other kind without first knowing that we are able to finish them, as a half-finished work generally proves to be labor lost. There cannot justly be any objection to having railroads and canals, any more than to other good things, provided they cost nothing. The only objection is to paying for them, and the objection arises from the want of ability to pay. With respect to the county of Sangamon, some more easy means of communication than it now possesses, for the purpose of facilitating the task of exporting the surplus products of its fertile soil, and importing necessary articles from abroad, are indispensably necessary. A meeting has been held of the citizens of Jacksonville and the adjacent county for the purpose of deliberating and inquiring into the expediency of constructing a railroad from some eligible point on the Illinois River through the town of Jacksonville in Morgan County to the town of Springfield in Sangamon County. This is, indeed, a very desirable object. No other improvement that reason will justify us in hoping for can equal in utility the railroad. It is a never-failing source of communication between places of business remotely situated from each other. Upon the railroad, the regular business of commercial intercourse is not interrupted by either high or low water, or freezing weather, which are the principal difficulties that render our future hopes of water communication precarious and uncertain. Yet, however desirable an object the construction of a railroad through our county may be, however high our imaginations may be heated at thoughts of it, there is always a heart-appalling shock accompanying the account of its cost, which forces us to shrink from our pleasing anticipations. The probable cost of this contemplated railroad is estimated at $290,000, the bare statement of which, in my opinion, is sufficient to justify the belief that the improvement of the Sangamon River is an object much better suited to our infant resources. Respecting this view, I think I may say, without the fear of being contradicted, that its navigation may be rendered completely practicable as high as the mouth of the South Fork, or probably higher, to vessels of from 25 to 30 tons burden, for at least one half of all common years, and to vessels of much greater burden a part of that time. From my peculiar circumstances, it is probable that for the last 12 months I have given as particular attention to the stage of the water in this river as any other person in the country. In the month of March, 1831, in company with others, I commenced the building of a flatboat on the Sangamon, and finished and took her out in the course of the spring. Since that time I have been concerned in the mill at New Salem. These circumstances are sufficient evidence that I have not been very inattentive to the stages of the water. The time at which we crossed the mill dam being in the last days of April, the water was lower than it had been since the breaking of winter in February, or than it was for several weeks after. The principal difficulties we encountered in descending the river were from the drifted timber, which obstructions all know are not difficult to be removed. Knowing almost precisely the height of the water at that time, I believe I am safe in saying that it has as often been higher as lower since. From this view of the subject, it appears that my calculations with regard to the navigation of the Sangamon cannot but be founded in reason. But whatever may be its natural advantages, certain it is that it never can be practically useful to any great extent without being greatly improved by art. The drifted timber, as I have before mentioned, is the most formidable barrier to this object. Of all parts of this river, none will require so much labor in proportion to make it navigable as that last 30 or 35 miles, and going with the meanderings of the channel, when we are this distance above its mouth, we are only between 12 and 18 miles above Beardstown, in something near a straight direction, and this route is upon such low ground as to retain water in many places during the season, and in all parts such as draw 2/3 or 3/4 of the river water at all high stages. This route is on prairie land the whole distance, so that it appears to me, by removing the turf a sufficient width, and damming up the old channel, the whole river in a short time would wash its way through, thereby curtailing the distance and increasing the velocity of the current very considerably, while there would be no timber on the banks to obstruct its navigation in future, and, being nearly straight, the timber which might float in at the head would be apt to go clear through. There are also many places above this where the river, in its zigzag course, forms such complete peninsulas as to be easier to cut at the necks than to remove the obstructions from the bends, which, if done, would also lessen the distance. What the cost of this work would be, I am unable to say. It is probable, however, that it would not be greater than is common to streams of the same length. Finally, I believe the improvement of the Sangamon River to be vastly important and highly desirable to the people of the county, and if elected, any measure in the legislature having this for its object, which may appear judicious, will meet my approbation and shall receive my support. It appears that the practice of drawing money at exorbitant rates of interest has already been opened as a field for discussion, so I suppose I may enter upon it without claiming the honor or risking the danger which may await its first explorer. It seems as though we are never to have an end to this baneful and corroding system, acting almost as prejudicial to the general interests of the community as a direct tax of several $1,000s annually laid on each county, for the benefit of a few individuals only, unless there be a law made fixing the limits of usury. A law for this purpose, I am of opinion, may be made without materially injuring any class of people. In cases of extreme necessity, there could always be found means to cheat the law, while in all other cases it would have its intended effect. I would favor the passage of a law on this subject, which might not be very easily evaded. Let it be such that the labor and difficulty of evading it could only be justified in the cases of greatest necessity. Note: until the year 1833 there had been no legal limit to the rate of interest to be fixed by contract. but usury had been carried to such an unprecedented degree of extortion and oppression as to cause the legislature to enact severe usury laws, by which all interest above 12% was condemned. It had been no uncommon thing before this to charge 100 and 150%, and sometimes 200 and 300%. But the common rate of interest by contract had been about 50%. Ford's History, page 233. End note. Upon the subject of education, not presuming to dictate any plan or system respecting it, I can only say that I view it as the most important subject which we as a people can be engaged in. That every man may receive at least a moderate education, and thereby be enabled to read the histories of his own and other countries, by which he may duly appreciate the value of our free institutions, appears to be an object of vital importance even on this account alone, to say nothing of the advantages and satisfaction to be derived from all being able to read the Scriptures and other works, both of a religious and a moral nature, for themselves. For my part, I desire to see the time when education, and by its means morality, sobriety, enterprise, and industry, shall become much more general than at present, and should be gratified to have it in my power to contribute something to the advancement of any measure which might have a tendency to accelerate the happy period. With regard to existing laws, some alterations are thought to be necessary. Many respectable men have suggested that our estray laws, the law respecting the issuing of executions, the road law, and some others, are deficient in their present form, and require alterations. But considering the great probability that the framers of those laws were wiser than myself, I should prefer not meddling with them unless they were first attacked by others, in which case I should feel it both a privilege and a duty to take that stand which in my view might tend most to the advancement of justice. But, fellow citizens, I shall conclude. Considering the great degree of modesty which should always attend youth, it is probable I have already been more presuming than becomes me. However, upon the subjects of which I have treated, I have spoken as I have thought. I may be wrong in regard to any or all of them, but holding it a sound maxim that it is better only sometimes to be right than at all times wrong, so soon as I discover my opinions to be erroneous, I shall be ready to renounce them. Every man is said to have his peculiar ambition. Whether it be true or not, I can say, for one, that I have none other so great as that of being truly esteemed of my fellow men by rendering myself worthy of their esteem. How far I shall succeed in gratifying this ambition is yet to be developed. I am young and unknown to many of you. I was born and have ever remained in the most humble walks of life. I have no wealthy or popular relations or friends to recommend. My case is thrown exclusively upon the independent voters of the county, and, if elected, they will have conferred a favor upon me for which I shall be unremitting in my labors to compensate. But if the good people in their wisdom shall see fit to keep me in the background, I have been too familiar with disappointments to be very much chagrined. Your friend and fellow citizen, A. Lincoln, New Salem, March 9th, 1832. Mr. Lincoln was defeated at the election, having 470 votes less than the candidate who had the highest number. But his disappointment was softened by the action of his immediate neighbors, who gave him an almost unanimous support. With 3 solitary exceptions, he received the whole vote of his precinct, 277, being one more than the whole number cast for both the candidates for Congress. End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Hill Lamon, Chapter 7. The results of the canvass for the legislature were precisely such as had been predicted both by Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Rutledge. He had been defeated, as he expected himself, and it had done him much good, in the politician's sense, as promised by Mr. Rutledge. He was now somewhat acquainted with the people outside of the New Salem district, and generally marked as a young man of good parts and popular manners. The vote given him at home demonstrated his local strength, and made his favor a thing of value to the politicians of all parties. Soon after his return from the army, he had taken quarters at the house of J.R. Herndon, who loved him then and always with as much sincerity as one man can love another. Mr. Herndon's family likewise became much attached to him. He nearly always had one of Herndon's children around with him. Mr. Herndon says of him further that he was at home wherever he went, making himself wonderfully agreeable to the people he lived with, or whom he happened to be visiting. Among other things, he was very kind to the widow and orphan, and chopped their wood. Lincoln, as we have already seen, was not enamored of the life of a common laborer, mere hewing and drawing. He preferred to clerk, to go to war, to enter politics, anything but that dreary round of daily toil and poor pay. But he was now, as he would say, in a fix. Clerks were not wanted every day in New Salem, and he began to cast about for some independent business of his own, by which he could earn enough to pay board and buy books. In every community where he had lived, the merchant had been the principal man. He felt that, in view of his apprenticeship under those great masters Jones and Offutt, he was fully competent to run a store, and was impatient to find an opening in that line. Unfortunately for him, the circumstances of the business men of New Salem were just then peculiarly favorable to his views. At least 3 of them were as anxious to sell out as Lincoln was to buy. Lincoln, as already stated, was at this time living with Roe Herndon. Roe and his brother Jim had taken a store down to New Salem early that year, but Jim didn't like the place, and sold out his interests to an idle, convivial fellow named Berry. 6 weeks later, Roe Herndon grew tired of his new partner, and sold his interest to Lincoln. The store was a mixed one, dry goods and groceries. About the same time, Mr. Radford, who kept one of the New Salem groceries, fell into disfavor with the Clary's Grove boys, who generously determined that he should keep a grocery no longer. They accordingly selected a convenient night for breaking in his windows, and, in their own elegant phrase, gutting his establishment. Convinced that these neighborly fellows were inclined to honor him with further attentions, and that his bones might share the fate of his windows, Radford determined to sell out at the earliest dawn of the coming day. The next day he was standing disconsolate in the midst of his wreck, when Bill Green rode up. Green thought he saw a speculation in Radford's distress, and offered him $400 for the whole concern. Radford eagerly closed with him, and in a few minutes Green owned the grocery, and Radford was ready for the road to a more congenial settlement. It is said that Green employed Lincoln to make an inventory of the stock. At all events, Lincoln was satisfied that Green's bargain was a very good one, and proposed that he and Berry should take it off his hands at a premium of $250. Radford had Green's note for $400, but he now surrendered it, and took Lincoln and Berry's for the same amount, endorsed by Green, while Lincoln and Berry gave Green a note for $250, the latter's profit in the trade. Mr. Rutledge also owned a small grocery in the village, and this was speedily absorbed by the enterprising firm of Lincoln and Berry, who now had the field to themselves, being sole proprietors of the only store of the kind in New Salem. Whether Mr. Lincoln sold liquor by the dram over the counter of this shop remains, and will forever remain, an undetermined question. Many of his friends aver that he did, and as many more aver that he did not. When Douglas, with that courtesy for which he distinguished himself in the debates with Lincoln, revived the story, Lincoln replied that even if it were true, there was but little difference between them, for while he figured on one side of the counter, Douglas figured on the other. It is certain liquors were a part of the stock of all the purchases of Lincoln and Berry. Of course they sold them by the quantity, and probably by the drink. Some of it they gave away, for no man could keep store without setting out the customary dram to the patrons of the place. Note: here is the evidence of James Davis, a Democrat, aged 60, who is willing to give the devil his due. Came to Clary's Grove in 1829, knew Lincoln well, knew Jim and Roe Herndon. They sold out to Berry, one of them did. Afterwards the other sold out to Lincoln. The store was a mixed one, dry goods, a few groceries, such as sugar, salt, etc., and whiskey solely kept for their customers or to sell by the gallon, quart, or pint, not otherwise. The Herndons probably had the Blankenship goods. Radford had a grocery store, salt, pepper, and such like things, with whiskey. It is said Greene bought this out and instantly sold to Berry and Lincoln. Lincoln and Berry broke. Berry subsequently kept a doggery, a whiskey saloon, as I do now, or did. Am a Democrat, never agreed in politics with Abe. He was an honest man. Give the devil his due, he never sold whiskey by the dram in New Salem. I was in town every week for years, knew, I think, all about it. I always drank my dram, and drank at Berry's often, ought to know. Lincoln got involved, I think, in the first operation. Salem Hill was a baron. End note. The difficulty of gathering authentic evidence on this subject is well illustrated in the following extract of Mr. George Spears of Petersburg. I took my horse this morning and went over to New Salem, among the P's and A's, and made all the inquiries I could, but could learn nothing. The old ladies begin to count up what had happened in New Salem, when such a one of their children was born, and such a one had a bastard, but it all amounted to nothing. I could arrive at no dates, only when those children were born. Old Mrs. Potter affirms that Lincoln did sell liquors in a grocery. I can't tell whether he did or not. All that winter, 1832-33, Lincoln struggled along with a bad partner and a business which began wrong and grew worse every day. Berry had no qualities which atoned for his evil habits. He preferred to consume the liquors on hand rather than to sell them, and exerted himself so successfully that in a few months he had ruined the credit of the firm, squandered its assets, and destroyed his own health. The store was a dead failure, and the partners were weighed down with a parcel of debts against which Lincoln could scarcely have borne up, even with a better man to help him. At last they sold out to two brothers named Trent. The Trents continued the business for a few months, when they broke up and ran away. Then Berry, encouraged by the example of the Trents, cleared out also, and, dying soon after, left poor Lincoln the melancholy task of settling up the affairs of their ill-starred partnership. In the preceding transactions, the absence of any cash consideration is the one thing very striking. It is a fair illustration of the speculative spirit pervading the whole people. Greene bought from Radford on credit. Lincoln and Berry bought from Greene on credit. They bought from the Herndons on credit. They bought from Rutledge on credit, and they sold to the Trents on credit. Those that did not die or run away had a sad time enough in managing the debts resulting from their connection with this unlucky grocery. Radford assigned Lincoln and Berry's note to a Mr. Van Bergen, who got judgment on it, and swept away all Lincoln's little personal property, including his surveying instruments, his very means of livelihood, as we shall see at another place. The Herndons owed E.C. Blankenship for the goods they sold, and assigned Lincoln and Berry's note in payment. Mr. Lincoln struggled to pay by slow degrees this harassing debt to Blankenship through many long and weary years. It was not until his return from Congress in 1849 that he got the last dollar of it discharged. He paid Greene his note of $250 in small installments, beginning in 1839 and ending in 1840. The history of his debt to Rutledge is not so well known. It was probably insignificant as compared with the others, and Mr. Rutledge proved a generous creditor, as he had always been a kind and considerate friend. Certain that he had no abilities for trade, Mr. Lincoln took the best resolution he could have formed under the circumstances. He sat down to his books just where he was, believing that knowledge would be power, and power profit. He had no reason to shun his creditors, for these were the men of all others who most applauded the honesty of his conduct at the period of his greatest pecuniary misfortune. He talked to them constantly of the old debt, the national debt, as he sometimes called it, promised to pay when he could, and they devoutly relied upon every word he said. Row Herndon moved to the country, and Lincoln was compelled to change his boarding place. He now began to live at a tavern for the first time in his life. It was kept by various persons during his stay, first, it seems, by Mr. Rutledge, then by Henry Onstatt, and last by Nelson Alley. It was a small log house covered with clapboards, and contained 4 rooms. Lincoln began to read law while he lived with Herndon. Some of his acquaintances insist that he began even earlier than this, and assert, by way of proof, that he was known to borrow a well-worn copy of Blackstone from A.T. Bogue, a pork dealer at Beardstown. At all events, he now went to work in earnest, and studied law as faithfully as if he had never dreamed of any other business in life. As a matter of course, his slender purse was unequal to the purchase of the needful books. But this circumstance gave him little trouble, for although he was short of funds, he was long in the legs, and had nothing to do but walk off to Springfield, where his friend John T. Stuart cheerfully supplied his wants. Mr. Stuart's partner, H. C. Dummer, says, "He was an uncouth-looking lad, did not say much, but what he did say, he said straight and sharp." He used to read law, says Henry McHenry, in 1832 or 1833, barefooted, seated in the shade of a tree, and would grind around with the shade just opposite Berry's grocery store, a few feet south of the door. He occasionally varied the attitude by lying flat on his back and putting his feet up the tree, a situation which might have been unfavorable to mental application in the case of a man with shorter extremities. "The first time I ever saw Abe with a law book in his hand," says Squire Godby, "he was sitting astride of Jake Bales's woodpile in New Salem. Says I, 'Abe, what are you studying?' 'Law,' says Abe. 'Great God Almighty,' responded I. It was too much for Godby. He could not suppress the blasphemy at seeing such a figure acquiring science in such an odd situation." Minter Graham asserts that Abe did a little of what we call "sitting up to the fine gals of Illinois;" but according to other authorities he always had his book with him when in company, and would read and talk alternately. He carried it along in his walks to the woods and the river, read it in daylight under the shade tree by the grocery, and at night by any friendly light he could find, most frequently the one he kindled himself in the shop of his old benefactor the cooper. Abe's progress in the law was as surprising as the intensity of his application to study. He never lost a moment that might be improved. It is even said that he read and recited to himself on the road and by the wayside as he came down from Springfield with the books he had borrowed from Stuart. The first time he went up he had mastered 40 pages of Blackstone before he got back. It was not long until, with his restless desire to be doing something practical, he began to turn his acquisitions to account in forwarding the business of his neighbors. He wrote deeds, contracts, notes, and other legal papers for them, using a small dictionary and an old form book, pettifogged incessantly before the justice of the peace, and probably assisted that functionary in the administration of justice as much as he benefited his own clients. This species of country student's practice was entered upon very early, and kept up until long after he was quite a distinguished man in the legislature. But in all this he was only trying himself. As he was not admitted to the bar until 1837, he did not regard it as legitimate practice, and never charged a penny for his services. Although this fact is mentioned by a great number of persons, and the generosity of his conduct much enlarged upon, it is seriously to be regretted that no one has furnished us with a circumstantial account of any of his numerous cases before the magistrate. But Mr. Lincoln did not confine himself entirely to the law. He was not yet quite through with Kirkham nor the schoolmaster. The valuable copy of the grammar he delighted to peruse is still in the possession of R.B. Rutledge, with the thumb marks of the President all over it. He also studied natural philosophy, chemistry, astronomy, etc. He had no regular teacher, but perhaps received more assistance from Minter Graham than from any other person. He read with avidity all the newspapers that came to New Salem, chiefly the Sangamon Journal, the Missouri Republican, and the Louisville Journal. The latter was his favorite. Its wit and anecdotes were after his own heart, and he was a regular subscriber for it through several years when he could ill afford a luxury so costly. Note: according to Mr. McNamar, Lincoln took the Sangamon Journal and the Louisville Journal from 1832 to 1837, and Hill and Bale took the Missouri Republican and the Cincinnati Gazette. The Missouri Republican was first issued as a daily in September 1836. Its size was then 25 by 36 inches. End note. Mr. Lincoln was never a profound historical student. If he happened to need historical facts for the purposes of a political or legal discussion, he read them on the spur of the occasion. For this reason, his opinions of current affairs all through his life were based more upon individual observation and reflection than upon scientific deductions from the experience of the world. Yet at this time, when he probably felt more keenly than ever after the want of a little learning to embellish the letters and speeches he was ambitious to compose, he is said to have read Rollins's Ancient History, Gibbons's Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire, and similar works, with great diligence and care. The books were borrowed from William Green, Bowlin Green, and other parties in and about New Salem. But he greatly preferred literature of another sort, such as Mrs. Lee Hentz's novels, some of which he found among the effects of Mr. Ellis, at the time his companion and occasional bedfellow. He was very fond, Mr. Ellis declares, of short stories, 1 and 2 columns long, like Cousin Sally Dillard, Becky Wilson's Courtship, The Downeaster and the Bull, How a Bashful Man Became a Married Man with 5 Little Bashful Boys, and how he and his red-headed wife became Millerites, and before they were to ascend agreed to make a clean breast of it to each other, and how, when the old lady was through, the Downeaster earnestly wished that Gabriel might blow his horn without delay. One New Salemite insists that Mr. Lincoln told this latter story with embellishments, and therefore he is firmly convinced that Mr. Lincoln had a hand in originating it. The catalogue of literature in which he particularly delighted at New Salem is completed by the statement of Mr. Rutledge that he took great pleasure in Jack Downing's letters. Mr. Lincoln still relished a popular song with a broad point or a palpable moral in it, as much as he had ever enjoyed the vocal efforts of Dennis Hanks and his rollicking compeers of the Gentryville grocery. He even continued his own unhappy attempts, although with as little success as before, and quite as much to the amusement of his friends. To the choice collection of miscellaneous ballads acquired in Indiana, he now added several new favorites, like Old Sukey Blueskin, and some selections from the Missouri Harmony, with variations by himself. He was also singularly fond of an Irish song, which tells how St. Patrick came to be born on the 17th day of March. "You ask me," says Mr. Ellis, "if I remember the first time I saw Mr. Lincoln. Yes, I do. I was out collecting back tax for General James D. Henry.
I went from the tavern down to Jacob Bales's old mill, and then I first saw Mr. Lincoln. He was sitting on a saw log, talking to Jack and Riel Armstrong and a man by the name of Hohammer. I shook hands with the Armstrongs and Hohammer, and was conversing with them a few minutes, when we were joined by my old friend and former townsman, George Warburton, pretty tight as usual, and he soon asked me to tell him the old story about Ben Jonson and Mrs. Dale's blue dye, etc., which I did. And then Jack Armstrong said, "Lincoln, tell Ellis the story about Governor J. Sickner, his city-bred son, and his nigger Bob," which he did, with several others, by Jack's calling for them. I found out then that Lincoln was a cousin to Charlie Hanks of Island Grove. I told him I knew 3 of the boys, Joe, Charlie, and John, and his uncle, old Billy Hanks, who lived up on the North Fork of the Sangamon River, afterwards near Decatur. Note: I myself knew old Billy Hanks, his mother's brother, and he was a very sensible old man. He was father to Mrs. Dillon on Spring Creek, and Charlie, Billy Jr., and John were his sons. They were all low-flung, could neither read nor write. Some of them used to live in Island Grove, Sangamon County. I remember the time that Lincoln and E.D. Baker ran in convention to decide who should run for Congress in old Sangamon, that some of Baker's friends accused Mr. Lincoln of belonging to a proud and an aristocratic family, meaning the Edwardses and Todds, I suppose, and when it came to Mr. Lincoln's ears he laughed heartily, and remarked, "Well, that sounds strange to me. I do not remember of but one that ever came to see me, and while he was in town he was accused of stealing a Jew's harp." Josh Speed remembers his saying this. I think you ought to remember it. Beverly Powell and myself lived with Bell and Speed, and I think he said so in their store. After that a Miss Hanks came to spend the winter with Mrs. Lincoln. A. Y. Ellis. End note. This interview took place shortly after the Black Hawk War, but it was not until the next year, 1833, the period at which we have now arrived, that Lincoln and Ellis became intimate. At that time Ellis went there to keep a store, and boarded at the same log tavern where Lincoln was. Lincoln, being engaged in no particular business, merely endeavoring to make a lawyer, a surveyor, and a politician of himself, gave a great deal of his time to Ellis and Ellis's business. He also used to assist me in the store, says this new friend, on busy days, but he always disliked to wait on the ladies. He preferred trading with the men and boys, as he used to say. I also remember that he used to sleep in the store, on the counter, when they had too much company at the tavern. I well remember how he was dressed. He wore flax and tow linen pantaloons, I thought about 5 inches too short in the legs, and frequently he had but one suspender, no vest or coat. He wore a calico shirt, such as he had in the Black Hawk War, coarse brogans, tan color, blue yarn socks, and a straw hat, old style and without a band. Mr. Lincoln was in those days a very shy man of the ladies. On one occasion, while we boarded at this tavern, there came a family, containing an old lady and her son and 3 stylish daughters, from the state of Virginia, and they stopped there for 2 or 3 weeks. And during their stay I do not remember of Mr. Lincoln ever eating at the same table when they did. I then thought it was on account of his awkward appearance and his wearing apparel. There lived at New Salem at this time, and for some years afterward, a festive gentleman named Kelso, a school-teacher, a merchant, or a vagabond, according to the run of his somewhat variable luck. When other people got drunk at New Salem, it was the usual custom to tussle and fight, and tramp each other's toes, and pull each other's noses. But when Kelso got drunk, he astonished the rustic community with copious quotations from Robert Burns and William Shakespeare, authors little known to fame among the literary men of New Salem. Besides Shakespeare and Burns, Mr. Kelso was likewise very fond of fishing, and could catch his game when no other man could get a bite. Mr. Lincoln hated fishing with all his heart, but it is the testimony of the countryside, from Petersburg to Island Grove, that Kelso drew Lincoln after him by his talk, and that they became exceedingly intimate, that they loitered away whole days together along the banks of quiet streams, that Lincoln learned to love inordinately our divine William and Scotia's bard, whom his friend mouthed in his cups, or expounded more soberly in the intervals of fixing bait and dropping line. Finally, he and Kelso boarded at the same place, and with another merchant named Cincho, of tastes congenial and wits as keen as Kelso's, they were always found together, battling and arguing. Bill Green ventures the opinion that Lincoln's incessant reading of Shakespeare and Burns had much to do in giving his mind the skeptical tendency so fully developed by the labors of his pen in 1834-35, and in social conversations during many years of his residence at Springfield. Like Offutt, Kelso disappeared suddenly from New Salem, and apparently from the recollection of men. Each with a peculiar talent of his own, kind-hearted, eccentric creatures, no man's enemy and everybody's prey, they strolled out into the great world and left this little village to perish behind them. Of Kelso, a few faint traces have been found in Missouri, but if he ever had a lodging more permanent than the wayside tavern, a haystack, or a hedge, no man was able to tell where it was. Of Offutt not a word was ever heard. The most searching and cunning inquiries have failed to discover any spot where he lingered for a single hour; and but for the humble boy to whom he was once a gentle master, no human being that knew him would bestow a thought upon his name. In short, to use the expressive language of Mr. Lincoln himself, he literally petered out. Mr. Lincoln was often annoyed by company. His quarters at the tavern afforded him little privacy, and the shade of the tree in front of the grocery was scarcely a sufficiently secluded situation for the purposes of an ardent student. There were too many people to wonder and laugh at a man studying law with his feet up a tree, too many to worry him for the stories and jokes which it was supposed he could furnish on demand. For these reasons it became necessary that he should retire to the country occasionally to rest and study. Sometimes he went to James Short's on the Sand Ridge, sometimes to Minter Graham's, sometimes to Bowlin Green's, sometimes to Jack Armstrong's, and as often, perhaps, to Abel's or Row Herndon's. All of these men served him faithfully and signally at one time and another, and to all of them he was sincerely attached. When Bowlin Green died in 1842, Mr. Lincoln, then in the enjoyment of great local reputation, undertook to deliver a funeral oration over the remains of his beloved friend. But when he rose to speak, his voice was choked with deep emotion. He stood a few moments while his lips quivered in the effort to form the words of fervent praise he sought to utter, and the tears ran down his yellow and shriveled cheeks. Some of those who came to hear him, and saw his tall form thus sway in silence over the body of Bowlin Green, say he looked so helpless, so utterly bereft and pitiable, that every heart in the audience was hushed at the spectacle. After repeated efforts, he found it impossible to speak, and strode away, openly and bitterly sobbing, to the widow's carriage, in which he was driven from the scene. Mr. Herndon's papers disclose less than we should like to know concerning this excellent man. They give us only this burial scene, with the fact that Bowlin Green had loaned Mr. Lincoln books from their earliest acquaintance, and on one occasion had taken him to his home and cared for him with the solicitude of a devoted friend through several weeks of great suffering and peril. The circumstances of the attempted eulogy are mentioned here to show the relations which subsisted between Mr. Lincoln and some of the benefactors we have enumerated. But all this time Mr. Lincoln had a living to make, a running board bill to pay, and nothing to pay it with. He was, it is true, in the hands of excellent friends, so far as the greater part of his indebtedness was concerned; but he was industrious by nature, and wanted to be working and paying as he went. He would not have forfeited the good opinion of those confiding neighbors for a lifetime of ease and luxury. It was therefore a most happy thing for him, and he felt it to be so, when he attracted the attention of John Calhoun, the surveyor of Sangamon County. Calhoun was the type of a perfect gentleman, brave, courteous, able, and cultivated. He was a Democrat then, and a Democrat when he died. All the world knows how he was the president of the Lecompton Convention, how he administered the trust in accordance with his well-known convictions, and how, after a life of devotion to Douglas, he was adroitly betrayed by that facile politician, and left to die in the midst of obloquy and disaster. At the time we speak of, he was one of the most popular men in the State of Illinois, and one of the foremost chieftains of the political party which invariably carried the county and the district in which Mr. Lincoln lived. He knew Lincoln and admired him. He was well assured that Lincoln knew nothing of surveying, but he was equally certain that he could soon acquire it. The speculative fever was at its height. He was overrun with business. The country was alive with strangers seeking land, and every citizen was buying and selling with a view to a great fortune in the flush times coming. He wanted a deputy with common sense and common honesty. He chose Lincoln because nobody else possessed these qualities in a more eminent degree. He hunted him up, gave him a book, told him to study it, and said that as soon as he was ready he should have as much work as he could do. Lincoln took the book and retired to the country, that is, he went out to Minter Graham's for about 6 weeks, in which time, by the aid of that good master, he became an expert surveyor, and was duly appointed Calhoun's deputy. Of course he made some money, merely his pay for work, but it is a remarkable fact that, with his vast knowledge of the lands in Sangamon and adjacent counties, he never made a single speculation on his own account. It was not long until he acquired a considerable private business. The accuracy of his surveys were seldom, if ever, questioned. Disputes regarding corners and lines were frequently submitted to his arbitration, and the decision was invariably accepted as final. It often happened that his business kept him away from New Salem and his other studies for weeks at a time, but all this while he was gathering friends against the day of election. In after years, from 1844 onward, it was his good or bad fortune frequently to meet Calhoun on the stump, but he never forgot his benefaction to him, and always regarded him as the ablest and best man with whom he had ever crossed steel. To the day of Calhoun's death they were warmly attached to each other. In the times when it was most fashionable and profitable to denounce Calhoun and the Lecompton Constitution, when even Douglas turned to revile his old friend and coadjutor, Mr. Lincoln was never known to breathe a word of censure on his personal character. On the 7th of May, 1833, Mr. Lincoln was appointed postmaster at New Salem. His political opinions were not extreme, and the Jackson administration could find no man who was at the same time more orthodox and equally competent to perform the duties of the office. He was not able to rent a room, for the business is said to have been carried on in his hat; but from the evidence before us we imagine that he kept the office in Mr. Hill's store, Mr. Hill's partner, McNamar, having been absent since 1832. He held the place until late in 1836, when New Salem partially disappeared and the office was removed to Petersburg. For a little while before his own appointment he is said to have acted as a deputy postmaster under Mr. Hill. The mail arrived duly once a week, and the labors of distributing and delivering it were by no means great. But Mr. Lincoln was determined that the dignity of the place should not suffer while he was the incumbent. He therefore made up for the lack of real business by deciphering the letters of the uneducated portion of the community, and by reading the newspapers aloud to the assembled inhabitants in front of Hill's store. But his easy good nature was sometimes imposed upon by inconsiderate acquaintances, and Mr. Hill relates one of the devices by which he sought to stop the abuse. One Elmore Johnson, an ignorant but ostentatious proud man, used to go to Lincoln's post office every day, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day if in town, and inquire, "Anything for me?" This bored Lincoln, yet it amused him. Lincoln fixed a plan, wrote a letter to Johnson, as coming from a negress in Kentucky, saying many good things about opossum, dances, corn shuckings, etc. "Johns, come and see me, and old master won't kick you out of the kitchen any more." Elmore took it out, opened it, couldn't read a word, pretended to read it, and went away. Got some friends to read it. They read it correctly. He thought the reader was fooling him, and went to others with the same result. At last he said he would get Lincoln to read it, and presented it to Lincoln. It was almost too much for Lincoln, but he read it. The man never asked afterwards, "Anything here for me?" It was in the latter part of 1834 that Mr. Lincoln's personal property was sold under the hammer and by due process of law, to meet the judgment obtained by Van Bergen on the note assigned to him by Radford. Everything he had was taken, but it was the surveyor's instruments which hurt him most to part with, for by their use he was making a tolerable living, and building up a respectable business. This time, however, rescue came from an unexpected quarter. When Mr. Lincoln first came to New Salem, he employed a woman to make him a pair of pantaloons, which, probably from the scarcity of material, were cut entirely too short, as his garments usually were. Soon afterwards the woman's brother came to town, and she pointed Abe out to him as he walked along the street. The brother's name was James Short. "Without the necessity of a formal introduction," says Short, "we fell in together, and struck up a conversation, the purport of which I have now forgotten. He made a favorable impression upon me by his conversation, on first acquaintance, through his intelligence and sprightliness, which impression was deepened from time to time as I became better acquainted with him. This was a lucky impression for Abe. Short was a fast friend, and in the day of trouble a sure and able one. At the time the judgment was obtained, Short lived on the Sand Ridge, 4 miles from New Salem, and Lincoln was in the habit of walking out there almost daily. Short was then unconscious of the main reason of Mr. Lincoln's remarkable devotion to him. There was a lady in the house whom Lincoln secretly but earnestly loved, and of whom there is much to be said at another place. If the host had known everything, however, Abe would have been equally welcome, for he made himself a strangely agreeable guest here as he did everywhere else. In busy times he pulled off his roundabout and helped Short in the field with more energy than any hired man would have displayed. He was, said Short, the best hand at husking corn on the stalk I ever saw. I used to consider myself very good, but he would gather 2 loads to my 1. These visits increased Short's disposition to serve him, and it touched him sorely when he heard Lincoln moaning about the catastrophe that hung over him in the form of Van Bergen's judgment. An execution was issued, says he, and levied on Lincoln's horse, saddle, bridle, compass, chain, and other surveyor's instruments. He was then very much discouraged, and said he would let the whole thing go by the board. He was at my house very much, half the time. I did all I could to put him in better spirits. I went on the delivery bond with him, and when the sale came off, which Mr. Lincoln did not attend, I bid in the above property at $120, and immediately gave it up again to him. Mr. Lincoln afterwards repaid me when he had moved to Springfield. Green also turned in on this judgment his horse, saddle, and bridle at $125, and Lincoln afterwards repaid him. But after all, Mr. Lincoln had no friend more intimate than Jack Armstrong, and none that valued him more highly. Until he finally left New Salem for Springfield, he rusticated occasionally at Jack's hospitable cabin, situated 4 miles in the country, as the polished metropolitans of New Salem would say. Jack's wife Hannah, before alluded to, liked Abe, and enjoyed his visits not less than Jack did. Abe would come out to our house, she says, drink milk, eat mush, corn bread, and butter, bring the children candy, and rock the cradle while I got him something to eat. I fixed his pants, made his shirts. He has gone with us to father's. He would tell stories, joke at people, boys and girls, at the parties, He would nurse babies, do anything to accommodate anybody. I had no books about my house, loaned him none. We didn't think about books and papers. We worked, had to live. Lincoln has stayed at our house 2 or 3 weeks at a time. If Jack had to work to live, as his wife has it, he was likewise constrained to fight and wrestle and tumble about with his unhappy fellow citizens in order to enjoy the life he earned by labor. He frequently came to town, where his sportive inclinations ran riot, except as they were checked and regulated by the amicable interposition of Abe, the prince of his affections, and the only man who was competent to restrain him. The children at school had made a wide sliding walk from the top of Salem Hill to a river bank, down which they rode on sleds and boards, a distance of 250 or 300 yards. Now it was one of the suggestions of Jack's passion for innocent diversion to nail up in hogsheads such of the population as incurred his displeasure, and send them adrift along this frightful descent. Saul Spears and one Scanlon were treated to an adventure of this kind, but the hogshead in which the two were caged leaped over an embankment, and came near killing Scanlon. After that the sport was considered less amusing, and was very much discouraged by that portion of the community who feared that, in the absence of more convenient victims, the boys might light on them. Under these circumstances, Jack, for once in his life, thought it best to abandon coercion and negotiate for subjects. He selected an elderly person of bibulous proclivities, and tempted him with a great temptation. Old man Jordan agreed to be rolled down the hill for a gallon of whiskey; but Lincoln, fully impressed with the brutality of the pastime and the danger to the old sot, stopped it. Whether he did it by persuasion or force we know not, but probably by a judicious employment of both. "I remember once," says Mr. Ellis, "of seeing Mr. Lincoln out of temper and laughing at the same time. It was at New Salem. The boys were having a jollification after an election. They had a large fire made of shavings and hemp stalks, and some of the boys made a bet with a fellow that I shall call Ike that he couldn't run his little bobtail pony through the fire. Ike took them up and trotted his pony back about 100 yards to give him a good start, as he said. The boys all formed a line on either side to make way for Ike and his pony. Presently here he comes full tilt with his hat off, and just as he reached the blazing fire, Ike raised in his saddle for the jump straight ahead. But the pony was not of the same opinion, so he flew the track and pitched poor Ike into the devouring element. Mr. Lincoln saw it and ran to his assistance, saying, 'You have carried this thing far enough.' I could see he was mad, though he could not help laughing himself. The poor fellow was considerably scorched about the head and face. Jack Armstrong took him to the doctor, who shaved his head to fix him up, and put salve on the burn. I think Mr. Lincoln was a little mad at Armstrong, and Jack himself was very sorry for it. Jack gave Ike the next morning a dram, his breakfast, and a sealskin cap, and sent him home. One cold winter day Lincoln saw a poor fellow named Ab Trent hard at work chopping up a house which Mr. Hill had employed him to convert into firewood. Ab was barefooted, and shivered pitifully while he worked. Lincoln watched him a few moments, and asked him what he was to get for the job. Ab answered, $1, and, pointing to his naked and suffering feet, said that he wished to buy a pair of shoes. Lincoln seized the axe, and, ordering the boy to comfort himself at the nearest fire, chopped up the house so fast that Ab and the owner were both amazed when they saw it done. According to Mr. Rutledge, Ab remembered this act with the liveliest gratitude. Once he, being a cast-iron Democrat, determined to vote against his party and for Mr. Lincoln. But the Friends, as he afterward said with tears in his eyes, made him drunk, and he had voted against Abe. Thus he did not even have an opportunity to return the noble conduct of Mr. Lincoln by this small measure of thanks. We have given some instances of Mr. Lincoln's unfailing disposition to succor the weak and the unfortunate. He never seems to have hesitated on account of actual or fancied danger to himself, but boldly espoused the side of the oppressed against the oppressor, whoever and whatever the latter might be. In a fisticuff or a rough-and-tumble fight he was one of the most formidable men of the region in which he lived. It took a big bully and a persevering one to force him into a collision, but being in, his enemy found good reason to beware of him. He was cool, calculating, but swift in action and terribly strong. Nevertheless, he never promoted a quarrel, and would be at infinite trouble any time to compose one. An unnecessary broil gave him pain, and whenever there was the slightest hope of a successful mediation, whether by soft speech or by the strong hand, he was instant and fearless for peace. His good nature, his humor, his fertility in expedients, and his alliance, offensive and defensive, with Jack Armstrong, made him almost irresistible in his benevolent efforts to keep the ordinary ruffian of New Salem within decent bounds. If he was talking to Squire Godbey or Row Herndon, each of them give incidents of the kind, and he heard sounds or saw the signs which betoken a row in the street, he would jump up, saying, "Let's go and stop it." He would push through the ring which was generally formed around the combatants, and after separating the latter, would demand a truce and a talk, and so soon as he got them to talking, the victory was his. If it happened to be rough Jack himself who was at the bottom of the disturbance, he usually became very much ashamed of his conduct, and offered to treat or do anything else that would atone for his brutality. Lincoln has often been seen in the old mill on the river bank to lift a box of stones weighing from 1,000 to 1,200 pounds. Of course it was not done by a straight lift of the hands. He was harnessed to the box with ropes and straps. It was even said he could easily raise a barrel of whiskey to his mouth when standing upright and take a drink out of the bunghole, but of course one cannot believe it. Frequent exhibitions of such strength doubtless had much to do with his unbounded influence over the rougher class of men. He possessed the judicial quality of mind in a degree so eminent, and it was so universally recognized, that he never could attend a horse race without being importuned to act as a judge, or witness a bet without assuming the responsibility of being the stakeholder. In the spring or summer of 1832, says Henry McHenry, I had a horse race with George Warburton. I got Lincoln, who was at the race, to be a judge of the race, much against his will and after hard persuasion. Lincoln decided correctly, and the other judge said, "Lincoln is the fairest man I ever had to deal with. If Lincoln is in this county when I die, I want him to be my administrator, for he is the only man I ever met with that was wholly and unselfishly honest." His ineffable purity in determining the result of a scrub race had actually set his colleague to thinking of his latter end. But Lincoln endured another annoyance much worse than this. He was so generally esteemed and so highly admired that when any of his neighbors had a fight in prospect, one of the parties was sure to insist upon his acting as his second. Lincoln was opposed to fights, but there were some fights that had to be fought, and these were set, a day fixed, and the neighborhood notified. In these cases there was no room for the offices of a mediator, and when the affair was preordained and must come off, Mr. Lincoln had no excuse for denying the request of a friend. Two neighbors, Harry Clark and Ben Wilcox, says Mr. Rutledge, had had a lawsuit. The defeated declared that, although he was beaten in the suit, he could whip his opponent. This was a formal challenge, and was at once carried to the ears of the victor, Wilcox, and as promptly accepted. The time, place, and seconds were chosen with due regularity, Mr. Lincoln being Clark's, and John Brewer Wilcox's second. The parties met, stripped themselves all but their breeches, went in, and Mr. Lincoln's principal was beautifully whipped. These combats were conducted with as much ceremony and punctiliousness as ever graced the dueling ground. After the conflict, the seconds conducted their respective principals to the river, washed off the blood, and assisted them to dress. During this performance, the second of the party opposed to Mr. Lincoln remarked, "Well, Abe, my man has whipped yours, and I can whip you." Now this challenge came from a man who was very small in size, Mr. Lincoln agreed to fight, provided he would chalk out his size on Mr. Lincoln's person, and every blow struck outside of that mark should be counted foul. After this sally there was the best possible humor, and all parties were as orderly as if they had been engaged in the most harmless amusement. In 1834 Lincoln was again a candidate for the Legislature, and this time was elected by a larger majority than any other man on the ticket. By this time the party with which he acted in the future was discriminated as Whig, and he did not hesitate to call himself a Whig, although he sought and received the votes of a great many Democrats. Just before the time had arrived for candidates to announce themselves, he went to John T. Stuart and told him the Democrats wanted to run him. He made the same statement to Ninian W. Edwards. Edwards and Stuart were both personal and political friends, and they both advised him to let the Democrats have their way. Major Stuart's advice was certainly disinterested, for in pursuance of it, two of the Whig candidates, Lincoln and Dawson, made a bargain with the Democrats, which very nearly proved fatal to Stuart himself. He was at that time the favorite candidate of the Whigs for the Legislature, but the conduct of Lincoln and Dawson so demoralized the party that his vote was seriously diminished. Up to this time Sangamon had been stanchly Democratic, but even in this election of 1834 we perceive slight evidences of that party's decay, and so early as 1836 the county became thoroughly Whig. We shall give no details of this campaign, since we should only be repeating what was written of the campaign of 1832, but we cannot withhold one extract from the reminiscences of Mr. Row Herndon. He, Lincoln, came to my house near Island Grove during harvest. There were some 30 men in the field. He got his dinner and went out in the field where the men were at work. I gave him an introduction, and the boys said that they could not vote for a man unless he could make a hand. "Well, boys," said he, "if that is all, I am sure of your votes." He took hold of the cradle and led the way all round with perfect ease. The boys were satisfied, and I don't think he lost a vote in that crowd. The next day he was speaking at Berlin. He went from my house with Dr. Barnett, the man that had asked me who was this man Lincoln. I told him that he was a candidate for the Legislature. He laughed and said, "Can't the party raise no better material than that?" I said, "Go tomorrow and hear all before you pronounce judgment." When he came back, I said, "Doctor, what say you now?" "Why, sir," said he is a perfect take-in. He knows more than all of them put together." Lincoln got 1,376 votes, Dawson 1,370, Carpenter 1,170, Stuart 1,164. Lincoln was at last duly elected a representative by a very flattering majority, and began to look about for the pecuniary means necessary to maintain his new dignity. In this extremity he had recourse to an old friend named Coleman Smoot. One day in 1832, while he was clerking for Offutt, a stranger came into the store, and soon disclosed the fact that his name was Smoot. Abe was behind the counter at the moment, but hearing the name he sprang over and introduced himself. Abe had often heard of Smoot, and Smoot had often heard of Abe. They had been as anxious to meet as ever two celebrities were, but hitherto they had never been able to manage it. "Smoot," said Lincoln, after a steady survey of his person, "I am very much disappointed in you. I expected to see an old Probst of a fellow." Probst, it appears, was the most hideous specimen of humanity in all that country. "Yes," replied Smoot, "and I am equally disappointed, for I expected to see a good-looking man when I saw you." A few neat compliments like the foregoing laid the foundation of a lasting intimacy between the two men, and in his present distress Lincoln knew no one who would be more likely than Smoot to respond favorably to an application for money. "After he was elected to the Legislature," says Mr. Smoot, "he came to my house one day in company with Hugh Armstrong. Says he, 'Smoot, did you vote for me?' I told him I did. 'Well,' says he, 'you must loan me money to buy suitable clothing, for I want to make a decent appearance in the Legislature.' I then loaned him $200, which he returned to me according to promise. The interval between the election and his departure for the seat of government was employed by Mr. Lincoln partly in reading, partly in writing. The community in which he lived was preeminently a community of free thinkers in matters of religion, and it was then no secret, nor has it been a secret since, that Mr. Lincoln agreed with the majority of his associates in denying to the Bible the authority of divine revelation. It was his honest belief, a belief which it was no reproach to hold in New Salem, Anno Domini 1834, and one which he never thought of concealing. It was no distinction, either good or bad, no honor and no shame, but he had made himself thoroughly familiar with the writings of Paine and Volney, the Ruins by one and the Age of Reason by the other. His mind was full of the subject, and he felt an itching to write. He did write, and the result was a little book. It was probably merely an extended essay, but it is ambitiously spoken of as a book by himself and by the persons who were made acquainted with its contents. In this work he intended to demonstrate, first, that the Bible was not God's revelation, and secondly, that Jesus was not the Son of God. These were his leading propositions, and surely they were comprehensive enough. But the reader will be better able to guess at the arguments by which they were sustained when he has examined some of the evidence recorded in Chapter 19. No leaf of this little volume has survived. Mr. Lincoln carried it in manuscript to the store of Mr. Samuel Hill, where it was read and discussed. Hill was himself an unbeliever, but his son considered the book infamous. It is more than probable that Hill, being a warm personal friend of Lincoln, feared that the publication of the essay would some day interfere with the political advancement of his favorite. At all events, he snatched it out of his hand and thrust it into the fire, from which not a shred escaped. The sequel will show that even Mr. Hill's provident forethought was not altogether equal to the prevention of the injury he dreaded. End of Section 9.
Section 10 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 8. The reader is already familiar with the name of James Rutledge, the founder of New Salem, and the owner in part of the famous mill on the Sangamon. He was born in South Carolina, and was of the illustrious Rutledge family of that state. From South Carolina he emigrated to Kentucky, and thence to Illinois. In 1828 he settled at New Salem, built the mill, and laid out the village in conjunction with Mr. Cameron, a retired minister of the Cumberland Presbyterians. Mr. Rutledge's character seems to have been pure and high, for wherever his name occurs in the voluminous records before us, in the long talks and the numerous epistles of his neighbors, it is almost invariably coupled with some expression of genuine esteem and respect. At one time, and along with his other business, which appears to have been quite extensive and various, Mr. Rutledge kept the tavern, the small house with 4 rooms on the main street of New Salem, just opposite Lincoln's grocery. There Mr. Lincoln came to board late in 1832, or early in 1833. The family consisted of the father, mother, and 9 children, 3 of them born in Kentucky, and 6 in Illinois, 3 grown up, and the rest quite young. Anne, The principal subject of this chapter was the third child. She was born on the 7th of January, 1813, and was about 19 years of age when Mr. Lincoln came to live in the house. When Anne was a little maiden just turned of 17, and still attending the school of that redoubtable pedagogue, Minter Graham, there came to New Salem a young gentleman of singular enterprise, tact, and capacity for business. He is identical with the man whom we have already quoted as "the pioneer of New Salem as a business point," and who built the first storehouse there at the extravagant cost of $15. He took boarding with Mr. Rutledge's friend and partner, James Cameron, and gave out his name as John McNeil. He came to New Salem with no other capital than good sense and an active and plucky spirit. But somehow fortune smiled indiscriminately on all his endeavors, and very soon, as early as the latter part of 1832, he found himself a well-to-do and prosperous man, owning a snug farm 7 miles north of New Salem, and a half interest in the largest store of the place. This latter property his partner, Samuel Hill, bought from him at a good round sum, for McNeil now announced his intention of being absent for a brief period, and his purpose was such that he might need all his available capital. In the meantime the partners, Hill and McNeil, had both fallen in love with Anne Rutledge, and both courted her with devoted assiduity. But the contest had long since been decided in favor of McNeil, and Anne loved him with all her susceptible and sensitive heart. When the time drew near for McNeil to depart, he confided to Anne a strange story, and, in the eyes of a person less fond, a very startling story. His name was not John McNeil at all, but John McNamara. His family was a highly respectable one in the state of New York, but a few years before his father had failed in business, and there was great distress at home. He, John, then conceived the romantic plan of running away, and, at some undefined place in the far West, making a sudden fortune with which to retrieve the family disaster. He fled accordingly, changed his name to avoid the pursuit of his father, found his way to New Salem, and she knew the rest. He was now able to perform that great act of filial piety which he had set out to accomplish, which would return at once to the relief of his parents, and, in all human probability, bring them back with him to his new home in Illinois. At all events, she might look for his return as speedily as the journey could be made, with ordinary diligence, and thenceforward there should be no more partings between him and his fair Anne. She believed this tale because she loved the man that told it, and she would have believed it all the same if it had been 10 times as incredible. A wise man would have rejected it with scorn, but the girl's instinct was a better guide, and McNamara proved to be all that he said he was, although poor Anne never saw the proof which others got of it. McNamara rode away, "on Old Charlie," an antiquated steed that had seen hard usage in the Black Hawk War. Charlie was slow, stumbled dreadfully, and caused his rider much annoyance and some hard swearing. On this provoking animal McNamara jogged through the long journey from New Salem to New York, and arrived there after many delays, only to find that his broken and dispirited father was fast sinking into the grave. After all his efforts, he was too late. The father could never enjoy the prosperity which the long absent and long silent son had brought him. McNamara wrote to Anne that there was sickness in the family, and he could not return at the time appointed. Then there were other and still other postponements, "circumstances over which he had no control," prevented his departure from time to time, until years had rolled away, and Anne's heart had grown sick with hope deferred. She never quite gave him up, but continued to expect him until death terminated her melancholy watch. His inexplicable delay, however, the infrequency of his letters, and their unsatisfactory character, these and something else had broken her attachment, and toward the last she waited for him only to ask a release from her engagement, and to say that she preferred another and a more urgent suitor. But without his knowledge and formal renunciation of his claim upon her, she did not like to marry, and, in obedience to this refinement of honor, she postponed her union with the more pressing lover until August 25, 1835, when, as many persons believe, she died of a broken heart. Lincoln's friend Short was in some way related to the Rutledges, and for a while Lincoln visited Anne 2 or 3 times a week at his house. According to him, "Miss Rutledge was a good-looking, smart, lively girl, a good housekeeper, with a moderate education, and without any of the so-called accomplishments." L. M. Greene, who knew her well, talks about her as "a beautiful and very amiable young woman," and Nolt Green is even more enthusiastic. "This young lady," in the language of the latter gentleman, "was a woman of exquisite beauty, but her intellect was quick, sharp, deep, and philosophic, as well as brilliant. She had as gentle and kind a heart as an angel, full of love, kindliness, and sympathy. She was beloved by everybody, and everybody respected and loved her, so sweet and angelic was she. Her character was more than good; it was positively noted throughout the county. She was a woman worthy of Lincoln's love." McNamar, her unfortunate lover, says, "Miss Anne was a gentle, amiable maiden, without any of the airs of your city belles, but winsome and comely withal; a blonde in complexion, with golden hair, cherry red lips, and a bonny blue eye." Even the women of the neighborhood united with the men to praise the name of this beautiful but unhappy girl. Mrs. Hardin Bale "knew her well. She had auburn hair, blue eyes, fair complexion, was a slim, pretty, kind, tender, good-hearted woman, in height about 5 feet 3 inches, and weighed about 120 pounds. She was beloved by all who knew her. McNamar, Hill, and Lincoln all courted her near the same time. She died, as it were, of grief. Miss Rutledge was beautiful." Such was Anne Rutledge, the girl in whose grave Mr. Lincoln said, "My heart lies buried." When Mr. Lincoln first saw Anne, she was probably the most refined woman with whom he had then ever spoken, a modest, delicate creature, fascinating by reason of the mere contrast with the rude people by whom they were both surrounded. She had a secret, too, and a sorrow, the unexplained and painful absence of McNamar, which no doubt made her all the more interesting to him, whose spirit was often even more melancholy than her own. It would be hard to trace the growth of such an attachment at a time and place so distant, but that it actually grew, and became an intense and mutual passion, the evidence before us is painfully abundant. Mr. Lincoln was always welcome at the little tavern, at Short's on the Sand Ridge, or at the farm, half a mile from Short's, where the Rutledges finally abode. Anne's father was his devoted friend, and the mother he called affectionately Aunt Polly. It is probable that the family looked upon McNamar's delay with more suspicion than Anne did herself. At all events, all her adult relatives encouraged the suit which Lincoln early began to press; and as time, absence, and apparent neglect gradually told against McNamar, she listened to him with augmenting interest, until, in 1835, we find them formally and solemnly betrothed. Anne now waited only for the return of McNamar to marry Lincoln. David Rutledge urged her to marry immediately, without regard to anything but her own happiness. But she said she could not consent to it until McNamar came back and released her from her pledge. At length, however, as McNamar's reappearance became more and more hopeless, she took a different view of it, and then thought she would become Abe's wife as soon as he found the means of a decent livelihood. "Ann told me once," says James M. in a letter to R.B. Rutledge, in coming from camp meeting on Rock Creek, "that engagements made too far ahead sometimes failed; that one had failed," meaning her engagement with McNamar, "and gave me to understand that, as soon as certain studies were completed, she and Lincoln would be married." In the summer of 1835, Anne showed unmistakable symptoms of failing health, attributable, as most of the neighborhood believed, to the distressing attitude she felt bound to maintain between her two lovers. On the 25th of August, in that year, she died of what the doctors chose to call brain fever. In a letter to Mr. Herndon, her brother says, "You suggest that the probable cause of Ann's sickness was her conflicts, emotions, etc. As to this I cannot say. I, however, have my own private convictions. The character of her sickness was brain fever." A few days before her death, Lincoln was summoned to her bedside. What happened in that solemn conference was known only to him and the dying girl. But when he left her, and stopped at the house of John Jones on his way home, Jones saw signs of the most terrible distress in his face and his conduct. When Ann actually died and was buried, his grief became frantic. He lost all self-control, even the consciousness of identity, and every friend he had in New Salem pronounced him insane, mad, crazy. "He was watched with especial vigilance," as William Green tells us, "during storms, fogs, damp, gloomy weather, for fear of an accident. At such times he raved piteously, declaring among other wild expressions of his woe, 'I can never be reconciled to have the snow, rains, and storms to beat upon her grave.'" About 3/4 of a mile below New Salem, at the foot of the main bluff, and in a hollow between two lateral bluffs, stood the house of Bowlin Green, built of logs and weather boarded. Thither the friends of Lincoln, who apprehended a total abdication of reason, determined to transport him, partly for the benefit of a mere change of scene, and partly to keep him within constant reach of his near and noble friend, Bowlin Green. During this period of his darkened and wavering intellect, when accidents were momentarily expected, it was discovered that Bowlin Green possessed a power to persuade and guide him proportioned to the affection that had subsisted between them in former and better times. Bowlin Green came for him, but Lincoln was cunning and obstinate. It required the most artful practices of a general conspiracy of all his friends to "disarm his suspicions," and induce him to go and stay with his most anxious and devoted friend. But at last they succeeded, and Lincoln remained down under the bluff for 2 or 3 weeks, the object of undisguised solicitude and of the strictest surveillance. At the end of that time his mind seemed to be restored, and it was thought safe to let him go back to his old haunts, to the study of law, to the writing of legal papers for his neighbors, to pettifogging before the justice of the peace, and perhaps to a little surveying. But Mr. Lincoln was never precisely the same man again. At the time of his release he was thin, haggard, and careworn, like one risen from the verge of the grave. He had always been subject to fits of great mental depression, but after this they were more frequent and alarming. It was then that he began to repeat, with a feeling which seemed to inspire every listener with awe, and to carry him to the fresh grave of Anne at every one of his solemn periods, the lines entitled, immortality, or, "Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud?" None heard him but knew that he selected these curiously empty, yet wonderfully sad, impressive lines, to celebrate a grief which lay with continual heaviness on his heart, but to which he could not, with becoming delicacy, directly allude. He muttered them as he rambled through the woods, or walked by the roaring Sangamon. He was heard to murmur them to himself as he slipped into the village at nightfall, after a long walk of 6 miles, and an evening visit to the Concord graveyard, and he would suddenly break out with them in little social assemblies after noticeable periods of silent gloom. They came unbidden to his lips, while the air of affliction in face and gesture, the moving tones and touching modulations of his voice, made it evident that every syllable of the recitation was meant to commemorate the mournful fate of Anne. The poem is now his, the name of the obscure author is forgotten, and his work is imperishably associated with the memory of a great man, and interwoven with the history of his greatest sorrow. Mr. Lincoln's adoption of it has saved it from merited oblivion, and translated it from the poet's corner of the country newspaper to a place in the story of his own life, a story that will continue to be written, or written about, as long as our language exists. Many years afterwards, when Mr. Lincoln, the best lawyer of his section, with one exception, traveled the circuit with the court and a crowd of his jolly brethren, he always rose early, before any one else was stirring, and, raking together a few glowing coals on the hearth, he would sit looking into them, musing and talking with himself, for hours together. One morning, in the year of his nomination, his companions found him in this attitude, when "Mr. Lincoln repeated aloud, and at length, the poem Immortality," indicating his preference for the last 2 stanzas, but insisting that the entire composition "sounded to him as much like true poetry as anything that he had ever heard." In Carpenter's Anecdotes and Reminiscences of President Lincoln occurs the following passage: "The evening of March 22, 1864, was a most interesting one to me. I was with the President alone in his office for several hours. Busy with pen and papers, when I went in, he presently threw them aside, and commenced talking to me of Shakespeare, of whom he was very fond. Little Tad, his son, coming in, he sent him to the library for a copy of the plays, and then read to me several of his favorite passages. Relapsing into a sadder strain, he laid the book aside, and leaning back in his chair, said, 'There is a poem by which has been a great favorite with me for years, which was first shown to me when a young man by a friend, and which I afterwards saw and cut from a newspaper, and learned by heart. I would,' he continued, 'give a great deal to know who wrote it, but I have never been able to ascertain.' Then, half closing his eyes, he repeated the verses to me: 'Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud? Like a swift fleeting meteor, a fast flying cloud, a flash of the lightning, a break of the wave, he passeth from life to his rest in the grave. The leaves of the oak and the willow shall fade, be scattered around, and together be laid, and the young and the old, and the low and the high, shall moulder to dust, and together shall lie. The infant a mother attended and loved, the mother that infant's affection who proved, the husband that mother and infant who blessed, each, all, are away to their dwellings of rest. The maid on whose cheek, on whose brow, in whose eye, shone beauty and pleasure, her triumphs are by, and the memory of those who loved her and praised, are alike from the minds of the living erased. the hand of the king that the sceptre hath borne, the brow of the priest that the mitre hath worn, the eye of the sage and the heart of the brave are hidden and lost in the depths of the grave. The peasant whose lot was to sow and to reap, the herdsman who climbed with his goats up the steep, the beggar who wandered in search of his bread, have faded away like the grass that we tread. The saint who enjoyed the communion of heaven, the sinner who dared to remain unforgiven, the wise and the foolish, the guilty and just, have quietly mingled their bones in the dust. So the multitude goes, like the flower or the weed, that withers away to let others succeed. So the multitude comes, even those we behold, to repeat every tale that has often been told. For we are the same our fathers have been, we see the same sights our fathers have seen, we drink the same stream, we view the same sun, and run the same course our fathers have run. The thoughts we are thinking our fathers would think, from the death we are shrinking our fathers would shrink. To the life we are clinging they also would cling, but it speeds from us all like a bird on the wing. They loved, but the story we cannot unfold. They scorned, but the heart of the haughty is cold. They grieved, but no wail from their slumber will come. They joyed, but the tongue of their gladness is dumb. They died, aye, they died, we things that are now, that walk on the turf that lies over their brow, and make in their dwellings a transient abode, meet the things that they met on their pilgrimage road. Yea, hope and despondency, pleasure and pain, are mingled together in sunshine and rain, and the smile and the tear, the song and the dirge, still follow each other like surge upon surge. 'Tis the wink of an eye, 'tis the draught of a breath, from the blossom of health to the paleness of death, from the gilded saloon to the bier in the shroud. Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud? End quote. It was only a year or two after the death of Anne Rutledge that Mr. Lincoln told Robert L. Wilson, a distinguished colleague in the legislature, parts of whose letter will be printed in another place, that, although "he appeared to enjoy life rapturously," it was a mistake; that, "when alone, he was so overcome by mental depression that he never dared to carry a pocket knife." And during all Mr. Wilson's extended acquaintance with him, he never did own a knife, notwithstanding he was inordinately fond of whittling. Mr. Herndon says, "He never addressed another woman, in my opinion, yours affectionately, and generally and characteristically abstained from the use of the word love. That word cannot be found more than half a dozen times, if that often, in all his letters and speeches since that time. I have seen some of his letters to other ladies, but he never says love. He never ended his letters with 'yours affectionately,' but signed his name, 'Your friend, A. Lincoln.'" After Mr. Lincoln's election to the presidency, he one day met an old friend, Isaac Cogdale, who had known him intimately in the better days of the Rutledges at New Salem. "Ike," said he, "call at my office at the State House, about an hour by sundown. The company will then all be gone." Cogdale went according to request. "And sure enough, as he expressed it, the company dropped off one by one, including Lincoln's clerk." "I want to inquire about old times and old acquaintances," began Mr. Lincoln. "When we lived in Salem, there were the Greenes, Potters, Armstrongs, and Rutledges. These folks have got scattered all over the world. Some are dead. Where are the Rutledges, Greens, etc.? After we had spoken over old times, continues Cogdale, persons, circumstances, in which he showed a wonderful memory, I then dared to ask him this question: "May I now in turn ask you one question, Lincoln?" "Assuredly, I will answer your question, if a fair one, with all my heart." "Well, Abe, is it true that you fell in love and courted Anne Rutledge?" "It is true, true. Indeed I did. I have loved the name of Rutledge to this day. I have kept my mind on their movements ever since, and love them dearly." "Abe, is it true," still urged Cogdale, "that you ran a little wild about the matter?" "I did, really. I ran off the track. It was my first. I loved the woman dearly. She was a handsome girl, would have made a good, loving wife, was natural and quite intellectual, though not highly educated. I did honestly and truly love the girl, and think often, often of her now." A few weeks after the burial of Anne, McNamar returned to New Salem. He saw Lincoln at the post office, and was struck with a deplorable change in his appearance. A short time afterwards Lincoln wrote him a deed, which he still has, and prizes highly, in memory of his great friend and rival. His father was at last dead, but he brought back with him his mother and her family. In December of the same year his mother died, and was buried in the same graveyard with Anne. During his absence, Colonel Rutledge had occupied his farm, and there Anne died; but the Rutledge farm proper adjoined this one to the south. "Some of Mr. Lincoln's corners, as a surveyor, are still visible on lines traced by him on both farms." On Sunday, the 14th day of October, 1866, William H. Herndon knocked at the door of John McNamar, at his residence, but a few feet distant from the spot where Anne Rutledge breathed her last. After some preliminaries not necessary to be related, Mr. Herndon says, "I asked him the question, 'Did you know Miss Rutledge? If so, where did she die?' He sat by his open window, looking westerly, and, pulling me closer to himself, looked through the window and said, 'There, by that,' choking up with emotion, pointing his long forefinger, nervous and trembling, to the spot, 'there, by that currant bush, she died. The old house in which she and her father died is gone.' After further conversation, leaving the sadness to momentarily pass away, I asked this additional question: 'Where was she buried?' 'In Concord burying ground, 1 mile southeast of this place.' Mr. Herndon sought the grave. 'S.C. Berry,' says he, 'James Short, the gentleman who purchased in Mr. Lincoln's compass and chain in 1834, under an execution against Lincoln, or Lincoln and Berry, and gratuitously gave them back to Mr. Lincoln. James Miles and myself were together. I asked Mr. Berry if he knew where Miss Rutledge was buried, the place and exact surroundings. He replied, 'I do. The grave of Miss Rutledge lies just north of her brother's, David Rutledge, a young lawyer of great promise, who died in 1842, in his 27th year. The cemetery contains but an acre of ground, in a beautiful and secluded situation. A thin skirt of timber lies on the east, commencing at the fence of the cemetery. The ribbon of timber, some 50 yards wide, hides the sun's early rise. At 9 o'clock the sun pours all his rays into the cemetery. An extensive prairie lies west, the forest north, a field on the east, and timber and prairie on the south. In this lonely ground lie the Berrys, the Rutledges, the Clarys, the Armstrongs, and the Joneses, old and respected citizens, pioneers of an early day. I write, or rather did write, the original draught of this description in the immediate presence of the ashes of Miss Anne Rutledge, the beautiful and tender dead. The village of the dead is a sad, solemn place. Its very presence imposes truth on the mind of the living writer. Anne Rutledge lies buried north of her brother, and rests sweetly on his left arm, angels to guard her. The cemetery is fast filling with the hazel and the dead." End quote. A lecture delivered by William H. Herndon at Springfield in 1866 contained the main outline, without the minuter details, of the story here related. It was spoken, printed, and circulated without contradiction from any quarter. It was sent to the Rutledges, McNeelys, Greens, Short, and many other of the old residents of New Salem and Petersburg, with particular requests that they should correct any error they might find in it. It was pronounced by them all truthful and accurate; but their replies, together with a mass of additional evidence, have been carefully collated with the lecture, and the result is the present chapter. The story of Anne Rutledge, Lincoln, and McNamara, as told here, is as well proved as the fact of Mr. Lincoln's election to the presidency. End of Section 10. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 11 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon. Chapter 9. Following strictly the chronological order hitherto observed in the course of this narrative, we should be compelled to break off the story of Mr. Lincoln's love affairs at New Salem, and enter upon his public career in the legislature and before the people. But, while by that means we should preserve continuity in one respect, we should lose it in another, and the reader would perhaps prefer to take in at one view all of Mr. Lincoln's courtships, save only that one which resulted in marriage. 3/4 of a mile, or nearly so, north of Bowling Green's, and on the summit of a hill, stood the house of Bennet Able, a small frame building 18 by 20 feet. Able and his wife were warm friends of Mr. Lincoln, and many of his rambles through the surrounding country, reading and talking to himself, terminated at their door, where he always found the latch string on the outside, and a hearty welcome within. In October, 1833, Mr. Lincoln met there Miss Mary Owens, a sister of Mrs. Able, and, as we shall presently learn from his own words, admired her, although not extravagantly. She remained but 4 weeks, and then went back to her home in Kentucky. Miss Owens' mother being dead, her father married again, and Miss Owens, for good reasons of her own, thought she would rather live with her sister than with her stepmother. Accordingly, in the fall of 1836, she reappeared at Able's, passing through New Salem on the day of the presidential election, where the men standing about the polls stared and wondered at her beauty. 28 or 9 years of age, "she was," in the language of Mr. L.M. Greene, "tall and portly, weighed about 120 pounds, and had large blue eyes, with the finest trimmings I ever saw. She was jovial, social, loved wit and humor, had a liberal English education, and was considered wealthy. Bill," continues our excellent friend, "I am getting old, have seen too much trouble to give a lifelike picture of this woman. I won't try it. None of the poets or romance writers has ever given to us a picture of a heroine so beautiful as a good description of Miss Owens in 1836 would be." End quote. Mrs. Hardin Bale, a cousin to Miss Owens, says, quote, "She was blue-eyed, dark-haired, handsome, not pretty, was rather large and tall, handsome, truly handsome, matronly looking, over ordinary size in height and weight. Miss Owens was handsome, that is to say, noble looking, matronly seeming." End quote. Respecting her age and looks, Miss Owens herself makes the following note, August 6, 1866, quote, "Born in the year 8, fair skin, deep blue eyes, with dark curling hair, height 5 feet 5 inches, weighing about 150 pounds." End quote. Johnson G. Green is Miss Owens' cousin, and, whilst on a visit to her in 1866, he contrived to get her version of the Lincoln courtship, at great length. It does not vary in any material part from the account currently received in the neighborhood, and given by various persons whose oral or written testimony is preserved in Mr. Herndon's collection of manuscripts. Green, J.G., described her in terms about the same as those used by Mrs. Bale, adding that, quote, "She was a nervous and muscular woman, very intellectual, the most intellectual woman he ever saw, with a forehead massive and angular, square, prominent, and broad." End quote. After Miss Owens returned to New Salem in the fall of 1833, Mr. Lincoln was unremitting in his attentions, and wherever she went he was at her side. She had many relatives in the neighborhood, the Bales, the Greens, the Grahams, and, if she went to spend an afternoon or an evening with any of these, Abe was very likely to be on hand to conduct her home. He asked her to marry him, but she prudently evaded a positive answer until she could make up her mind about questionable points of his character. She did not think him coarse or cruel, but she did think him thoughtless, careless, not altogether as polite as he might be, in short, quote, "deficient," as she expresses it, "in those little links which make up the great chain of woman's happiness." End quote. His heart was good, his principles were high, his honor sensitive, but still, in the eyes of this refined young lady, he did not seem to be quite the gentleman. Quote, "He was lacking in the smaller attentions." End quote. And, in fact, the whole affair is explained when she tells us that his education was different from hers. One day, Miss Owens and Mrs. Bowlin Greene were making their way slowly and tediously up the hill to Abel's house, when they were joined by Lincoln. Mrs. Bowlin Greene was carrying a, quote, "great, big, fat child, heavy and crossly disposed." End quote. Although the woman bent pitiably under her burden, Lincoln offered her no assistance, but, dropping behind with Miss Owens, beguiled the way according to his wishes. When they reached the summit, quote, Miss Owens said to Lincoln laughingly, "You would not make a good husband, Abe." They sat on the fence, and one word brought on another, till a split or breach ensued. End quote. Immediately after this misunderstanding, Lincoln went off toward Havana on a surveying expedition, and was absent about 3 weeks. On the first day of his return, one of Abel's boys was sent up to town for the mail. Lincoln saw him at the post office, and asked if Miss Owens was at Mr. Abel's. The boy said yes. "Tell her," said Lincoln, "that I'll be down to see her in a few minutes." Now, Miss Owens had determined to spend that evening at Minter Graham's, and when the boy gave in the report, quote, she thought a moment and said to herself, "If I can draw Lincoln up there to Graham's, it will be all right." This scheme was to operate as a test of Abe's love, but it shared the fate of some of the best laid schemes of mice and men, and went all agley. End quote. Lincoln, according to promise, went down to Abel's, and asked if Miss Owens was in. Mrs. Able replied that she had gone to Graham's, about 1½ miles from Abel's due southwest. Lincoln said, "Didn't she know I was coming?" Mrs. Able answered, "No." But one of the children said, "Yes, Ma, she did, for I heard Sam tell her so." Lincoln sat a while, and then went about his business. "The fat was now in the fire," Lincoln thought, as he was extremely poor and Miss Owens very rich. It was a fling on him on that account. Abe was mistaken in his guesses, for wealth cut no figure in Miss Owens' eyes. Miss Owens regretted her course. Abe would not bend, and Miss Owens wouldn't. She said, if she had to do it over again, she would play the cards differently. She had 2 sons in the Southern army. She said that if either of them had got into difficulty, she would willingly have gone to old Abe for relief." In Miss Owens' letter of July 22, 1866, it will be observed that she tacitly admitted to Mr. Gaines Greene, "the circumstances in connection with Mrs. Greene and child," although she here denies the precise words alleged to have been used by her in the little quarrel at the top of the hill. She does not deny the impression his conduct left upon her mind, but presents additional evidence of it by the relation of another incident of similar character, from which her inferences were the same. Fortunately, we are not compelled to rely upon tradition, however authentic, for the facts concerning this interesting episode in Mr. Lincoln's life. Miss Owens is still alive to tell her own tale, and we have, besides, his letters to the lady herself. Mr. Lincoln wrote his account of it as early as 1838. As in duty bound, we shall permit the lady to speak first. At her particular request, her present name and residence are suppressed. May 1, 1866. Mr. W. H. Herndon. Dear Sir, after quite a struggle with my feelings, I have at last decided to send you the letters in my possession written by Mr. Lincoln, believing, as I do, that you are a gentleman of honor, and will faithfully abide by all you have said. My associations with your lamented friend were in Maynard County, whilst visiting a sister, who then resided near Petersburg. I have learned that my maiden name is now in your possession, and you have ere this, no doubt, been informed that I am a native Kentuckian. As regards Miss Rutledge, I cannot tell you anything, she having died previous to my acquaintance with Mr. Lincoln, and I do not now recollect of ever hearing him mention her name. Please return the letters at your earliest convenience. Very respectfully yours, Mary S. May 22, 1866. Mr. W. H. Herndon. My dear Sir, really, you catechize me in true lawyer style, but I feel you will have the goodness to excuse me if I decline answering all your questions in detail, being fully assured that few women would have ceded as much as I have, under all the circumstances. You say you have heard why our acquaintance terminated as it did. I, too, have heard the same bit of gossip, but I never used the remark which Madam Rumor says I did to Mr. Lincoln. I think I did on one occasion say to my sister, who was very anxious for us to be married, that I thought Mr. Lincoln was deficient in those little links which make up the chain of women's happiness. At least it was so in my case. Not that I believed it proceeded from a lack of goodness of heart, but his training had been different from mine. Hence there was not that congeniality which would have otherwise have existed. From his own showing, you perceive that his heart and hand were at my disposal, and I suppose that my feelings were not sufficiently enlisted to have the matter consummated. About the beginning of the year 1833, I left Illinois, at which time our acquaintance and correspondence ceased without ever again being renewed. My father, who resided in Greene County, Kentucky, was a gentleman of considerable means, and I am persuaded that few persons placed a higher estimate on education than he did. Respectfully yours, Mary S. July 22, 1866. Mr. W. H. Herndon. Dear Sir, I do not think that you are pertinacious in asking the question relative to old Mrs. Bowlin Greene, because I wish to set you right on that question. Your information, no doubt, came through my cousin, Mr. Gaines Greene, who visited us last winter. Whilst here, he was laughing at me about Mr. Lincoln, and among other things spoke about the circumstance in connection with Mrs. Greene and child. My impression is now that I tacitly admitted it, for it was a season of trouble with me, and I gave but little heed to the matter. We never had any hard feelings towards each other that I know of. On no occasion did I say to Mr. Lincoln that I did not believe he would make a kind husband, because he did not tender his services to Mrs. Greene in helping of her carrying her babe. As I said to you in a former letter, I thought him lacking in smaller attentions. One circumstance presents itself just now to my mind's eye. There was a company of us going to Uncle Billy Green's. Mr. Lincoln was riding with me, and we had a very bad branch to cross. The other gentlemen were very officious in seeing that their partners got over safely. We were behind, he riding in, never looking back to see how I got along. When I rode up beside him, I remarked, "You are a nice fellow. I suppose you do not care whether my neck was broken or not." He laughingly replied, I suppose by way of compliment, that he knew I was plenty smart to take care of myself. In many things he was sensitive, almost to a fault. He told me of an incident that he was crossing a prairie one day, and saw before him a hog mired down, to use his own language. He was rather fixed up, and he resolved that he would pass on without looking towards the shoat. After he had gone by, he said the feeling was irresistible, and he had to look back, and the poor thing seemed to say wistfully, "There now, my last hope is gone." That he deliberately got down, and relieved it from its difficulty. In many things we were congenial spirits. In politics we saw eye to eye, though since then we differed as widely as the South is from the North. But methinks I hear you say, "Save me from a political woman." So say I. The last message I ever received from him was about a year after we parted in Illinois. Mrs. Able visited Kentucky, and he said to her in Springfield, "Tell your sister that I think she was a great fool, because she did not stay here and marry me." Characteristic of the man. Respectfully yours, Mary S. Vandalia, December 13, 1836. Mary, I have been sick ever since my arrival, or I should have written sooner. It is but little difference, however, as I have very little even yet to write. And more, the longer I can avoid the mortification of looking in the post office for your letter and not finding it, the better. You see, I am mad about that old letter yet. I don't like very well to risk you again. I'll try you once more anyhow. The new State House is not yet finished, and consequently the Legislature is doing little or nothing. The Governor delivered an inflammatory political message, and it is expected there will be some sparring between the parties about it as soon as the two houses get to business. Taylor delivered up his petitions for the new county to one of our members this morning. I am told he despairs of its success, on account of all the members from Morgan County opposing it. There are names enough on the petition, I think, to justify the members from our county in going for it. But if the members from Morgan oppose it, which they say they will, the chance will be bad. Our chance to take the seat of government to Springfield is better than I expected. An internal improvement convention was held here since we met, which recommended a loan of several millions of dollars, on the faith of the State, to construct railroads. Some of the Legislature are for it, and some against it. Which has the majority, I cannot tell. There is great strife and struggling for the office of the United States Senator here at this time. It is probable we shall ease their pains in a few days. The opposition men have no candidate of their own, and consequently they will smile as complacently at the angry snarl of the contending Van Buren candidates and their respective friends, as the Christian does at Satan's rage. You recollect that I mentioned at the outset of this letter that I had been unwell. That is the fact, though I believe I am about well now, but that, with other things, I cannot account for, have conspired, and have gotten my spirits so low that I feel that I would rather be any place in the world than here. I really cannot endure the thought of staying here 10 weeks. Write back as soon as you get this, and, if possible, say something that will please me, for really I have not been pleased since I left you. This letter is so dry and stupid that I am ashamed to send it, but with my present feelings I cannot do any better. Give my best respects to Mr. and Mrs. Able and family. Your friend, Lincoln. Springfield, May 7, 1837. Miss Mary S. Owens. Friend Mary, I have commenced 2 letters to send you before this, both of which displeased me before I got half done, and so I tore them up. The first I thought was not serious enough, and the second was on the other extreme. I shall send this, turn out as it may. This thing of living in Springfield is rather a dull business, after all. At least, it is so to me. I am quite as lonesome here as I ever was anywhere in my life. I have been spoken to by but one woman since I have been here, and should not have been by her if she could have avoided it. I have never been to church yet, nor probably shall not be soon. I stay away because I am conscious I should not know how to behave myself. I am often thinking about what we said of your coming to live at Springfield. I am afraid you would not be satisfied. There is a great deal of flourishing about in carriages here, which it would be your doom to see without sharing it. You would have to be poor, without the means of hiding your poverty. Do you believe you could bear that patiently? Whatever woman may cast her lot with mine, should any ever do so, it is my intention to do all in my power to make her happy and contented, and there is nothing I can imagine that would make me more unhappy than to fail in the effort. I know I should be much happier with you than the way I am, provided I saw no signs of discontent in you. What you have said to me may have been in the way of jest, or I may have misunderstood it. If so, then let it be forgotten. If otherwise, I much wish you would think seriously before you decide. For my part, I have already decided. What I have said I will most positively abide by, provided you wish it. My opinion is that you had better not do it. You have not been accustomed to hardship, and it may be more severe than you now imagine. I know you are capable of thinking correctly on any subject, and, if you deliberate maturely upon this before you decide, then I am willing to abide your decision. You must write me a good long letter after you get this. You have nothing else to do, and though it might not seem interesting to you after you have written it, it would be a good deal of company to me in this busy wilderness. Tell your sister I don't want to hear any more about selling out and moving. That gives me the hypo whenever I think of it. Yours, etc., Lincoln. Springfield, August 16, 1837. Friend Mary, you will no doubt think it rather strange that I should write you a letter on the same day on which we parted. I can only account for it by supposing that seeing you lately makes me think of you more than usual, while at our late meeting we had but few expressions of thoughts. You must know that I cannot see you, or think of you, with entire indifference. And yet it may be that you are mistaken in regard to what my real feelings toward you are. If I knew you were not, I should not trouble you with this letter. Perhaps any other man would know enough without further information. But I consider it my peculiar right to plead ignorance, and your bounden duty to allow the plea. I want in all cases to do right, and most particularly so in all cases with women. I want, at this particular time, more than anything else, to do right with you, and if I knew it would be doing right, as I rather suspect it would, to let you alone, I would do it. And, for the purpose of making the matter as plain as possible, I now say that you can now drop the subject, dismiss your thoughts, if you ever had any, from me forever, and leave this letter unanswered, without calling forth one accusing murmur from me. And I will even go further, and say, that, if it will add any thing to your comfort or peace of mind to do so, it is my sincere wish that you should. Do not understand by this that I wish to cut your acquaintance. I mean no such thing. What I do wish is, that our further acquaintance shall depend upon yourself. If such further acquaintance would constitute nothing to your happiness, I am sure it would not to mine. If you feel yourself in any degree bound to me, I am now anxious to release you, provided you wish it; while, on the other hand, I am willing, and even anxious, to bind you faster, if I can be convinced that it will, in any considerable degree, add to your happiness. This, indeed, is the whole question with me. Nothing would make me more miserable than to believe you miserable, nothing more happy than to know you are so. In what I have now said, I think I cannot be misunderstood, and to make myself understood is the only object of this letter. If it suits you best to not answer this, farewell. A long life and a merry one attend you. But, if you conclude to write back, speak as plainly as I do. There can be neither harm nor danger in saying to me anything you think, just in the manner you think it. My respects to your sister. Your friend, Lincoln. After his second meeting with Mary, Mr. Lincoln had little time to prosecute his addresses in person, for early in December he was called away to his seat in the Legislature. But, if his tongue was silent in the cause, his pen was busy. During the session of the Legislature of 1836-37, Mr. Lincoln made the acquaintance of Mrs. O. H. Browning, whose husband was also a member. The acquaintance ripened into friendship, and that winter and the next Mr. Lincoln spent a great deal of time in social intercourse with the Brownings. Mrs. Browning knew nothing as yet of the affair with Miss Owens, but as the latter progressed, and Lincoln became more and more involved, she noticed the ebb of his spirits, and often rallied him as the victim of some secret but consuming passion. With this for his excuse, Lincoln wrote her, after the adjournment of the Legislature, a full and connected account of the manner in which he had latterly been making a fool of himself. For many reasons the publication of this letter is an exceedingly painful duty. If it could be withheld, and the act decently reconciled to the conscience of a biographer, professing to be honest and candid, it should never see the light in these pages. Its grotesque humor, its coarse exaggerations in describing the person of a lady whom the writer was willing to marry, its imputation of toothless and weather-beaten old age to a woman really young and handsome, its utter lack of that delicacy of tone and sentiment which one naturally expects a gentleman to adopt when he thinks proper to discuss the merits of his late mistress, all these, and its defective orthography, it would certainly be more agreeable to suppress than to publish. But, if we begin by omitting or mutilating a document which sheds so broad a light upon one part of his life, and one phase of his character, why may we not do the like as fast and as often as the temptations arise? And where shall the process cease? A biography worth writing at all is worth writing fully and honestly, and the writer who suppresses or mangles the truth is no better than he who bears false witness in any other capacity. In April, 1838, Miss Owens finally departed from Illinois, and in that same month Mr. Lincoln wrote Mrs. Browning. Springfield, April 1, 1838. Dear Madam, without apologizing for being egotistical, I shall make the history of so much of my life as has elapsed since I saw you the subject of this letter. And, by the way, I now discover that, in order to give a full and intelligible account of the things I have done and suffered since I saw you, I shall necessarily have to relate some that happened before. It was then, in the autumn of 1836, that a married lady of my acquaintance, and who was a great friend of mine, being about to pay a visit to her father and other relatives and residing in Kentucky, proposed to me that on her return she would bring a sister of hers with her on condition that I would engage to become her brother-in-law, with all convenient dispatch. I of course accepted the proposal, for you know I could not have done otherwise. Had I really been averse to it, but privately, between you and me, I I was most confoundedly well pleased with the project. I had seen the said sister some 3 years before, thought her intelligent and agreeable, and saw no good objection to plodding life through hand in hand with her. Time passed on, the lady took her journey, and in due time returned, sister and company, sure enough. This astonished me a little, for it appeared to me that her coming so readily showed that she was a trifle too willing, but, on reflection, it occurred to me that she might have been prevailed on by her married sister to come, without anything concerning me ever having been mentioned to her, and so I concluded that, if no other objection presented itself, I would consent to waive this. All this occurred to me on hearing of her arrival in the neighborhood; for, be it remembered, I had not yet seen her, except about 3 years previous, as above mentioned. In a few days we had an interview, and, although I had seen her before, she did not look as my imagination had pictured her. I knew she was oversize, but she now appeared a fair match for Falstaff. I knew she was called an old maid, and I felt no doubt of the truth of at least half of the appellation. But now, when I beheld her, I could not for my life avoid thinking of my mother, and this, not from withered features, for her skin was too full of fat, "to permit of its contracting into wrinkles," but from her want of teeth, weather-beaten appearance in general, and from a kind of notion that ran in my head that nothing could have commenced at the size of infancy and reached her present bulk in less than 35 or 40 years. And, in short, I was not at all pleased with her. But what could I do? I told her sister that I would take her for better or for worse, and I made a point of honor and conscience in all things to stick to my word, especially if others had been induced to act on it, which, in this case, I had no doubt they had, for I was now fairly convinced that no other man on earth would have her, and hence the conclusion that they were bent on holding me to my bargain. "Well," thought I have said it, and, be the consequences what they may, it shall not be my fault if I fail to do it." At once I determined to consider her my wife, and this done, all my powers of discovery were put to work in search of perfections in her which might be fairly set off against her defects. I tried to imagine her handsome, which, but for her unfortunate corpulency, was actually true. Exclusive of this, no woman that I have ever seen has a finer face. I also tried to convince myself that the mind was much more to be valued than the person, and in this she was not inferior, as I would discover, to any with whom I have been acquainted. Shortly after this, without attempting to come to any positive understanding with her, I set out for Vandalia, when and where you first saw me. During my stay there I had letters from her which did not change my opinion of either her intellect or intention, but, on the contrary, confirmed it in both. All this while, although I was fixed, firm as the surge-repelling rock, in my resolution, I found I was continually repenting the rashness which had led me to make it. Through life I have been in no bondage, either real or imaginary, from the thraldom of which I so much desired to be free. After my return home, I saw nothing to change my opinions of her in any particular. She was the same, and so was I. I now spent my time in planning how I might get along through life after my contemplated change of circumstances should have taken place, and how I might procrastinate the evil day for a time, which I really dreaded as much, perhaps more, than an Irishman does the halter. After all my suffering upon this deeply interesting subject, here I am, wholly, unexpectedly, completely out of the scrape, and I now want to know if you can guess how I got out of it. Out, clear, in every sense of the term, no violation of word, honor, or conscience. I don't believe you can guess, and so I might as well tell you at once. As the lawyer says, it was done in the manner following, to wit, after I had delayed the matter as long as I thought I could, in honor due, which, by the way, had brought me round into the last fall, I concluded I might as well bring it to a consummation without further delay, and so I mustered my resolution, and made the proposal to her direct. But, shocking to relate, she answered, "No." At first I supposed she did it through an affectation of modesty, which I thought but ill became her under the peculiar circumstances of her case; but, on my renewal of the charge, I found she repelled it with greater firmness than before. I tried it again and again, but with the same success, or rather with the same want of success. I finally was forced to give it up, at which I very unexpectedly found myself mortified almost beyond endurance. I was mortified, it seemed to me, in 100 different ways. My vanity was deeply wounded by the reflection that I had so long been too stupid to discover her intentions, and at the same time never doubting that I understood them perfectly; and also that she, whom I had taught myself to believe nobody else would have, had actually rejected me with all my fancied greatness. And, to cap the whole, I then, for the first time, began to suspect that I was really a little in love with her. But let it all go. I'll try and outlive it. Others have been made fools of by the girls, but this can never with truth be said of me. I most emphatically, in this instance, made a fool of myself. I have now come to the conclusion never again to think of marrying, and for this reason I can never be satisfied with any one who will be blockhead enough to have me. When you receive this, write me a long yarn about something to amuse me. Give my respects to Mr. Browning. Your sincere friend, A. Lincoln. Mrs. O. H. Browning. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 12 of The Life of Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. The Life of Abraham Lincoln by Ward Hill Lamon, Chapter 10, Part 1. The majority of Mr. Lincoln's biographers, and they are many and credulous, tell us that he walked from New Salem to Vandalia, a distance of 100 miles, to take his seat for the first time in the legislature of the state. But that is an innocent mistake, for he was resolved to appear with as much of the dignity of the senator as his circumstances would permit. It was for this very purpose that he had borrowed the $200 from Coleman Smoot, and when the choice between riding and walking presented itself, he sensibly enough got into the stage with his new clothes on, and rode to the scene of his labors. When he arrived there, he found a singular state of affairs. Duncan had been chosen governor at the recent August election by the whole hog Jackson men, but he was absent in Congress during the whole of the campaign, and now that he came to the duties of his office, it was discovered that he had been all the while an anti-Jackson man, and was quite willing to aid the Whigs in furtherance of some of their worst schemes. These schemes were then just beginning to be hatched in great numbers, but in due time they were enacted into laws, and prepared Illinois with the proper weights of public debt and rag currency to sink her deeper than her neighbors into the miseries of financial ruin in 1837. The speculating fever was just reaching Illinois. The land and town lot business had barely taken shape at Chicago, and state banks and multitudinous internal improvements were yet to be invented. But this legislature was a very wise one in its own conceit, and was not slow to launch out with the first of a series of magnificent experiments. It contented itself, however, with chartering a state bank with a capital of $1,500,000, rechartering with a capital of $300,000 the Shawneetown Bank, which had broken 12 years before, and providing a loan of $500,000 on the credit of the state, wherewith to make a beginning on the Illinois and Michigan Canal. The bill for the latter project was drawn and introduced by Senator James M. Strode, the gentleman who described with such moving eloquence the horrors of Stillman's defeat. These measures Governor Ford considers the beginning of all the bad legislation which followed in a few years, and which, as is well known, resulted in general ruin. Mr. Lincoln favored them all, and faithfully followed out the policy of which they were the inauguration at subsequent sessions of the same body. For the present, nevertheless, he was a silent member, although he was assigned a prominent place on the Committee of Public Accounts and Expenditures. The bank charters were drawn by a Democrat, who hoped to find his account in the issue. All the bills were passed by a legislature nominally Democratic, but the Board of Canal Commissioners was composed exclusively of Whigs, and the Whigs straightway assumed control of the banks. It was at a special session of this legislature that Lincoln first saw Stephen A. Douglas, and, viewing his active little person with immense amusement, pronounced him the least man he ever saw. Douglas had come into the State from Vermont only the previous year, but, having studied law for several months, considered himself eminently qualified to be State's attorney for the district in which he lived, and was now come to Vandalia for that purpose. The place was already filled by a man of considerable distinction, but the incumbent remaining at home, possibly in blissful ignorance of his neighbor's design, was easily supplanted by the supple Vermonter. It is the misfortune of legislatures in general, as it was in those days the peculiar misfortune of the legislature of Illinois, to be beset by a multitude of gentlemen engaged in the exclusive business of log rolling. Chief among the rollers were some of the most distinguished members, each assisted by an influential delegation from the district, bank, or institution to be benefited by the legislation proposed. An expert log roller, an especially wily and persuasive person, who could depict the merits of his scheme with roseate but delusive eloquence, was said to carry a gourd of possum fat, and the unhappy victim of his art was said to be greased and swallowed. It is not to be supposed that anybody ever succeeded in anointing a single square inch of Mr. Lincoln's person with the fat that deluded, but historians aver that the Long Nine, of whom he was the longest and cleverest, possessed gourds of extraordinary dimensions, and distributed grease of marvelous virtues, but of that at another place. In 1836 Mr. Lincoln was again a candidate for the legislature, his colleagues on the Whig ticket in Sangamon being, for representatives, John Dawson, William F. Elkin, N.W. Edwards, Andrew McCormick, Dan Stone, and R.L. Wilson, and for senators, A.G. Herndon and Job Fletcher. They were all elected but one, and he was beaten by John Calhoun. Mr. Lincoln opened the campaign by the following manifesto: New Salem, June 13, 1836. To the Editor of the Journal: In your paper of last Saturday I see a communication over the signature of many voters, in which the candidates who are announced in the Journal are called upon to show their hands. Agreed. Here's mine. I go for all sharing the privileges of the government who assist in bearing its burdens. Consequently, I go for admitting all whites to the right of suffrage who pay taxes or bear arms, by no means excluding females. If elected, I shall consider the whole people of Sangamon my constituents, as well those that oppose as those that support me. While acting as their representative, I shall be governed by their will on all subjects upon which I have the means of knowing what their will is, and upon all others I shall do what my own judgment teaches me will best advance their interests. Whether elected or not, I go for distributing the proceeds of the sales of the public land to the several States, to enable our State, in common with others, to dig canals and construct railroads, without borrowing money and paying the interest on it. If alive on the first Monday in November, I shall vote for Hugh L. White for President. Very respectfully, A. Lincoln. The elections were held on the first Monday in August, and the campaign began about 6 weeks or 2 months before. Popular meetings were advertised in the Sangamon Journal and the State Register, organs of the respective parties. Not unfrequently the meetings were joint, composed of both parties, when, as Lincoln would say, the candidates put in their best licks, while the audience rose to the height of the great argument with cheers, taunts, catcalls, fights, and other exercises appropriate to the free and untrammeled enjoyment of the freeman's boon. The candidates traveled from one grove to another on horseback, and when the Long Nine, all over 6 feet in height, took the road, it must have been a goodly sight to see. "I heard Mr. Lincoln make a speech," says James Gourley, "in Mechanicsburg, Sangamon County, in 1836. John Neal had a fight at the time, the roughs got on him, and Lincoln jumped in and saw fair play. We stayed for dinner at Green's, close to Mechanicsburg, drank whiskey sweetened with honey. There the questions discussed were internal improvements, Whig principles." Gourley was a great friend of Lincoln's, for Gourley had had a foot race with H.B. Truett, now of California, and Lincoln had been his judge, and it was a remarkable circumstance that nearly everybody for whom Lincoln judged came out ahead. "I heard Mr. Lincoln during the same canvass," continues Gourley. "It was at the courthouse where the State House now stands. The Whigs and Democrats had a general quarrel then and there. N.W. Edwards drew a pistol on Achilles Morris." But Gourley's account of this last scene is unsatisfactory, although the witness is willing, and we turn to Lincoln's colleague, Mr. Wilson, for a better one. The Saturday evening preceding the election, the candidates were addressing the people in the courthouse at Springfield. Dr. Early, one of the candidates on the Democratic side, made some charge that N.W. Edwards, one of the candidates on the Whig side, deemed untrue. Edwards climbed on a table so as to be seen by Early and by everyone in the house, and at the top of his voice told Early that the charge was false. The excitement that followed was intense, so much so that fighting men thought a duel must settle the difficulty. Mr. Lincoln, by the program, followed Early. He took up the subject in dispute and handled it fairly, and with such ability that everyone was astonished and pleased. So that difficulty ended there. Then, for the first time, developed by the excitement of the occasion, he spoke in that tenor intonation of voice that ultimately settled down into that clear, shrill, monotone style of speaking that enabled his audience, however large, to hear distinctly the lowest sound of his voice. It was during this campaign, possibly at the same meeting, that Mr. Speed heard him reply to George Forquer. Forquer had been a leading Whig, one of the foremost men in the legislature of 1834, but had then recently changed sides, and thereupon was appointed Register of the Land Office at Springfield. Mr. Forquer was an astonishing man. He not only astonished the people by changing his coat in politics, but by building the best frame house in Springfield, and erecting over it the only lightning rod the entire region could boast of. At this meeting he listened attentively to Mr. Lincoln's first speech, and was much annoyed by the transcendent power with which the awkward young man defended the principles he had himself so lately abandoned. The speech produced a profound impression, especially upon a large number of Lincoln's friends and admirers who had come in from the country expressly to hear and applaud him. At the conclusion of Lincoln's speech, we quote from Mr. Speed, the crowd was dispersing when Forquer rose and asked to be heard. He commenced by saying that the young man would have to be taken down, and was sorry that the task devolved upon him. He then proceeded to answer Lincoln's speech in a style which, while it was able and fair, yet in his whole manner asserted and claimed superiority. Lincoln stood near him and watched him during the whole of the speech. When Forquer concluded, he took the stand again. I have often heard him since, in court and before the people, but never saw him appear so well as upon that occasion. He replied to Mr. Forquer with great dignity and force, but I shall never forget the conclusion of that speech. Turning to Mr. Forquer, he said that he had commenced his speech by announcing that this young man would have to be taken down. Turning to the crowd, he said, "It is for you, not for me, to say whether I am up or down. The gentleman has alluded to my being a young man. I am older in years than I am in the tricks and trades of politicians. I desire to live, and I desire place and distinction as a politician, but I would rather die now than, like the gentleman, live to see the day that I would have to erect a lightning rod to protect a guilty conscience from an offended God." He afterwards told Speed that the sight of that same rod had led him to the study of the properties of electricity and the utility of the rod as a conductor. Among the Democratic orators stumping the county at this time was Dick Taylor, a pompous gentleman who went abroad in superb attire, ruffled shirts, rich vest, and immense watch chains, with shining and splendid pendants. But Dick was a severe Democrat in theory, made much of the hard-handed yeomanry, and flung many biting sarcasms upon the aristocratic pretensions of the Whigs, the rag barons, and the manufacturing lords. He was one day in the midst of a particularly aggravating declamation of this sort, when Abe began to feel devilish, and thought he would take the wind out of Dick's sails by a little sport. He therefore edged slyly up to the speaker, and suddenly catching his vest by the lower corner, and giving it a sharp pull upward, it opened wide, and fell out upon the platform in full view of the astonished audience, a mass of ruffled shirt, gold watch, chains, seals, and glittering jewels. Jim Matheny was there, and nearly broke his heart with mirth. The crowd couldn't stand it, but shouted uproariously. It must have been then that Abe delivered the following speech, although Ninian W. Edwards places it in 1840. While he, Colonel Taylor, was making these charges against the Whigs over the country, riding in fine carriages, wearing ruffled shirts, kid gloves, massive gold watch chains, with large gold seals, and flourishing a heavy gold-headed cane, he, Lincoln, was a poor boy, hired on a flatboat at $8 a month, and had only one pair of breeches to his back, and they were buckskin. And, said Lincoln, if you know the nature of buckskin, when wet and dried by the sun they will shrink, and mine kept shrinking, until they left several inches of my legs bare between the tops of my socks and the lower part of my breeches, and whilst I was growing taller they were becoming shorter, and so much tighter that they left a blue streak around my legs that can be seen to this day. If you call this aristocracy, I plead guilty to the charge. Hitherto Sangamon County had been uniformly Democratic, but at this election the Whigs carried it by an average majority of about 400, Mr. Lincoln receiving a larger vote than any other candidate. The result was in part due to a transitory and abortive attempt of the anti-Jackson and anti-Van Buren men to build up a third party, with Judge White of Tennessee as its leader. This party was not supposed to be wedded to the specie circular, was thought to be open to conviction on the bank question, clamored loudly about the business interests and general distress of the country, and was actually in favor of the distribution of the proceeds of the sales of the public lands. In the nomenclature of Illinois, its members might have been called nominal Jackson men, that is to say, men who continue to act with the Democratic party while disavowing its cardinal principles, traders, trimmers, cautious schismatics who argued the cause of democracy from a brief furnished by the enemy. The diversion in favor of White was just to the hand of the Whigs, and they aided it in every practicable way. Always for an expedient when an expedient would answer, a compromise when a compromise would do, the hand Mr. Lincoln showed at the opening of the campaign contained the White card among the highest of its trumps. If alive on the first Monday in November, I shall vote for Hugh L. White for President. A number of local Democratic politicians assisting him to play it, it won the game in 1836, and Sangamon County went over to the Whigs. At this election Mr. Douglas was made a representative from Morgan County, along with Colonel Herndon, from whom he had the year before taken the state's attorneyship. The event is notable principally because Mr. Douglas was nominated by a convention, and not by the old system of self-announcement, which, under the influence of Eastern immigrants like himself, full of party zeal, and attached to the customs of the places whence they came, was gradually but surely falling into disfavor. Mr. Douglas served only one session, and then became Register of the Land Office at Springfield. The next year he was nominated for Congress in the Peoria district, under the convention system, and in the same year Colonel Stevenson was nominated for governor in the same way. The Whigs were soon compelled to adopt the device which they saw marshalling the Democrats in a state of complete discipline, whilst they themselves were disorganized by a host of volunteer candidates and the operations of innumerable cliques and factions. At first it was considered a Yankee contrivance, intended to abridge the liberties of the people, but the Whig people were as fond of victory, offices, and power as their enemies were, and in due time they took very kindly to this effectual means of gaining them. A speech of Ebenezer Peck of Chicago, before a great meeting of the lobby, during the special session of 1835-36 at Vandalia, being a production of special ingenuity and power, is supposed to have contributed largely to the introduction of the convention system into the middle and southern parts of the state. Mr. Peck was then a fervent Democrat, whom the Whigs delighted to malign as a Canadian monarchist, but in after times he was the fast and able friend of their great leader Abraham Lincoln. One of the first and worst effects of the stricter organization of parties in Illinois, as well as in other states, was the strong diversion of public attention from state to federal affairs. Individual candidates were no longer required to show their hands. They accepted platforms when they accepted nominations, and without a nomination it was mere quixotism to stand at all. District, state, and national conventions, acting and reacting upon one another, produced a concert of sentiment and conduct which overlaid local issues and repressed independent proceedings. This improved party machinery supplied the readiest and most effective means of distributing the rapidly increasing patronage of the federal executive, and those who did not wish to be cut off from its enjoyment could do no less than reaffirm with becoming fervor, in their local assemblages, the latest deliverance of the faith by the central authority. The promoters of heresies and schisms, the blind leaders who misled a county or a state convention, and seduced it into the declaration of principles of its own, had their seats contested in the next general council of the party, were solemnly sat upon, condemned, delivered over to Satan to be buffeted, and cast out of the household of faith, to wander in the wilderness and to live upon husks. It was like a feeble African bishop imputing heresy to the Christian world with Rome at its head. A man like Mr. Lincoln, who earnestly desired place and distinction as a politician, labored without hope while his party affinities remained the subject of a reasonable doubt. He must be a whole hog man or nothing, a Whig or a Democrat. Mr. Lincoln chose his company with commendable decision, and wasted no tender regrets upon his nominal Democratic friends. For White, against Harrison, in November 1836, he led the Whigs into action when the legislature met in December, and when the hard cider campaign of 1840 commenced, with its endless meetings and processions, its coonskins and log cabins, its intrigue, trickery, and fun, his musical voice rose loudest above the din for Old Tippecanoe, and no man did better service, or enjoyed those memorable scenes more, than he who was to be the beneficiary of a similar revival in 1860. When this legislature met in the winter of 1836-37, the bank and internal improvement infatuation had taken full possession of a majority of the people as well as of the politicians. To be sure, Old Hickory had given a temporary check to the wild speculations in Western land by his specie circular about the close of his administration, whereby gold and silver were made land office money, and the government declined to exchange any more of the public domain for the depreciated paper of rotten and explosive banks. Millions of notes loaned by the banks on insufficient security, or no security at all, were by this timely measure turned back into the banks, or converted to the uses of a more legitimate and less dangerous business. But even if the specie circular had not been repealed, it would probably have proved impotent against the evils it was designed to prevent, after the passage of the act distributing among the states the surplus, or supposed surplus, revenues of the federal government. The last dollar of the old debt was paid in 1833. There were from time to time large, unexpended, and unappropriated balances in the Treasury. What should be done with them? There was no sub-treasury as yet, and questions concerning the mere safe-keeping of these moneys excited the most tremendous political contests. The United States Bank had always had the use of the cash in the Treasury in the form of deposits, but the bank abused its trust, used its enormous power over the currency and exchanges of the country to achieve political results in its own interest, and by its manifold sins and iniquities compelled General Jackson to remove the deposits. Ultimately, the bank took shelter in Pennsylvania, where it began a new fraudulent life under a surreptitious clause tacked to the end of a road law on its passage through the General Assembly. In due time, the beast, as Colonel Benton loved to call it, died in its chosen lair a shameful and ignominious death, cheating the public with a show of solvency to the end, and leaving a fine array of bill-holders and depositors to mourn one of the most remarkable delusions of modern times. Withdrawn, or rather withheld, for they were never withdrawn, from the Bank of the United States, the revenues of the federal government were deposited as fast as they accrued in specie-paying state banks. They were paid in the notes of the 1,000 banks, good, bad, and indifferent, whose promises to pay constituted the paper currency of the day. It was this money which the Whigs, aided by Democratic recusants, proposed to give away to the states. They passed an act requiring it to be deposited with the states, ostensibly as a safe and convenient method of keeping it, but nobody believed that it would ever be called for, or paid if it was. It was simply an extraordinary largesse, and pending the very embarrassment caused by itself when the government had not a dollar wherewith to pay even a pension, and the temporary expedient was an issue of Treasury notes against the better judgment of the party in power, the possibility of withdrawing these deposits was never taken into account. The act went into effect on the 1st of January, 1837, and was one of the immediate causes of the suspension and disasters of that year. The condition of our deposit banks was desperate, wholly inadequate to the slightest pressure on their vaults in the ordinary course of business, much less that of meeting the daily government drafts and the approaching deposit of near 40 millions with the states. Nevertheless, the deposits began at the rate of 10 millions to the quarter. The deposit banks blew up, and all the others, including that of the United States, closed their doors to customers and bill holders, which gave them more time to hold public meetings, imputing the distress of the country to the hard money policy of Jackson and Van Buren, and agitating for the recharter of Mr. Biddle's profligate concern as the only remedy human ingenuity could devise. It was in the month previous to the first deposit with the states, about the time when Governor Ford says lands and town lots were the only articles of export from Illinois, when the counters of Western land offices were piled high with illusory banknotes in exchange for public lands, and when it was believed that the West was now at last about to bound forward in a career of unexampled prosperity, under the forcing process of public improvements by the states, with the aid and countenance of the federal government, that Mr. Lincoln went up to attend the first session of the new legislature at Vandalia. He was big with projects. His real public service was just now about to begin. In the previous legislature he had been silent, observant, studious. He had improved the opportunity so well that of all men in this new body of equal age in the service, he was the smartest parliamentarian and the cunningest log-roller. He was fully determined to identify himself conspicuously with the liberal legislation in contemplation, and dreamed of a fame very different from that which he actually obtained as an anti-slavery leader. It was about this time that he told his friend Mr. Speed that he aimed at the great distinction of being called the DeWitt Clinton of Illinois. Meetings with a view to this sort of legislation had been held in all or nearly all the counties in the state during the preceding summer and fall. Hard money, strict construction, no monopoly, anti-progressive Democrats were in a sad minority. In truth, there was little division of parties about these matters which were deemed so essential to the prosperity of a new state. There was Mr. Lincoln and there was Mr. Douglas in perfect unison as to the grand object to be accomplished, but mortally jealous as to which should take the lead in accomplishing it. A few days before the legislature assembled, a mass convention of the people of Sangamon County instructed their members to vote for a general system of internal improvements. The House of Representatives organized in the morning, and in the evening its hall was surrendered to a convention of delegates from all parts of the state, which devised and recommended to the legislature a system of internal improvements, the chief feature of which was that it should be commensurate with the wants of the people. This result was arrived at after 2 days of debate, with Colonel Thomas Mather of the State Bank as president. Mr. Lincoln served on the Committee on Finance, and was a most laborious member, instant in season and out of season, for the great measures of the Whig party. It was to his individual exertion that the Whigs were indebted in no small degree for the complete success of their favorite schemes at this session. A railroad from Galena to the mouth of the Ohio was provided for, another from Alton to Shawneetown, another from Alton to Mount Carmel, another from the eastern boundary of the state towards Terre Haute, another from Quincy by way of Springfield to the Wabash, another from Bloomington to Pekin, another from Peoria to Warsaw, in all about 1,300 miles. But in this comprehensive system, commensurate with the wants of the people, the rivers were not to be overlooked, and accordingly the Kaskaskia, the Illinois, the Great Wabash, the Little Wabash, and the Rock rivers were to be duly improved. To set these little matters in motion, a loan of $8 millions was authorized, and to complete the canal from Chicago to Peru, another loan of $4 millions was voted at the same session, $200,000 being given as a gratuity to those counties which seemed to have no special interest in any of the foregoing projects. Work on all these roads was to commence not only at the same time, but at both ends of each road and at all the river crossings. There were as yet no surveys of any route, no estimates, no reports of engineers, or even unprofessional viewers. Progress was not to wait on trifles. Capitalists were supposed to be lying in wait to catch these precious bonds. The money would be raised in a twinkling, and being applied with all the skill of 100 DeWitt Clintons, a class of gentlemen at that time extremely numerous and obtrusive, the loan would build the railroads would build cities, cities would create farms, foreign capital would rush to so inviting a field, the lands would be taken up with marvelous celerity, and the land tax going into a sinking fund, that, with some tolls and certain sly speculations to be made by the state, would pay principal and interest of the debt, without ever a cent of taxation upon the people. In short, everybody was to be enriched, while the munificence of the state in selling its credit and spending the proceeds would make its empty coffers overflow with ready money. It was a dark stroke of statesmanship, a mysterious device in finance, which, whether from being misunderstood or from being mismanaged, bore from the beginning fruits the very reverse of those it had promised. A board of canal commissioners was already in existence, but now were established, as necessary parts of the new system, a board of fund commissioners and a board of commissioners of public works. The capital stock of the Shawneetown Bank was increased to $1,700,000, and that of the State Bank to $3,100,000. The state took the new stock and proposed to pay for it with the surplus revenues of the United States, and the residue by a sale of state bonds. The banks were likewise made fiscal agencies, to place the loans and generally to manage the railroad and canal funds. The career of these banks is an extremely interesting chapter in the history of Illinois, little less so than the rise and collapse of the great internal improvement system. But as it has already a place in the chronicle of wider scope and greater merit than this, it is enough to say that in due time they went the way of their kind. The state lost by them, and they lost by the state, in morals as well as in money. The means used in the legislature to pass the system deserve some notice for the instruction of posterity. First, a large portion of the people were interested in the success of the canal, which was threatened if other sections of the state were denied the improvements demanded by them, and thus the friends of the canal were forced to log-roll for that work by supporting others which were to be ruinous to the country. Roads and improvements were proposed everywhere to enlist every section of the state. 3 or 4 efforts were made to pass a smaller system, and when defeated the bill would be amended by the addition of other roads until a majority was obtained for it. Those counties which could not be thus accommodated were to share in the fund of $200,000. 3 roads were appointed to terminate at Alton before the Alton interest would agree to the system. The seat of government was to be removed to Springfield. Sangamon County, in which Springfield is situated, was then represented by 2 senators and 7 representatives, called the Long Nine, all Whigs but one. Amongst them were some dexterous jugglers and managers in politics, whose whole object was to obtain the seat of government for Springfield. This delegation, from the beginning of the session, threw itself as a unit in support of or in opposition to every local measure of interest, but never without a bargain for votes in return on the seat of government question. Most of the other counties were small, having but 1 representative, and many of them with but 1 for a whole representative district, and this gave Sangamon County a decided preponderance in the log-rolling system of those days. It is worthy of examination whether any just and equal legislation can ever be sustained where some of the counties are great and powerful and others feeble. But by such means the Long Nine rolled along like a snowball, gathering accessions of strength at every turn, until they swelled up a considerable party for Springfield, which party they managed to take almost as a unit in favor of the internal improvement system, in return for which the active supporters of that system were to vote for Springfield to be the seat of government. Thus it was made to cost the state about $6 millions to remove the seat of government from Vandalia to Springfield, half of which sum would have purchased all the real estate in that town at 3 prices. And thus by log-rolling on the canal measure, by multiplying railroads, by terminating 3 railroads at Alton, that Alton might become a great city in opposition to St. Louis, by distributing money to some of the counties to be wasted by the county commissioners, and by giving the seat of government to Springfield, was the whole state bought up and bribed to approve the most senseless and disastrous policy which ever crippled the energies of a growing county. Note: Ford's History of Illinois. End note. Enumerating the gentlemen who voted for this combination of evils, among them Stephen A. Douglas, John A. McClernand, James Shields, and Abraham Lincoln, and reciting the high places of honor and trust to which most of them have since attained, Governor Ford pronounces all of them spared monuments of popular wrath, evincing how safe it is to a politician, but how disastrous it may be to the country, to keep along with the present fervor of the people. It was a maxim with many politicians just to keep along even with the humor of the people, right or wrong; and this maxim Mr. Lincoln held then, as ever since, in very high estimation. But the humor of his constituents was not only intensely favorable to the new scheme of internal improvements, it was most decidedly their humor to have the capital at Springfield, and to make a great man of the legislator who should take it there. Mr. Lincoln was doubtless thoroughly convinced that the popular view of all these matters was the right one; but even if he had been unhappily afflicted with individual scruples of his own, he would have deemed it but simple duty to obey the almost unanimous voice of his constituency. He thought he never could serve them better than by giving them just what they wanted, and that to collect the will of his people and register it by his own vote was the first and leading obligation of a representative. It happened that on this occasion the popular feeling fell in very pleasantly with his young dream of rivaling the fame of Clinton, and here also was a fine opportunity of repeating, in a higher strain and on a loftier stage, the ingenious arguments which in the very outset of his career had proved so hard for Posey and Ewing, when he overthrew those worthies in the great debate respecting the improvement of the Sangamon River. "The internal improvement bill," says Mr. Wilson, one of the Long Nine, "and a bill to permanently locate the seat of government of the State, were the great measures of the session of 1836-37. Vandalia was then the seat of government, and had been for a number of years. A new State House had just been built. Alton, Decatur, Peoria, Jacksonville, Illiopolis, and Springfield were the points seeking the location, if removed from Vandalia. The delegation from Sangamon were a unit, acting in concert in favor of the permanent location at Springfield. The bill was introduced at an early day in the session, to locate, by a joint vote of both houses of the Legislature. The friends of the other points united to defeat the bill, as each point thought the postponement of the location to some future period would give strength to their location. The contest on this bill was long and severe. Its enemies laid it on the table twice, once on the table to the 4th day of July, and once indefinitely postponed it. To take a bill from the table is always attended with difficulty, but when laid on the table to a day beyond the session, or when indefinitely postponed, it requires a vote of reconsideration, which is always an intense struggle. In these dark hours, when our bill to all appearances was beyond resuscitation, and all our opponents were jubilant over our defeat, and when friends could see no hope, Mr. Lincoln never for one moment despaired, but collecting his colleagues to his room for consultation, his practical common sense, his thorough knowledge of human nature, then made him an overmatch for his compeers and for any man that I have ever known. We surmounted all obstacles, passed the bill, and by a joint vote of both houses located the seat of government of the State of Illinois at Springfield, just before the adjournment of the Legislature, which took place on the 4th day of March, 1837. The delegation, acting during the whole session upon all questions as a unit, gave them strength and influence that enabled them to carry through their measures and give efficient aid to their friends. The delegation was not only remarkable for their numbers, but for their length, most of them measuring 6 feet and over. It was said at the time that the delegation measured 54 feet high; hence they were known as the Long Nine. So that during that session, and for a number of years afterwards, all the bad laws passed at that session of the Legislature were chargeable to the management and influence of the Long Nine. He, Mr. Lincoln, was on the stump and in the halls of the Legislature a ready debater, manifesting extraordinary ability in his peculiar manner of presenting his subject. He did not follow the beaten track of other speakers and thinkers, but appeared to comprehend the whole situation of a subject, and take hold of its principles. He had a remarkable faculty for concentration, enabling him to present his subject in such a manner as nothing but conclusions were presented. End of Section 12.